This guy dies from a snake bite during one of his biology live streams, only to wake up in a world of martial arts, but instead of learning sword or fighting techniques, he uses something far deadlier, modern biological knowledge. While everyone else trains to become stronger, he spends his days raising tarantulas, venomous snakes, rare geckos, huge bees, and giant centipedes, breeding them into creatures that even the strongest martial artists don't dare approach. So how did an ordinary bug enthusiast become the greatest poison master in history? It is a stormy night as a group of men trudges through the relentless rain toward an old temple. Their leader calls out, asking if anyone is inside, and apologizes for intruding. By the gate stands a young boy, quietly observing the arrival of these strangers. The leader glances at him and wonders aloud if our boy is one of those Taoists, addressing him as Junior, and politely requesting shelter for the night until the rain lets up. Despite being just a child, he notices the stranger's respectful demeanor. All 8 of them stand before him, showing proper manners. He wonders if they truly believe that a little Taoist like him is guarding this abandoned temple, yet he senses no malice from them, because they behave so decently. He tells them he has been living in this deserted temple for several years, and they are welcome to stay wherever they wish, except the building he uses himself, which he points out. The leader thanks him, calls him a courteous junior, and readily accepts his suggestion. Turning to his men, he instructs them to avoid the small building, and to find another spot to keep dry, a command they immediately obey. Our boy notes that they are all dressed in the same Tang uniform, but he reminds himself that he has more important matters to attend to now. He bids them farewell, and returns to his quarters. As he enters, he thinks to himself that it is time to feed the kids. As he enters, he thinks to himself that it is time to feed the kids. He proceeds to open a large jar, revealing it to be brimming with grasshoppers. Picking it up, he flips open another jar to reveal a massive spider inside, a black earth tiger, a tarantula native to Hainan, China. This species can grow up to 20 centimeters, its dark striped body resembling a miniature black tiger. He affectionately calls the spider Blackie. A grasshopper is plucked and tossed inside, and Blackie pounces. He recalls that when he first acquired the tarantula, it was only as big as a fingernail, but after 2 molts, it has grown enormous. Wondering who to feed next, he pops open a small box to reveal a bewangling cave gecko, another species native to the region, Vanather species native to the region. He muses that in his previous life, he never had the means to enjoy keeping such pets, but now he can walk outside with his little companions by his side. As he reaches for another grasshopper to feed the gecko, he is suddenly bitten on the finger. In that instant, memories of his past life surge back, the one before he woke up in this body when he was a popular streamer. He remembers being known as Spicy Faber, the biology expert streamer with 1 million subscribers. His channel focused mainly on poisonous creatures, gaining popularity through his daring and informative broadcasts. The disaster struck during a live broadcast celebrating the milestone of 1 million subscribers. He decided to showcase the world's 10 most venomous snakes, notorious for their aggression. The real trouble began when he traveled to Africa in search of a black mamba. He remembers the fear that gripped him. After a fruitless day of searching, he gave up for the evening, exhausted and ready to try again the next day. Friends texted him, jokingly asking what he would do if he actually got bitten. Despite searching thoroughly, he never spotted the snake. Unbeknownst to him, it had curled up atop the refrigerator, and the moment he placed his hand there, it struck instantly. His friends messaged again, asking if he was seriously bitten and wondering what Africa's emergency number was. He collapsed and died on the spot. Abruptly, a knock comes at the door. The leader of the strangers asks if Junior is inside. Our boy opens the door and asks what the man wants. The stranger thanks him for allowing them to escape the rain and invites him to join their dinner, mentioning they've caught a deer. Though he feels anxious, the promise of fresh meat makes him accept, expressing gratitude for the offer. Together, they head to the fire pit, where the group has gathered to roast the entire deer over open flames. The sight and aroma of sizzling meat stir his hunger. The leader tells him the meat will need more time to cook and asks if he can ask a few questions in the meantime. He nods, signaling him to proceed. The leader inquires if he lives alone in the Hainan mountain forests and how old he is. He replies that he thinks he is around 14 or 15. The stranger frowns, surprised he does not know his own age. Sensing the need for caution, he explains he hit his head as a child and lost all memory of his earlier years. The man sighs sympathetically, remarking that it must be difficult to survive alone for so long. Our boy shrugs, saying he gets by catching snakes and selling their skins. The leader tells his men about the risks this junior takes by catching snakes, but our boy reassures them that he is used to it. Just then, an old man among the group announces that the first piece of meat is ready and offers it to him, who gratefully accepts the hefty slab. As he digs in, savoring the taste of real food after so long, the elder remarks on his hunger. The leader then asks him to keep listening as he eats, explaining that they are searching for something unusual and wondering if he has seen anything odd in the area. Our boy looks up and asks what he means by odd, prompting the leader to pause and consider how to answer. The old man steps in, suggesting that since their host has done them a favor, they might as well share the truth. It is better for him to know, since he lives here alone. The leader agrees, and reveals they are searching for a centipede covered in blue spots. His eyes widen in disbelief, thinking that such a centipede must be enormous. A younger stranger confirms they mean the blue centipede, and says it is so big that he would surely have seen it. He asks just how big it is supposed to be, and the man explains that, fully grown, it is large enough to swallow someone of his size whole. Fear jolts through him, but seeing his terror, the old man tries to reassure him, explaining that they are here to catch the creature. Our boy asks if they plan to keep and raise it, but the old man shakes his head, saying it is meant for medicine and cannot be raised. Initially, he had assumed it was a business venture, but now realizes it is for medical purposes. He asks if the centipede makes good medicine, and the elder's face grows serious as he reveals that his granddaughter is gravely ill, and her only hope is the centipede's inner core, which might save her life. Our boy understands they are desperately clinging to hope for their dying child. Moved by their sincerity and grateful for their shared meal, he decides to help. He tells them he might know where to find such a centipede. Even though Spicy Faber died from a snake bite, he remains more knowledgeable about poisons than anyone else. Their target is no exception. When it comes to poisons, Faber is the undisputed king. Soryang heads back to his room, determined to find the right book, and starts tearing through his shelves. After hours of rummaging, our boy finally digs up what he's looking for. He asks the group if the centipede they are after is the massive blue one, because he has a pretty good idea where it might be hiding. Turning to them again, he requests that they at least tell him exactly where they've searched and when. The younger man speaks up, explaining that they've combed through the north and east sides, mostly during daylight hours, and that their main focus up north has been scouring the riverside. Hearing this, our protagonist immediately thinks there's a clear reason they've come up empty-handed. He tells them straight out that their current approach is never going to work. The elder, growing curious, asks what's so obvious and urges him to explain. Soryang responds, saying centipedes are myriapods, part of the arthropod family, cold-blooded, territorial creatures that need shelter to maintain stable temperature and humidity. He adds another important fact. Unlike most insects covered with a decent waterproof coating, centipedes have poor waterproofing. Their shell's full of pores, and so they actually dislike overly wet spots. While they need humidity, they don't thrive in soaked environments, and yet they can't survive long without some moisture. He points out that if they're talking about a giant blue centipede, it's unlikely it would hang around rivers or jungles. The old man suggests maybe its preferred home is inside a rotting tree's crevice, but our boy replies that while smaller worms might hide there, something that massive couldn't possibly fit. Then he asks if they've seen any thick fallen trees or rocks by the river big enough to hide such a creature, pointing out those places wouldn't provide decent cover anyway. The impatient youth asks where the creature would be, adding that if they find it where our boy mentions, he'll owe him a hefty reward. Soryang gestures west, reasoning that the western Rocky Mountain might be worth checking if he were a centipede. He'd spend the daytime warming up on rocks and crawl out when darkness falls. At dawn, the group sets out toward the west to begin their search. Even our protagonist climbs a high rock to scan the valley below, determined to find any sign of the creature. After some time, one of his men approaches and asks if he thinks the junior's guess might be off. The man remains silent for a moment, then instructs his servant to call it a day and fire a whistle arrow to regroup everyone. That night, as they gather around the campfire, a servant grumbles about the brutal search and hopes the kid's hunch pays off. Another wonders aloud why the centipede remains so elusive. Someone else comments that the little Taoist seems pretty sharp. Their master stays silent until after a long pause, he speaks up, mentioning that Huayun, considered one of Tang's greatest prodigies, might truly be abandoned by the heavens this time. News arrives that the High Lord has returned, and when our protagonist looks over, he sees his father standing there with guards. The old man asks if the centipede has been found yet, and our boy replies no. He then asks if his father's group has had any luck, but the answer is the same. They have come up empty as well. The elder admits that Huayun likely has only 3 months left at best, and confesses he is unsure if they will find the centipede in the next 10 days. Our protagonist suggests they search the southern area next, since all other efforts have failed, and his father agrees. Suddenly the elder chuckles and asks his son if he has noticed something. Our boy wonders if his father has made a discovery, but the old man shakes his head, saying that just as before, they've found no sign of anything. He questions whether the centipede has ever even been here, then asks his son what traces of wildlife they've found on the Rocky Mountain over the last 3 days. Our protagonist answers that there hasn't been a single trace. No droppings, no burrows, nothing at all. In that moment, both father and son simultaneously realize the significance of this. The elder points out how strange it is to find zero evidence of animals across such a huge mountain, and his son replies, thinking of territorial creatures. The father explains that either every animal has fled or been eaten. He concludes that it's practically guaranteed the blue centipede is here, which means they finally have a chance to save Hwaiyan. Just then, rustling erupts in the trees above. Without warning, the ground beneath them shakes and splits apart as a colossal centipede bursts through the earth, rearing its massive blue body into view. It is the very creature they have been hunting, so immense that it could easily swallow a grown man whole in a single bite. Meanwhile, back in his room, Soo-young lies on his bed, marveling at how ridiculous all of this feels. He wonders what he is supposed to do about a creature that size, muttering to himself that he told them to proceed carefully, but instead, they turn the entire mountain upside down. He whispers about a centipede so huge it could gulp down a person, a strange, gnawing curiosity building inside him as he contemplates what comes next. Deep in the forest, the men finally manage to bring down the giant blue centipede, though many of them get seriously banged up in the struggle. Working quickly, they scoop out its precious inner core and seal it in a box. The old man murmurs that now, at last, they can save his granddaughter. His son, thinking strategically, suggests that he and the uninjured warriors should head out to Sichuan ahead of the rest. Our protagonist reminds his father that resentment may run through blood, but gratitude is carved in stone, and they still have unfinished business in these mountains. The elder catches himself, realizing he almost made a mistake by focusing too much on Hwaiyan. He agrees that they should properly receive the junior as a guest, and declares it only right to grant whatever requests he makes. His son wholeheartedly agrees, adding that the injured warriors should remain in the village to recover while he goes to fetch the junior, figuring the kid will be curious about their destination anyway. Meanwhile, Sorrowing sits in his room, examining a cluster of eggs. He decides he will clean them up and line them beside his bed once he gets home. But when he wakes in the morning, our boy is surprised to find the eggs already hatched. He has his doubts about how fast this should happen, and certainly doesn't expect the newborn centipedes to pop out so soon. Many blue centipedes crawl across his head and shoulders, clinging to him as if he is their mother, and showing no intention of leaving him alone. Just the night before, our protagonist had encountered a new breed of centipede large enough to swallow him whole. Sneaking into the blue centipede's hideout, he managed to snatch the eggs, only to be ambushed by a bug the size of a human fist on his way out. He kicked it aside and saved 3 eggs, grateful that the rain had stopped, otherwise he might have lost them all. Tying the bag to his belt, he promised the little ones that Big Bro would give them a bath soon. Back in his room, he talks to the baby centipedes, admitting he has never seen a blue centipede before, but at least he managed to save what remains of their eggs. Their relentless clinging makes him wonder if they will ever let him go. He knows they won't need food until they shed twice, so feeding isn't an immediate concern, but having them stuck to him is an inconvenience. Thinking maybe a bath will persuade them to come off, he decides to test his theory. Morning arrives and the young stranger makes his way to Soryang's place, calling out to see if the kid is inside. He knocks on the door, calling him Junior, and after waiting a bit, steps into the room. His eyes land on shelves packed with herbs, jars, and what appear to be medicinal formulas, and he wonders if the kid is actually some kind of medicine prodigy. He reaches for a drawer, but hesitates, realizing it would be rude to snoop around in someone else's room. Deciding to come back later, he starts to leave but stops when he hears an insect noise. Curious, he glances around and realizes the sound is coming from a jar. Opening the lid, he finds a big black spider staring back at him, along with a lizard and a menagerie of other bugs. Some drawers even contain snakes, and he begins to wonder if Junior is breeding poisonous creatures. He knows that even the renowned Tang clan, famous for their expertise with poisons, have never managed to mass-produce toxins using eggs like this. Saving his daughter's life seems like a small victory now. The real prize is Junior himself. As he steps outside, he spots Soryang, who immediately asks what happened to his arm and whether he is hurt. Our protagonist dismisses the injury, insisting it is nothing serious, and says there is something more important to discuss. Before either of them can react, the main door explodes inward and a monster storms into the building. The warrior tells the kid to hide and charges at the creature, but it responds with a magical attack, blasting him back and injuring him badly. He realizes this monster is as powerful as his father. Shouting for Junior to run, he sees the creature grab our protagonist by the neck and lift him off the floor. Soryang cries out for help. The intruder sneers, explaining that he heard the Tang clan is on Hainan Island and came to investigate, only to find our boy of the Mando god wounded and alone. The warrior accuses the monster of bullying them both. The creature scoffs, asking if he can't recognize his ugly face and red cloak. He is the blood-handed Rakshasa, the same one who was defeated by the warrior's father. Recognition dawns on our protagonist. This is Tak, who is rumored to have fallen off a coastal cliff after being struck by a poison dart. Evidently Tak survived. The warrior begs him to let Junior go and take his life instead, insisting our boy is innocent. Tak merely laughs, vowing to butcher anyone associated with the Tang family. His grip tightens around Soryang's neck until he loses consciousness. Suddenly, 3 baby centipedes shoot from our boy's jacket and launch themselves at Tak, biting with such ferocity that he drops our boy to the ground. As Soryang comes to, he watches in awe as his centipedes bravely fight for him. Tak roars at them, mocking the tiny creatures, but within seconds the 3 little centipedes tear him apart and he collapses to the floor, defeated. The young warrior stands frozen, shocked by what he has witnessed. Junior's centipedes have killed the monster. He quickly recovers and declares that Junior should not just be treated as a guest, but must become part of the Sakandang family. A few days crawl by after Tak's death. The old man, Dang Kale-san, falls seriously ill and Soryang devotes his time to looking after him. The elder thanks our protagonist for staying and tending to him, but he reassures there's no need to worry and offers to fetch his companions if he'll just say where they're hiding. He knows leaving the old man alone isn't an option, but bringing in an outside doctor is out of the question. Dang insists he'll recover in a couple of days and tells our boy not to worry, but it's obvious his condition is serious. Soryang calls him out for downplaying it. Eventually, the elder admits he's actually a martial artist. Our boy wonders if he means the kind of wuxia masters who leap across rooftops and shoot energy from their palms. Elder Kale-san laughs and clarifies that not everyone is so flashy, but it's not far off from reality. Our boy thinks to himself that this world is on another level. Giant centipedes the size of houses roam the forests. After all, the old man, still half dead but determined, thanks him once more and insists on a proper introduction. He reveals his name as Dang Kale-san, head of the Sakandang family. Soryang introduces himself in return. Elder Kale-san comments that Little Dragon isn't a bad name, but quickly shifts gears and says he has a lot of questions. The kid invites him to go ahead and ask. Dang wastes no time, staring at the tiny creatures clinging to Soryang, and asks if they're really from the blue centipede. He confirms it and explains they're actually the centipede's offspring. The elder is astounded that our boy managed to tame them and shouts in disbelief, but he tells him to relax and not to strain himself. Elder Kale-san immediately wants to know where they were found and how they were tamed. He mentions seeing all manner of poisonous critters in the room while waiting and asks if our boy raised them all himself. Our protagonist says it's a long story and checks if the elder is up for hearing it all. Elder Kale-san urges him to continue, so Soryang starts from the beginning, explaining how he found and hatched the blue centipede eggs. Elder Kale-san asks if he really raised the eggs alone, and our boy reveals that he can even predict when they'll hatch. The elder demands to know how that's possible. In response, Soryang gets up, opens a drawer, and pulls out 2 lizards. He points to the first, explaining it's a normal joint lizard with yellow stripes down its body and white stripes near its tail. He then shows the second, explaining that by breeding lizards with thick white tail stripes, he managed to create this new color pattern. Elder Kale-san realizes this boy actually created a new look through selective breeding. Our boy asks if it isn't cool, and Dang, thinking bigger, wonders if he could breed only the most toxic ones together to create something even deadlier. Soryang admits that, in theory, it's possible as long as he knows which ones have the strongest venom, though it would be a massive project. Elder Kale-san presses further, asking if such breeding could really work. Calming down, he offers our protagonist a place in the Sakandang family, promising to teach him all their martial arts with no secrets and grant access to every herb, elixir, and poison available. With his talents, he could even try to hunt or raise the top 10 poisons in the entire Central Plains. The elder sweetens the deal, adding that if our boy isn't interested, he should know that one of the 3 great beauties of the Central Plains happens to be his daughter. Soryang nearly chokes at this, but Elder Kale-san insists that even though he's young, Those three beauties are renowned for a reason. Our boy is unmoved by talk of the daughter, and instead asks about the top 10 poisons, curious if they're as terrifying as the blue centipede. Elder Kale-san explains that while the centipede is powerful, it's only considered lower tier compared to the top 10. He describes scorpions as big as houses and golden frogs that glitter like treasure, insisting that whatever our boy imagines, the real thing is far more extraordinary. 2 days later, a guard bursts in, announcing that Bloodhand Rakshas attack has been sighted. Elder Kale-san says this could have caused a catastrophe, and explains that while he's been training in seclusion, he's just recently reached a level close to his own father's. One guard speculates that if their leader beat Tak, he must have reached the Mando realm, and another congratulates him. Elder Kale-san corrects them, revealing that he was not the one who killed Tak, it was Soryang, the young hero beside him. The soldiers are stunned, calling our boy a hero and thanking him for saving the Sakandang family head. They ask if he's some reincarnated spirit or legendary figure. Elder Kale-san asks him to show them directly, so our protagonist calls out to the baby centipedes under his shirt. 3 tiny ones crawl onto his shoulders, making the soldiers flinch and whisper to each other, wondering if these are the creatures that took down Tak Woon, and whether their venom is truly that deadly. They are awestruck by his abilities. Elder Kale-san announces to everyone that he plans to bring Soryang into the family. Although our boy says he's still thinking it over, one of the soldiers urges him not to let such an opportunity slip by. Elder Kale-san decides he should get up soon. He doesn't want to be late for what comes next. Our protagonist asks if the elder needs anything else. Elder Kale-san explains that Tak Woon practiced a martial art called Bloodhand Poison Claws, a twisted and evil technique that requires human blood and bone marrow to master. Soryang thinks it's a horrifying method. Elder Kale-san says that if Tak left behind a secret manual or any disciples, they must deal with them to keep this dark art from resurfacing. He orders his men to help any captives they find. Finally, the elder asks if Soryang can help as well, since he's probably familiar with Haenamdu's geography. Our boy thinks to himself that joining this family is a lifetime commitment. Normally, you'd get a feel for a company during an internship and figure out what the boss is like first. He tells Elder Kale-san he understands and promises to help as soon as he's feeling better. Elder Kale-san praises his decision, and Soryang remarks that saving lives is the least he can do. In his mind, he resolves to use this journey to find out exactly what kind of family the Seishandong really are. After all, anyone competent knows to conduct their own reverse interviews. 3 days pass since Elder Kale-san regains his strength, and now he and his companions wander through villages near the deserted Taoist temples, searching for any clue about Tak, the blood fiend. They question villagers about recent disappearances, but the local elder only shrugs, saying that every year 1 or 2 people vanish in the jungle, but there's never been any mass vanishing or widespread panic. He assures them it's no trouble to help, and considers it an honor to assist the renowned Seishandong clan leader. They leave the village empty-handed once again. As they walk away, Soryang grumbles that this place was as unhelpful as the last. The clan leader admits he assumed Tak would be lurking somewhere nearby after showing himself, but finding him is proving difficult. One companion finds the whole situation unsettling, wondering aloud how it's even possible for someone to disappear without a trace. Suddenly a memory surfaces. He recalls something Tak shouted during his appearance. He asks if his leader remembers the words, but our boy admits his memory is foggy and asks him to recall instead. Slowly piecing it together, Soryang remembers that Tak said he'd heard the Seishandong clan had arrived on Hainan Island. He reasons aloud that this means someone must have tipped Tak off about their arrival. Elder Kale-san grimly agrees, saying they now have to track down every place the clan has visited on the island. The protagonist suggests using a sketch montage or facial composite to find the culprit, noting that if the blood fiend had information, it must have come from an eyewitness. They set out immediately for Hainan Island. Soon after, one of Elder Kale-san's soldiers reports that a nearby village fits their description and is likely where the female tribe resides. He tells his men that if the young warrior's information is right, this tribe shouldn't pose any problems. Soryang agrees. As they reach the village, they see many Han people living there. Elder Kale-san wonders aloud what the Han are doing in the female tribe's territory. He steps forward, introducing himself as the Seishandong clan leader from Sichuan, and explains that they are searching for Tak. Our protagonist immediately senses something amiss. The atmosphere feels heavy, the villagers look frail and sickly, and even the children seem exhausted and lifeless. He notices villagers lying off to the side, half-conscious and zombie-like. A terrified old man steps forward, insisting they know nothing about any missing people and that their village is just fine, begging them to leave. Elder Kale-san looks around, Noting that for the number of houses here, there are far too few people, the elder snaps, saying it's none of the Han's business and ordering them to go. Elder Kaleson asks if he wasn't told the female tribe treats Han folk kindly. Suddenly, a little girl named May collapses onto the ground. The old man sobs, calling her his only family and wondering how she too has succumbed to the mysterious illness. The clan leader tells the elder that he has some medical knowledge and offers to examine the girl. The old man asks what kind of Central Plains medicine he knows. Elder Kaleson clarifies that although he isn't a physician by trade, he knows quite a bit about medicine, and asks permission to check the girl. Desperate, the elder begs him to help, explaining that a strange illness has swept through the village, children are dying, and even the strong are wasting away. Our boy kneels beside May to examine her condition. The elder thanks him and urges everyone to stop gawking and let the doctor and his companions inside. As they enter the house, Soryang asks Elder Kaleson if he practices medicine as well. The older man explains that Seikendang martial arts revolve around poison, so antidotes and medical techniques are essential knowledge. Their training begins with understanding the human body, making medicine part of their skills. Our protagonist reflects that he always thought the Seikendang were just poison-wielding assassins, but now he sees there's far more depth. Learning about medicine alongside poisons could be incredibly useful. Elder Kaleson mentions that sometimes they even test poisons on criminals to observe the effects. Inside, the clan leader tells his group that for now, he's infused some of his inner energy into May to stabilize her. The old man begs him not to stop, saying May is all he has left. Elder Kaleson concentrates on her pulse, sensing something strange, and asks if she has always had a weak heart. The elder says her symptoms only started half a year ago, and that other villagers have begun showing similar weakness. He further explains that they call it a strange illness, which is why he told the guests to leave earlier. Soryang says he'll write a prescription for a heart-strengthening remedy and asks if he can gather all the villagers. He intends to try to treat them all. That night, as they walk through the dimly lit village streets, one of the Seikendang soldiers, Pai, comments that their leader worked himself to exhaustion checking on patients all day. Pai asks about the patient's condition. Elder Kaleson replies that the symptoms are bizarre: tiredness, puffy eyes, weak pulses, and low fevers. The more severe cases all involve heart problems. The clan leader then asks Pai about the young warrior. Pai answers that Soryang spent the day helping out and was so tired he let him rest in one of the rooms. Noting that our protagonist, despite not being trained in martial arts, gives everything he's got, Elder Kaleson decides to check on him since they're close by. When he enters the room, he finds our boy asleep on the bed. Without warning, the Seikendang chief storms in and lands a brutal slap across Soryang's face. The blow is so fierce that for a moment, he loses all sense of place, his head spinning as he tries to comprehend why his leader would strike him out of nowhere. After receiving a brutal slap, Soryang sits off to the side, rubbing his cheek and asking what that was for, mumbling that it really stings. Elder Kaleson quickly apologizes, explaining that he saw a bug crawling across our protagonist's face and instinctively tried to snatch it away. He says he was only passing through for a quick check before heading to bed when the bug swooped down and landed right on the kid's cheek. Lifting the wriggling insect to show him, the man points out just how massive it is and notes that Hainan is crawling with poisonous creatures he's never even heard of. Recovering from the sting, Soryang asks if all the patients shared different symptoms but had one thing in common: arrhythmia. Elder Kaleson confirms it, and our boy then declares that this strange illness spreading through the village is the work of this very bug. He calls it a kissing bug, explaining that it belongs to the assassin bug family and earned its name because it feeds on human blood near the eyes or lips while people are asleep. He describes its stealthiness, saying it makes mosquitoes look like amateurs, and reveals that it's also called the vampire bug, or assassin bug. Although the insect itself isn't venomous, its gut is packed with dangerous parasites, so when it bites, it leaves behind infectious material. Soryang explains that this causes trypanosomiasis, Chagas disease, one of the deadliest animal-borne illnesses for humans. He lays out all these grim details in front of Elder Kaleson and the village elder, then asks if any dogs in the village have shown symptoms similar to the sick villagers, such as difficulty breathing. The old man, anxious, asks if the bug is truly to blame. Soryang confirms it's almost certainly the culprit. The elder begs to know if there's any hope for saving his granddaughter, and our boy assures him that with the right medicine, there's a strong chance. Elder Kaleson then seeks Pei's opinion on this assessment. Pei admits he's finally seeing our boy's worth as a junior. Elder Kaleson explains to everyone that the Sakandang family specializes in something called gu, an ancient poison sorcery from the Central Plains, where ruthless practitioners would feed insects to humans to inflict pain or bend their will. He admits Gu is impressive but terrifying, recounting tales of martial artists who lost everything to it, some killing their own children, others turning into puppets for their enemies. While the elder breaks down in tears, Elder Kaleson continues, explaining that generations of martial artists have struggled to create an antidote for Guyu. He asks where our boy thinks such a remedy would originate, then answers himself. From the Sakandang family, of course. They possess a poison-melting essence strong enough to dissolve even a fist-sized Gu, so an invisible parasite should be no problem. Turning back to the old man, he urges him not to lose hope, promising that his granddaughter can still be saved. Not long after, starting with the chief's granddaughter, the villagers begin to recover, regaining their strength and vitality. The elder is overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face as he sees his beloved granddaughter healthy again. Their relief and endless thanks are a welcome bonus, and Soryang notices that this gratitude only confirms the Sakandang's reputation for both danger and mercy. Elder Kaleson, seeing how things played out, gives him all the credit, telling the villagers that it was our boy who uncovered the truth. Everyone bows their heads in thanks, and our protagonist, though recognizing the medicine came from Sakandang, feels a swell of pride at the recognition. Later, the old chief approaches Elder Kaleson with a question about something he mentioned at the village entrance. He reminds him that he was looking for places where people had gone missing, and explains he wants to repay their kindness. He's asked around and discovered some strange stories. Among the village women, there's one who married in from another town, and back in her hometown, people began vanishing one by one a few years ago. The elder shares that it's a small village to the west. When Elder Kaleson and his men arrive, a terrible stench of rot hits them before they even get close. Soon, they find countless human bodies scattered across the ground, corpse poison spreading everywhere. Suddenly, they spot a huge bird tearing apart a snake. One of the men, disgusted, grabs a rock, declaring they can't let the beast keep desecrating the dead. He hurls it, but Elder Kaleson stops him before he does more. The stone misses, and the startled bird flutters away. That's when they notice the skulls of the corpses have melted into sludge. In a grave voice, Elder Kaleson warns his team that what they're facing is a poison bird. They rush back to their village, and as everyone gathers, Elder Kaleson begins describing the creature they encountered. He explains that when the poison bird spreads its wings, it stretches a full 5 feet, its sharp bronze beak and deep purple feathers glinting ominously. He tells them that whenever this bird flares up in anger, the land around it decays into a dead, poison wasteland. Everything, even the dirt, turns toxic. He points out the golden crown perched atop the bird's head, declaring that it radiates the aura of a true ruler. He names the beast, the poison bird. Soryang just stares, processing what he's heard, before blurting out if that creature could be one of the 10 deadly poisons. The leader nods, revealing that this bird isn't just one of the 10, it's the absolute peak, the so-called king of all venomous beings, the poison bird. Compared to it, every snake and poisonous animal on Earth seems harmless. He calls it a living biohazard. Elder Kaleson explains that the poison bird likely appeared because of the venomous snakes swarming the area. Legend has it, the bird only eats the heads of the deadliest snakes it finds. Pai asks if sightings of the poison bird are common. The master shakes his head, saying that seeing one in a lifetime is almost impossible, maybe once every 100 years. Our boy wonders aloud if the poison bird could ever be caught. Elder Kaleson asks if he's actually thinking about capturing it, and the kid admits he is, although he knows it would be unbelievably dangerous. The clan head, recognizing Soryang's obsession with the 10 deadly poisons, admits there might be a way. He explains that anyone who fully masters the Tang clan's poison techniques gains immunity to 10,000 poisons. Even the poison bird's toxins wouldn't hurt them. Only the Tang clan's martial arts can stand up to such poisons, but there's a catch. Those secret techniques are never taught to outsiders. Even if he wanted to break the rules, he couldn't as clan head. The protagonist asks what happens if he joins the clan, if he could truly gain that immunity and survive the bird's toxin. Elder Kaleson tells him if he decides quickly, he'll teach him generously and even throw in some gifts, but warns that if he waits too long, he might change his mind. With little real choice left, Soryang declares that he'll do it. He'll become part of the Tang clan, entrusting his fate to his new master. Elder Kaleson accepts him as a clan member, formally declaring that he now belongs to their clan forever. The next day, they return to the area, and one of the men hands Elder Kaleson a blood-stained book found inside the cave. He inspects it, recognizing the text written in blood, and guesses it's the secret venomous blood manual. After scanning through it, he orders his men to prepare for their return. Our protagonist wonders aloud if they're finally heading back to Sichuan. Elder Kaleson confirms, explaining that with both the blue centipede's inner core and the secret manual secured, it's time to go home. The kid asks if he can stop by the Taoist temple first to release his friends, meaning his collection of insects. Elder Kaleson agrees and reminds him to pack his belongings as well. As they're leaving, Sorion spots something in the cave and quickly alerts his master. Together they find a poisoned bird feather. Elder Kaleson, using gloves, carefully picks it up and places it in a box, handing it to Wei as a welcome gift for joining the clan, adding that he seemed particularly interested in the poisoned bird. Our boy thanks him for the present. Elder Kaleson says he's pleased, but the way Wei addresses him still feels off, hinting that things will change after the formal initiation. Sorion realizes there will be an official ceremony to mark his entry into the clan. Meanwhile, back in Sichuan, Elder Kaleson's father, the Grand Elder Tang Muzong, finally returns after being away. Exhausted and unwell, the first thing he asks about is his granddaughter's condition. Her name is Huayan, or Yun. His servants inform him she's still hanging on. The elder rushes to the palace and enters Yun's room, where doctors hover around her bed. He quickly tells his daughter-in-law that he's brought the medicine, handing her the box containing the blue centipede's inner core. She breaks down in tears of relief. Tang turns to Yun, telling her they nearly lost her, but he's grateful he made it back in time. Gently, he places the inner core in her mouth, and everyone waits anxiously while her mother prays by her side. Elsewhere, Elder Kaleson and his party begin their long journey home. Wei, riding on one of the men's backs, marvels at how vast the Central Plains truly are. From Hainan, they take a boat to Qinzhou, then travel through Nanning, and after nearly a month on the road, finally reach Sichuan. As they approach the palace, Pei points out the Tang clan's mountain, which dominates the landscape. When the gates open, a massive crowd pours out to welcome their master home. The sheer number of people makes our boy nervous, and he wonders if they're all members of the Tang clan. Among the crowd, he spots a girl in a red royal dress racing toward Elder Kaleson, tears streaming down her face as she calls out to him. Her father, Sorion, is stunned to see Yun alive as she throws herself into Elder Kaleson's arms. The clan head gently introduces him to his daughter, telling her this is the kid he's been talking about. She looks at our boy and asks if he's the one who smells like herbs. Elder Kaleson answers with a laugh, saying he's practically a grasshopper. They stare at each other, and our protagonist recalls Elder Kaleson mentioning the three great beauties of the Central Plains and his own daughter, the pieces finally falling into place. She is the lone daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan, known throughout the martial world as the poisonous flower, Tang Yun. Since childhood, her life has been anything but easy. As for her true abilities, Sorion still isn't quite sure. Young Weiyun, overhearing two clan elders gossiping, hears one suggest that they should just marry her off to a decent man, while the other scoffs, asking why the master would want to take a concubine, expressing confusion over the old man's opposition. That's when it sinks in for her. Her parents weren't wrong about how the world saw her. Determined to prove herself, she resolves to master every martial art her clan can offer, to show that even if she wasn't born a son, she can still bring honor to their name. But everyone knows that rushing only invites disaster. Her impatience ends up attracting inner demons, ruining her cultivation and causing a major energy deviation. She falls gravely ill. While she lies sick, her mother gently tells her that she's just happy her daughter is alive. The girl bursts into tears, whispering an apology, feeling as if her dreams of being useful to the clan have crumbled. She's lost every bit of her inner energy. Her grandfather, seeing her tears, wonders if she's apologizing for worrying him and her father so much. He asks if she realizes that she's finally reached the white poison realm she always dreamed of. He tells her to stop crying and start celebrating. When she hears mention of the white poison realm, she glances at her right hand, noticing a mystical spirit mark. Curious, she asks about it, and the old man replies that there is something important she should know. He explains that a certain junior not only saved her life, but also helped her surpass white poison, achieving the rare, celestial poison inner energy. Now, in the present, Huayun stands face to face with Soruang, her father watching closely. Our protagonist, embarrassed, realizes he probably insulted the clan master's daughter by calling her some random weed while high on the 10 deadly poisons. He greets her formally, calling her young lady, and introduces himself properly, saying he'd heard she'd been unwell and is glad to see her healthy. She thanks him sincerely for saving her life, promising never to forget his kindness. Her father turns to Soruang, asking what he thinks of his daughter, then teases Yun, asking if she's still just a weed in our boy's eyes. He compares her to a pretty rose and asks if our boy would like to pick her. Later, while soaking in the royal bath, Sorrowing notices the 3 baby centipedes crawling around in their box nearby. He warns them that hot water is bad for them, but wonders aloud if they want to join him. When they actually crawl in, as if understanding, he remembers Master Elder Kilson mentioning they react to killing intent. He tells them it's not polite to stare so boldly at someone who's naked. He thinks back to the old man who once called these bugs spirits and decides he'll ask what it means later. Despite the bath, Sorrowing can't calm down, Uncle Elder Kilson's words about Yun still echoing in his mind, teasing him about picking that rose. Feeling restless, our boy gets out of the tub. Morning arrives, and Elder Kilson announces to his family that they'll be giving the East Ear room to the junior. Old Man Tang looks at his son, asking if the kid is truly that gifted. Elder Kilson confirms it, explaining that while they thought luck had favored them, the real blessing was Sorrowing himself. He tells his father our boy's knowledge of poisons is unparalleled. Not only did he kill Tak, but he also faced a spirit like the poison bird, and personally hatched the rare blue centipede's egg. The elder laughs, realizing they failed to see the treasure sitting right under their noses, and Elder Kilson agrees. Turning to Hwayun, Elder Kilson asks if she would consider taking Sorrowing as her husband. She freezes, looks at her father, and says that if he must be her husband, but her words trail off. She remembers achieving the celestial poison realm, a stage beyond white poison, and still wants to prove she can bring even greater honor to the clan. She tells her father that as a Tang daughter, she understands his intentions, but she needs to see for herself if this boy is worthy of her. With that, she leaves the table. As she runs, Hwayun thinks about all she's been through to reach the celestial poison realm. If she stops now, she knows the elders will never truly accept her. She swears to test Sorrowing's worth herself. Meanwhile, our protagonist sits alone, wondering what he should do next. He worries he may have gotten off on the wrong foot with the daughter of a powerful clan, and he's unsure what her father will do. Suddenly, Hwayun bursts into the room calling his name. Their eyes meet, and she apologizes, saying she needs a quick word. She explains she's in a hurry and asks if he would give her his hand for a second. Sorrowing hesitates, saying maybe they should get to know each other first, that there's usually some kind of procedure for things like this. She looks at him in confusion, and he tells her it's fine, offering his hand. She only wants to check his pulse, and since her request came out of nowhere, she understands why he might have taken it the wrong way. Sorrowing admits he was completely clueless about the situation. She apologizes for barging in without warning and for any rudeness. Gently, she reminds him he's still a junior and underage, but since he seems sharp, she decides to let him in on what's really happening. The story she shares sounds like it's ripped straight from a medieval drama. As the direct heir of her clan, Hwayun is constantly targeted by side branches scheming against her. The clan decided the best way to secure their lineage is by finding her a strong husband. Our boy realizes that she's even considered how her status might change once he joins her family. She apologizes again and tells him there's something she needs to confirm, promising that even if things don't go his way, she'll always treat him kindly. After all, he saved her life and will always be honored as their benefactor. She even muses that maybe he should be treated like a sworn sibling instead. Reassured, So Riang stretches out his hand and tells her to go ahead. She places her fingers lightly on his wrist, checking his pulse. As she does, she explains that the Tang clan's martial arts aren't for just anyone. Some can train in poison arts by absorbing toxins, while others can't handle it at all. She goes on to say that mastering Tang poison techniques means absorbing poisons as your inner energy grows. Still holding his wrist, she observes that he's lucky. His body can handle poison arts, though it seems he can only absorb 10 different types. That's impressive for an outsider. He has a 10 poison body. She tells him bluntly that this puts him on par with first-class fighters, about as far as anyone without extraordinary talent could ever go. She apologizes again, stands, and quietly excuses herself. Left behind, our protagonist sits stunned as he realizes he actually possesses a 10 poison body. The weight of it hits him. Maybe that means he can never capture a divine beast, and that stings, given how much it meant to him. Later that evening, while Hwayun bathes, she ponders how, ever since swallowing the blue centipede's inner core, her body gives off a strange smell. No matter how thoroughly she scrubs herself, the scent won't fade. She wonders if it's karma for the harsh words she spoke to the man who saved her life. Meanwhile, Sorang dreams. In his dream, Hwayun appears before him, kneeling and thanking him for his kindness. She tells him this is a dream, but also not quite a dream. She's taken the girl's form to avoid scaring him. She reveals she's actually the mother of the blue centipede children. He is stunned. She's been with him this whole time. He notices 3 tiny toadling girls standing nearby, all female, and asks how she's appearing in his dream. She explains that after she was brutally killed and left her children behind, her resentment anchored her soul to her inner core, which is how she ended up inside the girl who consumed it, cursing her from within. But now, she's found a way to let go of her grudge, appearing before him because he came with her children. He thanks her and admits he was the one who exposed her location, even if unintentionally. She tells him that, if he feels any guilt, he could grant her a request. Poor boy promises to fulfill whatever she asks. She gestures to her children, asking him to look after them until they're fully grown. He considers it, recalling that poisonous centipedes usually become independent after shedding twice. She clarifies that her kind is different. Until her babies shed twice, they must remain close to their mother's inner core to absorb its energy. After that, they'll survive by feeding on the life force of other living things. He wonders if that means the babies must stay close to Hwaiyan, since she absorbed the inner core. He confirms this, reminding him she said she was cursing the girl. The inner core is why Hwaiyan's body now emits such a foul stench. She tells him the curse was meant to keep men away from Hwaiyan, making it impossible for her to bear children. To lift it, the children must freely absorb the energy from her inner core. She also wishes that Soryang might win the girl's heart along the way. He protests, saying he can't take advantage of her tragic situation, and she calls him a righteous man. She asks what he intends to do about all this, warning that getting the inner cores of all 10 deadly poisons is now basically impossible, since Hwaiyan already absorbed hers. He says he has an idea, and asks if she's interested. He tells her to trust him. He's certain it will all work out. The next day, Hwaiyan comes to see him. He explains everything, and she finally understands why her body has reeked ever since absorbing the blue centipede's core. He tells her that if she lets the toadlings attach to her every few days to feed on the energy, the smell will gradually disappear. She hesitates, asking if that's really all he wants, since he could have demanded so much more. Our protagonist insists he can't take advantage of a desperate woman just to get ahead. She understands, but says she can't keep accepting his kindness for nothing, and she'll seriously consider her father's words as well. Seeing him makes her realize there may be things more valuable than talent or martial prowess. Soryang says he's been thinking, if his body can only handle 10 poisons, then maybe he should fill those 10 slots with the poisons of the 10 deadly types. She is left stunned, realizing he's willing to become the strongest in the world just for her. For the first time, a man has confessed to her so boldly, and she is speechless. She eyes him, incredulous, and asks if he even understands what he's saying. Soryang admits he really doesn't. Hwaiyan lays it out honestly. This road he's suggesting isn't just hard. It's brutal, a path that could swallow 10 or 20 years, or even his whole life. He wonders aloud if it's truly that extreme. She reminds him that he's only 15. In 3 years, he'll be of marriageable age. If within those 3 years, he manages to take down even one of the 10 deadly creatures, that will be enough to convince her. If he can do that, he really has a shot at marriage. Without waiting for a reply, she jumps to her feet, tosses a quick goodbye over her shoulder, and bolts away. He calls her name, and she turns, expecting more. Our boy reminds her about her ongoing treatment, urging her to stay for one more session before she goes. He reassures her there's nothing to worry about. His little pets don't bite. He gently tells the centipede babies to go to their mom instead of their dad, which makes her smile as she takes them. Meanwhile, Elder Cheol-san and his family gather at the dinner table, discussing the day's developments. Despite the kids' incredible talents, Elder Cheol-san admits it wasn't enough to fully win over their daughter's heart. The old man asks if he saw them together that morning. He thinks there was something between them. Her mother chimes in, suggesting that Hwaiyan might have turned him down. The grandfather says forcing a marriage never works. It's better if true feelings grow naturally. Her mother proposes assigning Hwaiyan to oversee the training. Spending more time together might help strengthen their bond. Elder Cheol-san agrees. Chan adds that he'll ask Elder Physician Yi to help strengthen our boy's foundation, and if his potential is lacking, they'll try to raise it. Elder Cheol-san warns that it doesn't always work, even with Yoon, so he shouldn't expect miracles. The old man agrees. Suddenly, a knock interrupts them. Yoon's voice calls from outside, announcing her arrival. The family exchanges puzzled glances as her father tells her to come in. She steps into the dining room, surprised to find everyone gathered. She announces she has something important to say. Instantly, everyone is alert and curious. She boldly declares that she's decided to follow her father's suggestion. Her father, confused, asks her to clarify. Her mother wonders if our boy has won her heart. Yoon just smiles. Her father presses, wanting to know why the sudden change of heart. She explains that Soryang swore he'd become the greatest in the world for her sake. The old man laughs, saying the kid is certainly ambitious. Yoon clarifies for her mother that, while she's willing to accept him in her heart, marriage will only happen if he manages to catch even one of the 10 deadly creatures before coming of age. She asks her mother if she thinks our protagonist even understood her answer. Her father jokes that maybe she should have made it 3 creatures instead. Her mother says men usually don't pick up on such signals. Yoon considers whether she should spell it out more clearly, but her mother tells her that if he doesn't realize he's already been accepted, he'll just work even harder. The grandfather says that, for now, they'll treat Soryang as a son-in-law, but keep things unofficial. He believes that with all the effort he's showing, he'll naturally become part of their family. That night, in his dream, the centipede mother praises our boy, calling him truly remarkable. She asks if he realizes he's already won Hwayun's heart. He says it all comes down to pure grit. She smiles and tells him this is her last day. Now her resentment is gone, and her soul is ready to move on. She informs him that the pill inside Yoon's body is almost dissolved. Before she departs, she offers to grant one last request if it's within her power. He hesitates, then asks if he can see her true form. She teases him, thinking he's just another man with predictable desires, and begins slipping off her dress. He quickly stops her, clarifying that isn't what he meant. He just wants to see the blue pattern venomous orb. She understands and, in an instant, her body morphs back into her original form, the enormous centipede. Soryang marvels at her sheer size and asks if he can touch her. She allows it. He runs his fingers along her shell, wondering if it's waterproof and how such a huge creature keeps its joints moving. He figures she probably steps where her front legs have already landed. He asks if he can touch her legs too, then questions how deadly her venom really is, whether she relies on sight or uses her antennae to sense the world. Finally, he admits he wants to touch her venom fangs just once. She warns him of the danger, but he reminds her she did promise to grant any request. As his fingers brush against her fangs, he instantly senses their extraordinary power, unlike anything he's ever felt before. That morning, Soryang finds himself sitting down with the Tang family for breakfast. Elder Chaelson casually mentions that his daughter has declared him their son-in-law now. Our boy looks up, meaning to ask about the mysterious 3-year waiting period, but her father answers first, stating the wedding will happen when they're both adults. He tries to clarify, but before he can, her mother chimes in, calling him son-in-law and introducing herself as his mother-in-law. Then her grandfather adds that now Yoon's future husband is decided, only good things lie ahead for the clan. The kid wonders if they're simply accepting this engagement as a done deal. He bows his head politely, saying he'll be in their care from now on. Her father says they should get started right away. Dang tells him there's something he needs to see before beginning training in the Tang family's poison techniques. That piques his curiosity. Wayne excitedly begins explaining the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, saying he's going to love it. The entire family moves together toward the hall, with her adding that everyone's been eagerly awaiting this day. Tang explains that when a family member enters the Hall of 10,000 Poisons for the first time, it's tradition for the whole clan to witness it. Doryung refers to the old man as grandfather now, and admits he's really looking forward to it. Hearing the name, the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, he wonders if it literally holds 10,000 types of poison. Her father teases him not to stare too much at his daughter, warning he'll wear out her face, and reminds him that she's his woman now. In truth, our protagonist had just zoned out, not thinking about her at all. Yoon's mother tells him to mind his steps so he doesn't bump into anything, and soon they arrive at a massive building guarded by 3 men. Yoon bows deeply to Tang, respectfully greeting him as the esteemed elder. The old man announces he's brought his grandson-in-law to see the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, and orders the gates opened. The guards do so immediately. Dang points out the gate itself is made from iron mined by southern barbarians near the Gano River, and just opening it is considered a great honor. The 2 guards pushing it slump to the sides, exhausted. Inside, Hwayun gestures around, telling Soryang that this is the vault where the Tang family stores every single poison they own. The elder warns him not to touch anything on impulse. He asks if this really is the main chamber of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Seeing countless rows of jars, he wonders if they're all filled with medicines. The elder corrects him. These are all different poisons, paralysis poisons, sleeping poisons, and many more. Then he suggests Hwayun continue the explanation, saying their son-in-law would enjoy hearing it from her. Hwayun grabs his hand and leads him to another section, pointing out a jar containing mountain-emptying poison, the most feared by martial artists. Just inhaling a bit will shut down a person's inner energy, leaving them helpless. She warns him to be extremely careful with it. She continues, telling him about serving palm poison, soul-extinguishing poison, fiery blood poison, and 7 treasures soul-splitting poison. She says they're all strong, but the most terrifying poison of the Tang family is something else entirely. She hands him a tiny bean. Soryang thinks it looks like a tiger bean, but she explains that aside from the poisons of the 10 deadly substances, this one is the most powerful, the castor bean. He immediately thinks of ricin, a toxin deadly at just 2 milligrams, infamously used to assassinate a Bulgarian dissident during the Cold War, a substance said to be 100,000 times deadlier than cyanide. Huayan explains that this poison comes closest to the Tang family's ideal, colorless, odorless, tasteless, and intangible. That's why it's called the golden poison, the rarest and most precious of all. Killings done with it are called golden killings. She reminds him that the strongest poison isn't the one that causes the most pain, it's the one that kills quietly and with certainty. This, she says, is the ultimate goal of the Tang family's poison arts, silent and sure. Our boy realizes this is what they mean by the lineage of golden killing. Her father then says that's enough for today, and suggests they go see the poisonous creatures he's been eager to check out. The kid perks up at the mention of poisonous creatures. The old man offers to put him in charge of managing them, promising the family will provide everything he needs. Soryang realizes they're essentially offering to fund his passion. Just as they're about to head out, a guard rushes up to Tang, urgently asking him to come to Hyanmo Hall immediately. Elder Kyeolseon asks what's wrong, and the guard explains it's about the elders. He wonders if these are the collateral branch elders Huayun mentioned before. The guard, Pai, tells Tang there are 2 pressing matters. First, the medicine sent to the Lord of Sichuan isn't working, and an angry complaint letter has arrived. Second, there's an issue concerning the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The old man realizes rumors are already spreading. Tang tells our protagonist to come with him, and they hurry to Hyanmo Hall, where the elders are waiting. As soon as they arrive, one elder shouts, demanding to know how Tang could make such an important decision alone. Another protests, asking how he could marry their precious Hyan to an orphan no one knows. Elder Kyeolseon demands to know if they're insulting his son-in-law. Tang firmly states he made the decision himself, and asks if they have a problem. The elders plead with him to reconsider, saying he can't hand over management of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to an outsider whose abilities are unproven. Our boy, seeing the tension rise, steps forward, saying he doesn't mean to interfere, but since they're questioning his skills, would they be satisfied if he demonstrated them? He offers, for example, to solve the problem currently troubling the Lord of Sichuan. Yun asks what he's planning to do. Soryang admits he's not usually one to step forward, but if they're trying to disrupt his peace, he's not going to sit back and let it slide. All eyes in the hall fix on Wei. The elders immediately flare up, one snapping at him to explain what gives him the right to interrupt their discussion, demanding to know who he thinks he is. Another shouts about the letter from the 4 Heavenly Sect, questioning if he even grasps the seriousness of what he's talking about. They grumble at Tang, too, complaining that someone with no backing can't just waltz in and voice opinions as if he belongs. One even asks if he's really planning to marry his daughter into a more prestigious family. That's when Soryang's mind clears. He finally understands these elders. Memories of his past life as spicy fable flicker through his head. The streams, millions of subscribers, thousands of viewers, and trolls attacking him almost daily. Staring at the elders, our boy tells them directly that since they don't recognize him as Tang's son-in-law, by their rules, he's still just a guest. He reminds them he saved Lady Huayan, the Tang family's precious daughter, and captured Hio intact to protect their leader's life. He asks if it's really tradition here to insult a guest and savior. Compared to internet trolls, their attacks seem almost cute. The elders exchange uneasy glances. After a moment, one admits they spoke hastily and that their words were wrong. Another asks if he really said Hio and Tak's names, wondering if he truly defeated them. Tang confirms it without hesitation and produces the poisonous blood sect's secret manual as proof. They lean in, recognizing the blood-stained pages, and realize it's genuine. Tang then tells our protagonist to show them the centipedes. Following his father-in-law's cue, Soryang opens his hands to reveal the tiny, wriggling centipede babies. The elders stare at the yellow insects crawling in his palms. Tang explains that these are the children of the blue centipede, personally raised by his son-in-law, and asks if they believe these little ones killed Tak. One elder asks if this young hero can actually control the centipedes. Tang jokes that if they don't recognize him as family, maybe they'll settle for young hero instead. Laughing, Soryang tells the centipedes not to bite, unless the elders want to end up like Tak. Instantly, their attitude flips, scrambling to insist they've never denied him. Another mutters about a procedure, but since he ignores it, he reports the matter to the clan head. Tang tells them to leave his grandson-in-law out of it, and wonders why he can't just participate in Manjajan. One elder objects that Soryang isn't officially family, so they can't entrust Manjajan to a kid who's not even an adult. The others agree. Tang proposes another way, and asks if our boy is willing to prove himself. He agrees immediately, saying he'll demonstrate his worth to the Tang sect, their way. He declares he'll use poison. All the elders stiffen, staring at him in shock, and ask if he plans to poison the Tang Lord, warning him not to kill their leader, as it's only supposed to be medicinal. Tang quietly asks what he's planning. They soon realize he's just toying with them. Soryang thinks to himself that poison is practically the clan's brand anyway. The next day, he stands at Tang's side as the old man explains that a test is a test. Starting today, he'll begin training in the sect's martial art, Odok. Soryang wonders if this means physical training. The elder nods, explaining that the body naturally adapts during martial arts, and their sect only teaches skills proven effective in real life. Opening a wooden box, he shows him a collection of throwing weapons, needles, arrows, stones, powders, and swords, explaining that while there are many others, these 5 categories cover the essentials. He asks which is the easiest to handle. Soryang studies the weapons and guesses daggers or throwing blades. The old man agrees, then asks which is hardest. Our boy thinks, then guesses powder, wondering if it's difficult to sprinkle. The elder says the needle is actually the hardest weapon. He asks if it's because it's so tiny and thin, making it tricky to throw. The old man adds that one must always remember where each needle lands. He demonstrates, picking up a brush, plucking its bristles, and tossing them in the air. The hairs fall, embedding in the ground like steel needles. Soryang is stunned. Those soft hairs pierce the earth like spikes. Tang explains the family's secret technique, Wu, which scatters hundreds or thousands of needles to trap enemies, forcing them to fight within a zone filled with hidden threats. With so many needles scattered, Tang says, there's barely any room to step, making it critical to memorize every placement. Our protagonist asks if he's supposed to remember every single one, even if enemies deflect them. The old man nods. In Odok, memorizing at least 100 is expected. When he was young, he could recall 1,000. After the training, Soryang collapses, exhausted. Hwayun arrives wearing a protective suit and asks about his progress. He wonders about her outfit. She explains she's preparing to catch a pumpkin bee. He offers to help her find one, puts on his own suit, and asks if she knows where the hive is. She says she's already found it nearby. She also asks if he's read the letter from Lord Chilson. He says he has. She wonders if, as a teenager, he truly understands it. Soryang assures her he does. It's about men's vital issues. Before he can elaborate, she cuts him off, thinking he knows too much for his age. In reality, he knows Chilson's problem is impotence. She finds his knowledge suspicious for someone so young. Suddenly Hwayun dashes into the forest and he follows. Soon she stops at some rocks, saying they've arrived. She asks what a small bee's nest has to do with anything. He explains that although they came to find the pumpkin bee, they're not actually going to catch it. She's confused. He tells her the venomous insect they seek lives inside the bee nest. She asks if there's really a poisonous insect living among bees. He peers between the rocks and tells her they're lucky. It's here today. Using 2 thin sticks, he gently extracts it. She asks if this is the creature they're after. He confirms it is, not the pumpkin bee, and that this little insect will solve Chilson's worries. As her curiosity sharpens as she eyes the unusual bug, her interest piqued by its presence, Soryang begins to explain, labeling the insect a yellow burn beetle. He clarifies that while this beetle, caught at the bumblebee nest, is called the yellow burn beetle in Sichuan, Koreans simply refer to it as a blister beetle. She wants to know if the beetles that live inside bumblebee nests really behave in the way he suggests. And our boy responds, elaborating that blister beetles in general have incredibly strange breeding habits. He continues his explanation, pointing out that for most insects, laying eggs is an orderly affair. Some stick around to guard them, while others make sure to prepare the spot so the eggs hatch without issues. Yoon asks him where these beetles lay their eggs, and he tells her bluntly that they drop them wherever they please. Most people assume that dumping all the eggs in one place is a sign of at least some parental care, but if the larvae manage to hatch, they immediately crawl to the highest point they can find. Once they reach the top, the larvae pull off a bizarre trick, clustering together to mimic the appearance of a flower. A female bumblebee, fooled by this strange disguise and thinking she has found petals, flies over. Before she even realizes the deception, the larvae leap onto her, and with that, the bumblebee's nest becomes the perfect nursery for the beetle larvae. Our protagonist admits that he isn't entirely sure why this scheme targets bumblebees specifically, but it seems that their nests offer ideal conditions for the young beetles. Yoon's expression turns worried as she considers the fate of the poor female bees caught in this trap. He asks if the beetle secretes a toxin that can burn skin, mentioning she has heard that consuming too much of it can be deadly. He confirms her suspicions, explaining that the orange substance leaking from the beetle's body contains a potent toxin called cantharidin, which causes painful blisters and burns upon contact with skin. She reflects for a moment, realizing that must be the mechanism behind its name. So Ryung adds that the toxin remains in the body until it is expelled, and notes with a grin that it's notorious for causing an instant and powerful reaction. Knowing where the conversation is heading, Yoon interrupts him and suggests they head back to the antidote warehouse instead. He, however, isn't quite ready to leave. He insists on catching a few more of the beetles first. Afterwards, they return and begin instructing the apothecaries on how to properly prepare the medicine. So Ryung directs their attention to each step, emphasizing that the beetle must first be thoroughly dried and then ground into a fine powder. He warns them that roughly 1/10 of the substance is highly toxic. He explains with precision that ingesting just 11 milligrams of the powder is enough to kill a person. This is why the medicine must be measured meticulously, using only 1 milligram per dose. One of the apothecaries, impressed by the detailed explanation, remarks that he never would have guessed So Ryung knew so much about pharmacology. Our boy simply tells them he is relying on their skills to handle the preparation properly. That night, Tang sits with his granddaughter Hwyun and reflects on the surprising properties of the yellow burn beetle, admitting he never expected it to be so potent. He suggests that perhaps So Ryung should also examine all the poisons owned by the Tang clan. She agrees, confessing that she had the same thought. Tang then asks if she thinks our protagonist has genuine pharmacological expertise. Hwyun replies that he actually calculated the dosages precisely, even comparing the amounts to the weight of 10 drops of liquid. Tang, admitting he thought he had a strong grasp of poisons, realizes the kid's knowledge far surpasses his own. The more Tang learns, the more he's convinced that So Ryung is a true gem. He teases Hwyun, asking if she likes him even more now. She responds that she mostly feels guilty for being rude to him at first. Tang reassures her, saying it's fine as long as she treats him well from now on, and then inquires about her plan for testing the medicine. Hwyun states that the branch elders have been acting recklessly lately, and recalls So Ryung's suggestion to use the activation method on them. The next morning, the doctors bring the freshly prepared medicine to Dang's court, where all the elders are gathered, joined by So Ryung and Yoon. Presenting the medicine, one of the doctors explains that they mixed in licorice powder and honey to make it more palatable. Our boy immediately verifies whether they followed his instructions exactly, and the doctor assures him they adhered to every measurement. As the court murmurs, one member scoffs, questioning what is so impressive about this. Tang silences the interruptions and asks Hwyun, now that the medicine is ready, how he intends to prove its effectiveness. Suddenly, an elder leaps up, protesting that untested medicine cannot be sent to the Lord of Sichuan, with another elder backing him up, warning that a failed remedy could spell disaster. So Ryung calmly insists there is no other choice, and requests the doctor to bring the medicine over. The doctor hands the pills to the elders. One examines a pill, incredulous that they are expected to test it themselves, and questions how they are supposed to trust what's inside. Another inspects it and complains about its grimy appearance. So Ryung tells Tang that anyone who has mastered Tang clan martial arts should not fear poison. Tang agrees, reinforcing his point. He then addresses the elders directly, calling them the clan's most formidable figures, survivors of hundreds of poisons, and challenges them not to be intimidated by a mere beetle toxin. Each elder reluctantly swallows a pill. One of them warns that if the medicine fails, So Ryung will regret ever defying them, promising that clan law will be enforced. However, as the medicine takes effect, it works perfectly on every elder, and that day, clan law is carried out with complete success. The elders, satisfied with the results, grant permission to send the medicine to the Lord of Sichuan. After court, Tang remarks that the elders' pride was the last thing standing in the way, making this outcome inevitable. He adds that at least their actions stem from genuine concern for the clan, and advises So Ryung not to hold a grudge, as they are all family in the end. Our protagonist agrees with him, understanding the sentiment. Suddenly, Hwyun rushes in, announcing a problem. She says their kids are acting strangely. Her grandfather, startled, demands to know what she means and why she's suddenly claiming he has kids. Grandpa demands an explanation, pointing out that the wedding hasn't even happened yet. Huiyin retorts, raising her voice, that they aren't children, they're mystical centipedes, specifically the ones raised by Y. Meanwhile, our protagonist senses that the recent shift in mood likely stems from his focus on physical training lately. He recalls repeatedly asking Lady Huiyin to check on the centipedes and wonders if something has gone wrong with them. She tells him, without sugarcoating, that the centipedes are no longer there. They rush to his room, and he asks if the creatures might have simply fallen off her body. He explains that they were fine earlier that morning, but now she's worried. They seem sick. The centipedes look almost transparent, and their shells appear odd. He reassures her, explaining that this is called molting. Creatures with hard shells, like centipedes, shed them as they grow, and apparently, now is that time. Finally, both Huiyin and Tang understand what's happening. Within minutes, the baby centipedes begin slipping out of their old shells. She asks if the other two are starting to molt as well, and soon enough, all three are crawling out of their shells. Huiyin observes that their bodies have almost doubled in size. Curious, she asks if his kids have names. The old man pauses, then comes up with Jaiwal, Yule, and Samwal. She insists mystical centipedes are meant to become powerful beasts after 1,000 years, so their names should sound regal and dragon-like. He replies, skeptical, that mystical centipedes wouldn't suddenly become dragons after 1,000 years. Tang, however, claims that centipedes living 1,000 years truly do become dragons. Why else would people call them heavenly dragons? He suggests naming them Cho, Hyang, and Bin instead. Cho for the first, Hyang meaning fragrance for the second, and Bin for the third, since its shell gleams like light. From that day forward, Huiyin and Suryang decide to explore the forest together. After wandering for a while, they lose their way. Days later, they finally return home to find royal guards searching for them, and her father rushes over as soon as he spots them. Once home, our boy goes straight to his room and begins playing with his now much larger centipedes. While he's playing with them, he overhears two men passing by outside. One remarks to the other that the Sichuan Tang clan is as generous as ever, and that they're heading off to Karuna. Both men laugh, saying that making money this way is easy. Suryang grows curious about their conversation. Later he joins Elder Shio-san and Huiyun for lunch. Elder Shio-san mentions some good news. He asks if Suryang has recently sent medicine to the Sichuan Lord. Hearing that it works wonders, Elder Shio-san says the Lord sent a generous stack of reward money along with his gratitude. He admits he never imagined marrying our protagonist to his daughter would bring such benefits and praises him for his skills. Our protagonist responds humbly, saying he's just glad it helps. Her father then tells him he'll be rewarded with a precious elixir, explaining that if he had simply called it a reward, Suryang would have declined out of modesty. He remembers his grandfather saying that elixirs boost internal energy. Huiyun asks what kind of elixir it is, and her father replies that it isn't anything extravagant, just honey from the golden king bee. Recognizing that internal energy is vital for mastery, Suryang thinks he should definitely accept the elixir and thanks his father-in-law. However, Huiyun demands to know why the only reward is money if he's also giving an elixir. Before he can respond, she fiercely tells her father that her husband's achievement is no small feat, and argues that although golden king bee is only mid-level poison, its honey is a bottom-tier elixir. She insists he shouldn't be stingy with Suryang's rewards, arguing that at least an elixir worth a year's internal energy is needed. 2 months is just pathetic. Her father retorts that it's still an elixir, and that the information wasn't cheap. She fumes, calling it cheap compared to her husband's achievements. Elder Kailson sighs in resignation. Meanwhile, Suryang wants to know more about the bee. The elder explains that it's a mid-tier poisonous insect, a giant bee sometimes found in jungles, about the size of a small dog. Eating its honey provides an internal energy boost equal to 2 months of intense meditation facing a wall. Huiyun tells her father to stop there, but he quickly adds that our boy likely wants to see the golden king bee in person, and that's why he picked it. Suryang asks his father-in-law if they really are going to see the golden king bee themselves. Wanting to harvest the honey directly, he remembers visiting the place a few times in his past life, and asks what a golden king bee actually looks like. Elder Kailson simply retorts that it looks like a bee. What else would it look like? And so, their journey to collect honey begins. No other groups stand in their way until, deep in the jungle, they spot two parties glaring at each other. One group declares they arrived first, so the golden king bee honey belongs to them. The other group counters, saying they bought the information fair and square, so the honey is theirs. The first party insists they bought it too, and asks if the seller was a scruffy man with a large mole on his face. The second group hesitates, surprised by the description, but refuses to back down. That's when Suryang realizes what's happened. Those two shady men with scruffy hair and a mole have sold the information to everyone. One of Deng's guards snarls, demanding how those men dare insult the Sichuan Tang clan in their own territory. The two arguing parties turn pale upon hearing the powerful Tang clan's name. As they leave the palace, Elder Kaleson reminds Suryang that this is his first mission, and urges him to tread carefully, emphasizing that he is now family, and carries the Tang clan's name. The elder then hands him command of a squad of soldiers, telling him it's time he learns how to handle people. Our protagonist feels awkward about leading troops in front of Lady Huiyin, and wonders how she will react. Elder Kaleson points out that since she is his wife, that technically makes Suryang the top elder present. Huiyin reassures him, saying he'll do just fine and promises to back him up every step of the way. Bolstered by their support, he promises his father-in-law that he will give it everything he has. In the forest, two opposing groups stand on the verge of clashing. Suryang turns to Wool, the boss of the Poison Blood Gang, and asks what move he should make, wondering if sharing the honey is even possible. Wool scoffs at the idea, questioning who would ever agree to split anything with the Tang clan. Huiyin chimes in, remarking that anyone daring enough to suggest such a thing must have guts, especially when it comes to reselling information the Tang clan has purchased. Her cold glare makes both sides flinch as they recognize her as the direct heir of Tang's poison fire. The leader of one group quickly announces that the Wind Garden sect doesn't want trouble with the Tang clan, and will withdraw. Another group, the Far Lake sect, promptly declares their retreat as well. A third gang follows suit, and finally the fourth group, identifying themselves as the White Jade Ghostblade clan, snarls that they'll deal with anyone who sold them false information, then also pulls out. Seeing all four groups scramble over honey rights, our boy is left stunned by just how influential the Tang clan truly is. He turns back to Wool and asks if that concludes their business, but the gang leader shakes his head, explaining that rebels rarely give up so easily. He suspects they're still lurking nearby, waiting for another opportunity, and decides they should set up camp and keep watch in shifts. Wool orders Pei to scout out the enemy's location. Huiyin reassures her husband that there's nothing to worry about now, but his mind remains preoccupied with thoughts of the bees. By morning, they locate a hive and observe it from a safe distance. Wool points to a giant tree and shows everyone the Golden King bee. Boone, witnessing the bees for the first time, reacts with wonder, marveling at their golden fuzz, while our protagonist thinks they look oddly cute. Wool explains that's why they're called Golden King bees. He estimates that the colony seems small, maybe only a few hundred bees, which fits, given their size. He adds that smaller hives like this usually hold about 5,000 to 7,000 bees. Boone is surprised by his knowledge and asks how he can tell without going inside. Wall explains that by counting the bees flying in and out, she can estimate the hive's population. Pei returns to report that they've spotted the rebels camped out across from them. She says the enemies are lying low for now but are ready to strike if anything happens. Wall decides they'll wait until nightfall to harvest the honey using Tang clan techniques. Curious, Suryang asks what those techniques involve. Wall explains that by burning mugwort leaves to produce smoke, they can calm the bees and safely take the honey. Wei notes that the wind is blowing in their direction and Wall turns to Wei for suggestions. Since the breeze is blowing toward them, Suryang points out that it will mask their scent, so he plans to sneak up close to the hive. Un panics at the idea and grabs his shirt, warning him that the Golden King bee is poisonous and not something to take lightly. But our boy, more excited than afraid, insists he wants to touch one just once. He impulsively throws a stone at the hive, causing a swarm of king bees to erupt. Wei-un clutches her husband and runs, and chaos ensues for the next several hours. Later Suryang sits on a rock, reflecting on the situation. He realizes that lighting a fire upwind would only trap them between the rebels and the hive, making it an unworkable plan. He notes that these Golden King bees are different from those he knows. They can detect ground vibrations from over 30 meters away. Still preoccupied with the bees, he is interrupted by Wei-un, who appears with his centipedes. She tells him they finished eating but started wandering off, so she brought them back. He thanks her, and they sit together in the forest. After a while, she asks if he's made any progress, and he replies that he needs more time to observe. She apologizes for pushing him, but he reassures her, saying he doesn't feel pressured. She then gestures toward the other side of an old tree, where two troop monkeys are gathered near the hive. The monkeys appear agitated and angry. Suryang asks if she notices a sweet scent in the air, and then realization dawns. It's pheromones. He tells her they need to leave immediately, because the bees are about to go wild. She grabs him, and together they leap away. From a safe distance, they watch as a swarm of bees descends upon the monkeys, quickly overwhelming and killing them. Grateful for their narrow escape, Wei-un asks how he predicted the attack before they even heard the bees coming. He explains that the scent, the mugwort-like fragrance, tipped him off. Curious, he asks if she can distinguish pheromones by smell, and she replies that she can, thanks to a flower with a similar scent. Hearing this, our protagonist's eyes light up, and he declares that he's figured out a way to eliminate the rebels threatening his bees. It's late at night when the rebels gather around their camp, lounging in the dark, stuffing themselves with dinner and gulping down wine. One of them asks when the Tang clan will make a move for the honey, while another admits he has no idea. The Tang people were everywhere 3 days ago, but now all has gone silent. A third mutters that it's only a matter of time before they act. Someone questions if the hive is truly worth all this trouble, and the first wonders if he's spent his whole life falling for scams. Their leader cuts through the doubt, declaring that candles made from golden king beeswax are luxury goods, reserved for the imperial family. He claims the Tang clan will probably snatch the honey and leave the hive for them, then laughs, saying if the Tang clan messes up and dies, that's their problem. The conversation shifts, and the men start gossiping about the poison fire lady from Tang. The leader warns them to keep a close eye on her, making sure she doesn't get killed. The group starts to chuckle about her appearance, one of them saying just thinking about her gets his blood pumping. Another jokes that maybe one of them could become Tang's son-in-law, making everyone burst into laughter. Suddenly, a powerful sweet smell drifts through the area, and one of the rebels wonders if it's the poison fire lady's scent, imagining her natural smell is just as sweet. But when they turn around, their amusement vanishes, as they see a massive dark cloud rolling toward them. In an instant, they realize it's a swarm of golden king bees. Panic explodes through the camp as they scramble to escape, but the bees catch up immediately, descending with stingers out and tearing into them. From a distance, Wei and Lady Huayan watch the chaos unfold. She remarks that the scene is incredible. Wei, noticing all the bees swarming toward a single point, turns to Wei and asks what he did. Huayan admits she never imagined a simple flower scent could trigger such mayhem. Wei calmly explains that he simply ordered the bees to go into full assault mode. She asks him to clarify, and he describes how he crushed flowers and fruit and scattered the mixture around, letting its scent act as a pheromone that drives the bees berserk. He explains that pheromones are chemical signals animals use, and insects like ants and wasps depend on them. The one he used mimics the signal bees release when calling for an all-out attack, isoamyl acetate. She realizes the flowers carry the same scent bees use when declaring war, and thinks that's fascinating. Will says what's even more impressive is that she could actually recognize it by smell. Huayan credits her clan's poison expertise for sharpening her senses. Our protagonist, observing the chaos, decides this is the perfect chance to grab the honey while the bees are distracted. They quickly prepare the mugwort smoke and slip right up to the hive's entrance. Will cautions that it's dangerous, insisting he'll go in first. Inside, all three are stunned by the sheer size of the hive. Will notes that it looks like every bee is cleared out, but after a quick search, he tells them there isn't a single drop of honey. The absence is bizarre. He's never seen anything like it before. They also notice all the eggs are missing. He speculates that this explains the honey shortage, guessing the bees have been preparing to migrate, consuming all their honey reserves to fuel the journey. Sorian suggests that all the human commotion nearby probably forced the bees to accelerate their plans. He explains that when bees plan to migrate, they stop laying eggs since they can't waste time caring for larvae. Suddenly they spot a lone bee buzzing inside the hive. Will turns to our boy and asks, if he kept running non-stop, how far could he go? If he paces himself, Sorian estimates he could probably run for half a day. Pei, waiting outside, wonders why Will is asking such random questions now. Our protagonist realizes the golden king bees are coming back and alerts everyone that they need to escape immediately. Will shouts for everyone to move and pleads with him to abandon the mission. Pei yells at them to get out now. Still, our protagonist stubbornly wants just a little more time, but Huen grabs him by the collar and drags him out by force. They sprint for several minutes until they reach a safe distance. She tells them they were lucky to escape before the bees returned. Then she notices something bulging in Sorian's jacket and demands to know what it is. He unzips his coat, revealing a golden king bee queen nestled inside. Her face goes pale. He explains that, since there was no honey, he decided to bring along the one who can make it. Fear spreads through the group as everyone realizes the bees will soon come hunting for their missing queen. Sorian urgently tells them to run. They all dart forward at incredible speed, using the signature Tang Clan technique to move with blinding agility. Pei carries Sorian on his back, as our boy can't keep up with the others' intense pace. Days slip by in this relentless chase, with barely any sleep, pushing their footwork skills to the absolute limit. The bees are always closing in, relentless and tireless, and exhaustion takes its toll on them all. They have covered an immense distance, and along the way, several members of the poison blood unit drop out, unable to continue and left behind. Eventually, another teammate, Soryang, falls back, depleted and without the strength to go on. The group has no choice but to leave him lying there and keep sprinting for safety. Pei, still carrying the protagonist piggyback, asks anxiously if they're going to make it out alive. 3 more grueling days later, Wole collapses to the ground, admitting she can't keep running any longer. The rest decide to press on without her. Hwyun offers to carry Soryang now, but he insists on running under his own power. At long last, they stagger up to the castle gates. The guards spot them and shout in recognition that the young lady has returned. Both Hwyun and our protagonist look completely wrecked from their ordeal. Elder Kaleson immediately summons them to the palace, where he and his father Tang stand waiting, both furious and anxious. Elder Kaleson demands an explanation, but Hwyun collapses into her father's arms, leaving him even more desperate for answers. Soryang tries to calm his father-in-law, explaining that she's simply exhausted after 10 days of non-stop running on light footwork. He insists there's no time to rest. They need to get to the martial arts arena right away. Tang asks why, and our protagonist reveals that they have brought the queen bee of the Golden King bees with them and warns that a massive swarm will follow soon. He says they need the ancient tree in the arena to house her. Elder Kaleson sighs and asks about the honey, but Grandpa immediately understands the urgency, grabbing our boy and leaping toward the training grounds. Not long after, Soryang shouts in fear, alerting the old man that the bees are swarming. Tang glances back to see thousands of bees buzzing behind them and asks if he really dragged the entire hive here. They sprint to the massive tree, and as they duck into a hollowed-out space inside its trunk, the kid places the queen bee in the dark hollow, watching as she instantly takes to her new home. Elder urges him to get out quickly, warning that the bees are almost upon them. He scrambles out just as a giant swarm of Golden King bees descends on the tree where their queen now rests. They set out bowls of sugar water, which the exhausted bees eagerly drink, quickly reviving themselves after the long chase. As the immediate chaos settles, our boy suddenly remembers to ask where Hwyun is. Elder Kaleson explains that she was laid down to rest and asks if she really ran all the way from Mokri using light footwork with bees in pursuit. Our boy apologizes quietly, explaining that she only slept 2 hours a day and spent all the rest running for their lives. The old man suddenly recalls Wole and Pei, asking what became of them. So Ryung says they probably passed out on the roadside and that they should go retrieve them. Eventually, the Poison Blood members all make it back safely to their respective families. The next morning, Hwyun wakes up feeling refreshed and tells our protagonist that the Golden King bees seem back to full strength. He informs her that the bees are already busy gathering nectar from the poisonous flowers that cover the Tang clan's mountain slopes. Just then, Pei bursts into Hwyun's room, urgent and out of breath. He tells them to come outside immediately, explaining that the Golden King bees are behaving strangely, as if they're searching for something. They hurry out and see that he's right. The bees buzz restlessly around the entire palace in swirling clouds. Suddenly a thick swarm encircles Hwy. In a flash, the bees lift Soryang off his feet and carry him away, dropping him unceremoniously at the hive entrance. Inside, he sees that the bees have already crafted a solid home for themselves and are hard at work making honey. The queen bee emerges, and suddenly bees swarm over him, pinning him in place. The queen leans in and plants a kiss right on his lips. He recoils and shoves her away, but a few seconds later, dizziness overtakes him and he collapses, realizing she must have fed him something. A deep red light suddenly wraps around Soryang's body, and without warning, a brutal stab of pain slams into his stomach. An unsettling crawling sensation spreads, quickly igniting into a burning heat so intense it feels like his entire body is being tossed into an oven. His heart hammers wildly, so hard he thinks his chest might break. Overwhelmed with fury, our boy lunges to grab the queen bee, desperate for answers. He needs to know what she just forced down his throat. A few minutes later, Hwyun and her grandfather arrive at the hive and quickly report to Tang that he is acting completely off. Tang examines our boy and remarks that it looks like he just gulped down an outrageously potent elixir. He urges him to hang on as he guides the rampaging energy inside his body. Hwyun checks anxiously if he's even conscious. When Soryang finally opens his eyes, he finds himself lying inside the Tang clan's medicine hall. Hwyun explains that when she and her grandfather saw the Golden King bees dragging him away, they rushed in after him. By the time they reached him, he had already passed out, so they brought him back to safety. She gently asks if he remembers anything about what happened inside the hive. The protagonist can't help but think about how his first kiss was stolen so abruptly. Hwa-eun asks if he feels okay, or if his body feels strange, wondering if she should call her grandfather again. He reassures her, saying he just needs a moment to collect himself and that the queen bee force-fed him something, which is probably why he's in this state. She's curious about what he ate. He admits he isn't sure of the exact name, but if he had to call it something, royal nectar fits. He explains that while regular bees eat honey and pollen, the queen bee is fed something different, royal nectar, produced solely for her by the worker bees from birth to death. The substance she forced down his throat is essentially royal jelly. Realization dawns on Hwa-eun, that's the exclusive food of queen bees. He explains that royal nectar isn't like normal honey, it's special. Worker bees only live a month and a half, but the queen, sustained by royal nectar, can live 60 times longer. Hwa-eun reminds him that their internal cultivation technique is called the Dark Origin Art, and since it's only a basic, entry-level method, it can't fully absorb all the elixir's power. She asks if he remembers the Golden King Queen's claim that her honey holds 2 months' worth of energy. For him, she explains, that means 60 times as much, 10 whole years' worth of inner energy packed into his body. She congratulates him, amazed at his extraordinary good fortune. So Ryong is left speechless at the idea of gaining 10 years' worth of inner energy in one stroke. Hwa-eun tells him he might want to check himself in the mirror, as she suspects the nectar comes with some unusual side effects as well. Still feeling off, our protagonist stands in front of the mirror, wondering if royal jelly always does this. Suddenly he remembers a story about a peasant from Hainan, and his eyes narrow as he notices his skin looks clearer and feels strangely soft. Panic floods through him as a horrifying possibility occurs. Has the jelly turned him into a girl? He checks and, finding everything intact, breathes a huge sigh of relief. Grateful for his survival and fortune, he realizes he needs to express his gratitude properly. Hwa-eun tells him that if her grandfather hadn't acted to guide the energy, things would have ended in disaster. He agrees, acknowledging it was a close call and that Tang has truly saved his life. Later, while out for a stroll, the young cultivator notices everyone staring at him, whispering and gawking. He wonders why he's attracting so much attention. Could it be that his inner energy has surged so dramatically? Feeling awkward under the constant scrutiny, he flees. When he enters the Tang clan's dining hall, he realizes a massive feast has been prepared. As soon as Yun's mother sees him, she remarks that their son-in-law looks much healthier now and asks if he's feeling well. He reassures her and apologizes for making her worry, but she tells him there's nothing to be sorry for. A lucky encounter like his is something to be celebrated. Hwa-eun ushers him to the table, telling him to hurry up and sit down. Tang asks if he is feeling better now, so Ryong thanks grandfather for overseeing his recovery and the old man congratulates him on his extraordinary good luck. Elder Kailson says it's time for him to explain what happened, mentioning that Hwa-eun briefly spoke about royal nectar, but they want the full story. He explains that the queen bee must have found him pleasing and wanted to repay him, so after dragging him to her hive, she personally fed him royal nectar. He figures the entire commotion stems from that. His mother-in-law finds it fascinating that even a mid-tier venomous creature understands gratitude and calls it remarkable. Grandfather asks if there's any way to obtain more of that royal nectar, saying it would be a tremendous asset for the Tang clan. Her father adds that even regular Golden King Queen honey would be incredibly valuable, but royal nectar is on another level entirely. Suddenly Yun's mother demands to know if he can get more. After a long pause, Hwa-eun quietly asks if it's possible, so Ryong considers it. If these were ordinary bees, they could trick the workers into producing royal jelly with multiple queen chambers, but the clever Golden King bees wouldn't fall for that, and trying would likely provoke their wrath. Besides, royal jelly is just a nutrient made by workers, but what he ate was directly force-fed by the queen herself. He wonders if what he consumed is even the same substance or something unique. Ultimately, he decides to be honest. He tells them he truly doesn't think it's possible to get more. The old man asks why, and his mother-in-law presses for an explanation. Our boy says that even if someone could obtain it, he doubts anyone would want to. Elder Kilsun asks if it's because of a terrible taste or smell. He clarifies, it's not that, it's the delivery method. Royal nectar has to be given directly from the queen bee's mouth, and she needs to hand it over herself. The process is frankly, extremely intimate, like mouth-to-mouth bonding, with the queen bee's tongue sliding into yours. Grandfather stares in disbelief, asking if he's saying one must bond with the queen bee. Dang, equally stunned, concludes that in that case, getting more is impossible, unless the Golden King Queen falls for Soryang all over again, but it certainly won't happen for anybody else. That night, a young man with a strong build stands alone on the terrace of his palace. This is Wan Wang, head of the Murim alliance. Behind him, a woman calls out, addressing him as leader as she approaches with a tray, telling him she's brought tea. He invites her to join him in his chamber. She mentions she has brewed Seosan white heron tea just for him, a special tea from her hometown. Gratefully, he thanks her and promises to save her every sip. Just then, his advisor, Zhuge, calls from outside, requesting permission to enter. Wan Wang asks what business brings him here so late, then allows him in. Zhuge reports they have just received urgent news from the Sichuan Tang clan, and thought it best to inform him immediately. The alliance head instructs him to continue. Zhuge solemnly reveals that the blood-handed Rakshasa, Tang Wanyang, is dead. The Tang clan has recovered both his severed head and the manual of the blood-hand poison arts. Zhuge sends a surge of rage through Wan Wang. He wonders aloud how they managed to find that cursed manual, recalling that Wanyang was supposed to have vanished long ago after being impaled by the Poison King's spear. He speculates the man must have drifted off to Hainan Island to lay low all these years. Zhuge adds that there's a detail making the story worse. Wanyang was taken down by a young martial artist and a poison user. The advisor says he has gathered some details about this mysterious newcomer, confident even his leader will find them interesting, and asks permission to present everything he knows. Meanwhile, at the Tang clan household, all the elders have gathered. They learn that someone has been leaking their poison formulas to outsiders. One elder roars in outrage, declaring that whoever did this has stained the clan's reputation. So Rong whispers to Yun that it's surprising the elder isn't scolding the artisan group for once, and she agrees. Dang addresses the room, stating that their honor has been disgraced, and even the branch elders are furious. However, he assures them that, at the end of the day, they are one family, and reveals he has asked the Beggars sect to help confirm who is involved. He also announces his plan to head out to Yongxian Prefecture himself. Another elder demands to know how he will deal with the traitors. The clan head replies he'll start with extinction poison, flaming blood poison, and gut-melting poison, describing how the traitors' blood will boil, guts will liquefy, and the pain will be unbearable. As the final blow, he'll finish them with 7-step soul-breaking poison. Tang orders the extinction squad to assemble and says he'll leave at once. As his troops prepare, he tells his son-in-law he's heading out and to hold down the fort in his absence. Our boy replies that he understands and asks the patriarch to stay safe, but Tang insists it's his enemies who should be worrying about survival. He shouts for his soldiers to move out, swearing vengeance. Afterward, So Rong asks Lady Huayan if those men are the extinction squad, since it's his first time seeing them. She explains they handle the clan's dirtiest jobs, which is why they've earned that name. As they talk, the elders arrive. The protagonist greets them. One elder asks if the rumors are true that he's recently stumbled upon great fortune, and he confirms it. The elder guesses it must be thanks to the royal jelly from the Golden King Queen Bee, but says they've called him for another reason. So Rong wonders what they want, and asks if it's about the Golden King Queen Bee's honey. They shake their heads. The elder asks if he really thinks they'd covet such trivial things. He replies that treasures and rare items always end up with their rightful owners anyway, then asks what exactly they want. An elder lowers his voice and confides that they want the Jade Elixir pill, since So Rong is the one who can make it. He confesses he's had a rough time fitting in with the Tang clan, but if the elders are willing to support him, there's nothing he won't do for them. The group laughs, praising him as a reliable son-in-law and telling him he now has their full backing. Tang enters and sees him handing out pills, asking what they're talking about. They reply they're just bonding with their son-in-law, and So Rong agrees. The patriarch observes that it seems the elders are finally starting to appreciate his worth. Pai arrives and reports that the Lord of Sichuan is on death's door. Our protagonist asks if the man followed the dosage instructions. Pai explains that after the Lord felt the effects of the pill, he got overconfident, took a new concubine, and ended up taking more than twice the recommended dose. Tang says he needs to rush over immediately. Before leaving, he tells Wei that he is now the only man in the household and must protect everyone while he's away. So Rong answers with confidence that he will. Later that night, Heian asks how his training in the twin poison technique is progressing. He admits it's not nearly as difficult to grasp now as it was at first. He compares the 5 poison technique to a massive spinning circle, while the twin poison technique feels like a twin-cylinder engine chugging in sync. She tells him that by now, he should have built up resistance to most poisons, and should also be able to channel energy into objects or release it directly. Feeling inspired, our protagonist decides to try it. He picks up a needle and focuses his internal energy. When he releases the surge, the needle shoots forward and hits a bug. He He grins in satisfaction. Hyun congratulates him, saying he's succeeded in properly infusing the dart with energy. Unbeknownst to them, a group of assassins is lurking in the shadows, watching the needle strike. One whispers if that shot just blew their cover, but another says it's just luck. A third notes that, even though what they have secured is only a copy, they now possess the manual of the blood hand poison arts, and their mission is complete. He suggests they leave before things get messy. Their leader laughs, mocking the Tang clan for leaving their martial grounds so poorly guarded. Suddenly, one of the thieves pauses, asking if anyone else smells something sweet. They all turn to see a golden king bee drifting toward them. The assassins begin yelling frantically for backup, as giant golden king bees descend on them. At the same moment, Hyun and Soryang realize someone is lurking in the bushes nearby. Peering through the leaves, they spot 3 masked men screaming in terror, desperately trying to fend off the swarming bees. She quickly tells our boy to fire the execution arrow, then launches herself at the intruders with lightning speed. The masked leader shouts for his crew to dodge the bees and run for it. As the assassins bolt, Hyun snaps her rope at them, trying to catch one. Though most escape her whip, one unlucky intruder gets snagged by a bee and dragged right to her. Without hesitation, she cracks him across the head with her iron whip, knocking him out cold. The protagonist rushes over, concerned for her safety, but she assures him she's fine. He asks if the man is dead, and she replies that he bit down on poison, evidence he had something to hide. Across the palace grounds, guards are in full pursuit of the other intruders. Hyun swiftly orders the soldiers to form a pursuit unit and chase after them. She then instructs Soryang to follow, bringing Vice Leader Pai with him. The guards take off at her command, our protagonist and Pai joining the chase, with him using his footwork to pick up speed. In the midst of the pursuit, Soryang suddenly stumbles into a hidden pit. Pai and Wool quickly grab his arms, pulling him to safety. The bottom of the pit is alive with writhing snakes. Pai grimly identifies it as a death pit, explaining that snakes gather wherein energy is strong, and right now they're agitated, so everyone must tread carefully. Our boy studies the vipers and wonders aloud if they're always this aggressive. He calls out, admitting he's slowed the team down, and warns that a storm is coming, urging everyone to increase their pace. The squad surges forward, resuming the chase. After a relentless pursuit, they finally corner 3 intruders against a massive rock. Pai announces that their run is over, while Wool commands his men to close the circle. In a flash, Wool orders his troops to attack. Fans fly, swords and knives flashing in the rain, as Pai and his fighters charge. An intense clash erupts. The intruders reveal themselves to be skilled fighters as well. Pai unleashes a triple ring kill move, and within minutes, he and his squad have wounded most of the enemy. He tells the injured men they should count themselves lucky the rain has diluted the poison on his blade. Suddenly, a new figure appears behind the group. The stranger sneers, calling them all pests, and laughs. Pai spins around and, recognizing the newcomer's aura, warns his men that this is a true master. He orders everyone to fall back. The newcomer addresses the intruders, asking if they retrieve the item. One replies that it's not the original, just a copy recorded by the Tang clan. At that moment, Soryang recalls seeing a similar book in Tang's hands. He remembers asking Tang about it, and being told it was a manual only scumbags would use, the same type his grandfather had flipped through before. After restraining one of the intruders, our boy tells Pai it's a copy of the Bloodwater Sutra manual. The revelation makes Pai furious. He roars at the stranger, demanding what kind of scum would dare pursue such a cursed text. The stranger mutters that, as expected from a mere copy, it only contains the superficial forms, not the core formula. Still, he says, that's enough to serve their purpose. He closes the book with a smile, and, turning to Pai, declares that although it's earlier than planned, there's no better stage for their cult's comeback. His gaze shifts to one of his men, EOL Young, granting him permission to reveal their cult's martial arts. He commands EOL to wipe out all opposition. EOL obeys, placing his hand on the chest of a fallen comrade, and absorbing the corpse's blood into his own body. The sinister master formally introduces himself as an elder of the blood cult, giving his name as Gu. Gu turns his attention to our protagonist, grinning, and declares that after all this time, he'll finally taste the blood of a young boy again. Gu flicks his fingers toward Blood Shadow, issuing a cold order to snatch Y, claiming that nothing restores vitality like the fresh blood of a young boy. Without hesitation, the shadowy killer darts straight for Soryang. Pai snaps at his men, commanding them to activate the venomous flame formation, and growls that they must keep that bastard away from Lord Soryang at all costs. Gu scoffs, challenging them to try and stop him. In an instant, he leaps into the air, his body exploding with such a blinding light that no one can keep their eyes on him. Pei urgently tells our boy to fall back, but before he can move, Blood Shadow has already wrapped him up from behind. The assassin hisses in his ear, remarking that his elder is very interested in savoring that sweet blood essence. Thinking quickly, the protagonist commands his pets to attack. The centipedes immediately rush in, sinking their fangs into the killer's skin. The assassin reels in shock and pain as the tiny creatures bite down, giving So-ryung a precious opening. He channels his special technique and slams Blood Shadow, sending the man flying. At that moment, Hwa-yen arrives with all the elders and commanders at her side. She takes in the chaotic scene, her eyes narrowing as she spots her troops forming the venomous flame formation. Confusion flits across her face, but Pei quickly updates her. The Blood Cult's elder has just launched a full assault. Her shock hardens into resolve, and she immediately orders her soldiers to support subdivision leader Pei. One commander calls for the formation to shift from venomous flame to purging flame, and the squad moves quickly, forming a tight circle around Gu. The Bloodlord mocks them, wondering aloud if Pei was the one who took down Blood-handed Tak, then laughs, claiming the Blood Venom Eagle was just an overrated name who died from a mere centipede bite. Pei snarls for him to shut up and threatens that he'll die here as well. Gu simply taunts them to come at him if they think they can. Off to the side, our protagonist is busy bandaging an injured man's wounds. He quickly realizes their forces are being drained, while that cult scumbag just keeps replenishing his strength by drinking the blood of their fallen. During the melee, Gu drives his foot into Hwa-yen, sending her skidding across the ground. So-ryung sprints to her side, catching her in his arms and asking if she's alright. She urgently tells him he must return to the clan and bring reinforcements from the Tang family. Otherwise, they're doomed. He knows deep down that he is powerless to change the situation here. As he wrestles with that grim truth, Pei calls out as well, begging him to leave for the sake of the Tang family and promising they'll hold Gu off as long as possible. So-ryung looks down at Hwa-yen and promises he'll be back as quickly as he can. He asks if his current movement techniques are strong enough to make it in time. She reassures him that she'll be fine, praises his hard training, and says that next time, they'll look for poisons together. She tells him she's counting on him, and then returns to her troops. It's a brutal choice, but our boy has no other option. He bolts away with every ounce of strength, racing towards the palace for help. Halfway there, he collapses onto the ground, realizing with dread that even with his fastest footwork, it'll take half a day to reach the Tang clan. Most of their strongest fighters are away. Even if he calls for backup, they'll never make it in time. That's when it dawns on him. They send him away to save him. He wonders why. Is it because he's the youngest? Because he's too weak and needs protection? Maybe this is what people in the Murim world call chivalry. King's words echo in his mind about being part of the family now. So-ryung admits to himself that he never truly considered himself a member of the Sichuan Tang clan. Deep down, he never believed he belonged. But the truth is, they already saw him as family. Everyone did. Everyone except for him. He wonders if that's too soft-hearted for a clan of assassins. He straightens up and tells his centipedes that it's time to go save their mother. Our protagonist turns back, sprinting towards Yoon. He knows he needs a real plan if he wants to save them. His mind races, searching through everything he knows about the Blood Cult's regeneration, the poisonous creatures nearby, venomous beasts, and toxic herbs. That's when he spots a viper nest. Without hesitation, he sets his centipedes on the ground and leaps straight into the pit. He decides that if these patterned venomous snakes are part of the problem, then they're about to become part of the solution. So-ryung spots the snakes slithering around him, their colorful patterns marking them as flower snakes, some of the deadliest land serpents in East Asia. He stands right inside their nest, calmly assessing the danger. He knows these aren't the typical front fang vipers. Their tiny fangs sit far back near the molars, making it harder to inject venom. Still, he urges them to bite. When it comes to sheer toxicity, these snakes are lethal, possibly even deadlier than a black mamba. Our protagonist trusts the Tang clan's inner energy art to block most poisons, so he figures he's safe. In a few minutes, his centipedes crawl up to the nest. He reassures them that he's fine and it's time to head out. Realizing the growing number of bite marks on his skin, he decides he's had enough and prepares to leave. Suddenly, he notices another type of snake nestled among the flower snakes. His pet centipede hops onto his shoulder, and then all the baby centipedes leap onto the snakes, tearing them apart in a swift, brutal massacre. When it's over, So-ryung looks at his pets and asks if they were scared for him. Grateful for their loyalty, he thinks up a phrase for having his life saved, then tells his brood it's time to return to their mother. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Gu grabs another man from Pei's squad and squeezes his neck as if wringing out a rag. Hwa-Yun's stomach flips with dread, certain that at this rate they're all doomed. Gu laughs cruelly, taunting her by asking if there's really no one left who can challenge him and wondering aloud whether our boy managed to escape. She steels herself and orders her troops to hold Gu at bay from a distance, announcing that the rain will clear soon and directing them to send another signal to nearby warriors. One elder urges her to run away just as So Ryong did, but she refuses outright. There's no way a direct descendant of the Tang clan would abandon her people to save herself. The young man insists that if they can't even protect her, how can they face their ancestors? He urges her again to flee. Hwa-Yun stands firm, declaring the Tang clan never abandons their own. Gu listens to their exchange, growing impatient. He snaps, yelling that he's had enough. A game is no fun if all the playthings keep trying to escape. Then, grinning wickedly, he says that maybe burning down the entire Tang clan would be a better way to vent his rage and announce the blood cult's rebirth. The elder mutters that it's clear Gu isn't planning to let anyone escape alive. He retorts that even if they all die here, they'll at least take one of his arms with them. As the standoff stretches on, So Ryong suddenly appears behind Gu and calmly declares that Lady Hwa-Yun is right. The Tang clan never leaves its own behind. She and her team are stunned to see him return. He repeats that the clan doesn't abandon its people, then drops his centipedes onto a bush and tells Hwa-Yun that he's Tang clan too. Without hesitation, he charges straight at Gu with 2 knives drawn. The cultist sizes him up, wondering if the kid realizes he's got blood running through those arms as well. As soon as So Ryong is within reach, Gu grabs him by the arm and neck, immediately starting to drain his blood. Hwa-Yun shouts for the remaining soldiers to rescue Lord Y. As Gu drinks, he moans in delight, savoring the taste, claiming it's been far too long since he's enjoyed the blood of a young warrior. She and her fighters race toward our protagonist, desperately trying to pull him free. Once he's had enough, Gu tosses So Ryong back at Hwa-Yun, boasting that thanks to this boy, he now has the strength to crush them all in a single blow. For a moment, he blacks out, and Hwa-Yun gently cradles him, whispering that she'll grant him mercy and ensure his passing is painless. Suddenly his eyes snap open and he points directly at Gu. Following his gaze, she sees the cultist staggering and realizes he's been poisoned. Gu roars, demanding to know what So Ryong did to him, frantically speculating if it's some kind of dispersing poison. In moments, all of his hair and beard tumble off, and his body shrivels into a frail, ancient husk. He screams in disbelief, insisting it's impossible. His cult's inner energy art should have resisted any poison. He refuses to accept what's happening, glaring at our boy and demanding to know what he is. So Ryong simply tells him, "I'm your natural enemy." Gu's strength drains away second by second. He sits, frail and bewildered, trying to make sense of what just happened. Ever since that brat forced his blood to flow, it feels like his own veins have betrayed him. He mutters under his breath about how the blood cult's dominance was finally within reach. Now his body withers, the poison from So Ryong's blood relentlessly eating away at him. Hwa-Yun strikes, flicking her whip straight at his neck, and it lands exactly where she aims. She's shocked that a demon-tier martial master can't even flinch away. Still, the old demon growls, demanding to know what So Ryong did to ruin his blood path, voice rising as he vows to slaughter them all and promises the blood cult will crawl back and claim the world. She tells him to shut up and die already, jerking her whip so hard it slices his head clean off. Pei cheers, exclaiming that the young lady has just decapitated a blood cult elder. Hwa-Yun turns to Y, demanding to know what happened, since that demon was supposed to be an elder of the blood cult. Our protagonist explains that the man was poisoned by pattern venomous snakes. Hwa-Yun frowns, mumbling that those snakes aren't supposed to be that poisonous. As the words leave her mouth, she notices So Ryong's face turning a sickly blue and screams for someone to bring the antidote, shouting that he's been poisoned. His vision fades, and the next thing he knows, he is waking up inside the palace with Tang and Hwa-Yun standing at his bedside. The elder orders him not to move and to keep resting. Hwa-Yun tells him he's been out for a full 10 days. She thanks him, saying because of him, they managed to take off that monster's head and rushed him back to the clan as fast as possible. The poisoning had been brutal. If her grandfather hadn't returned early, things could have turned dire quickly. So Ryong lies there, reflecting on how he's nearly died from snake bites twice now. Tang steps forward and assures him that now he's awake, he should pull through. He thanks them for saving his life. Suddenly Hwa-Yun starts shaking him, desperate for answers. Are those pattern venomous snakes actually poisonous? And how did he take down a blood cult elder? Our boy clears his throat and explains that, yes, the pattern venomous snake is definitely poisonous, and not only that, it carries 2 types of venom, one from its mouth, another secreted from glands in its neck. Tang admits she never knew about that. He explains that these snakes are shy, usually slithering away from humans, and their fangs are tiny. He recalls that people didn't even realize flower snakes were venomous until the 1980s. Hua-yun asks if that explains why the blood cult's internal energy collapsed, since they're supposed to be immune to almost every poison. So Ryong shrugs, saying it's speculation, but he's fairly certain the venom played a major part. He describes how the flower snake's venom is primarily a hemotoxin, a hemorrhagic poison that breaks down red blood cells, blood vessels, and tissue. It devastates everything it touches inside the body. He adds that if this kind of hemorrhagic poison gets into creatures who rely on blood, like vampires, it makes sense it would devastate the blood cult as well by ruining the blood that fuels their martial arts. He tells her that, while people knew these snakes were venomous, no one realized just how potent their venom truly was. Turns out, it's 5 times deadlier than a viper's, and its toxicity skyrockets in the presence of yin energy. Tang is stunned that such a powerful poison existed right in Sichuan, and expresses pride at what our boy accomplished. Then she remembers Hua-yun mentioning the blood cult elder called Soryong, a natural enemy of the heavens. Our boy falls silent, and the old man, seeing the fear in his eyes, quickly reassures him. If he can completely negate the blood cult's martial arts, then yes, he is indeed their natural enemy. Tang's grandfather thanks him for protecting the family, and swears that since those bastards dared to attack while he was away, he'll make them pay this time. The protagonist agrees, saying they have to ensure the blood cult is erased for good. Now that they understand the weakness, their next step is to harvest massive amounts of venom from the snakes, draining them until there's nothing left. Ever since the blood cult's attack, the Tang clan has been on constant high alert. Many of their warriors are wounded, and some did not survive. In response, White Path martial sects from across the land have arrived to lend their support. Even though they fought a supreme master, their casualties remain relatively low, but Soryong remains haunted by the bloodshed the cult is bound to bring to Murim. 30 years ago, the cult wiped out countless communities, earning infamy across the martial world. That's a crime no one can ignore. The grandfather assures him that this time will be different. The Tang clan, as heaven's chosen natural enemy of the blood cult, will end things. Soryong feels a flicker of annoyance at that title. Tang says she has a favor to ask, and he vows to give it his all, whatever it is. The old man explains that soon, Murim Alliance representatives and military officials will arrive, and he wants Soryong to present the poison he discovered. Now that they've exposed the blood cult's weakness, they need to share this information with everyone. He agrees without hesitation, saying that if it's for the greater good, he'll gladly do it. Tang smiles, saying she knew he would, and adds good news. The reconstruction of the Hall of Deadly Poison is finished, and from now on, Soryong is its official caretaker. Genuine happiness blooms in his chest. The next morning, our protagonist visits the Hall of Deadly Poisons with Yoon. He explains that it's a place where they'll gather every poison from the central region. She looks around in awe and asks if he really intends to collect them all. He clenches his fist, vowing that someday, he'll gather the 10 deadliest poisons of the central region. After all, he made that promise to Lady Huiying. Without thinking, Yoon blurts out that she'll be cheering him on. Before he can respond, she points out a crowd nearby, suggesting they go investigate. When they reach the crowd, they find former Commander Pei standing at the center. One wonders what he's doing there. Pei explains he's now the leader of the poisonous unit, a new division created under the Lord's orders, and these men will be Soryong's hands and feet from now on. The ex-commander assures him that he can leave the finding and breeding of poisons to them. Soryong thinks that even now, it feels like he's running a pet shop with all these snake wranglers, but this moment brings his dream one step closer. Elsewhere, a royal lady receives a message delivered by a messenger pigeon. The letter begins with blessings of peace, but its contents warn that the blood sect has risen again. In the quiet central region, the winds of blood are about to blow. A small caravan steadily makes its way toward the Tang family mansion. Among the group, an elderly man reassures everyone that they're almost there, expressing hope that tonight they'll finally sleep under a proper roof at the Tang estate. Zhuge, weary from their travels, breathes a sigh of relief. He's glad they won't have to camp outside any longer. He quietly resolves to bring back at least some good news, even if it's just the faintest hint regarding the blood cult's movements. Soon, the caravan arrives at the imposing gates of the Tang family palace. The old man calls out to the group, pointing out the estate just ahead. A guard stationed at the entrance quickly spots them, and sensing they might be important, asks if they're the honored guests from the Murim Alliance. Zhuge steps forward and introduces himself as Zhuge Hu, a military officer representing the alliance. The guard thanks them for coming and asks them to wait a moment, explaining that there are a few important things they should know before entering. Zhuge wonders aloud what kind of issues they might need to be aware of. The elder jokes that perhaps the Tang family has started enforcing a weapon surrender policy. The guard shakes his head and says it's not quite that, admitting it might sound strange, but asks them to hear him out. He explains that while on the Tang estate, no matter how dangerous or seemingly important a creature appears, harming it is strictly forbidden. Zhuge ponders whether the family has suddenly adopted Buddhist principles. The guard assures them everything will become clear inside, but insists they remember this rule. Just then, Soryang and Huayun appear at the gates. She greets Zhuge warmly as an esteemed officer of the alliance, and he returns her greeting with respect, noting that it's been some time since they last met. She confirms that it's been exactly a year since their last encounter at headquarters. Zhuge asks if the great grand leader is present. Huayun explains that her grandfather has stepped out temporarily to search for any traces of the blood cult, apologizing for his absence. Zhuge assures her it's no problem. Being welcomed by one of Murim's 3 great beauties is already an honor. Curious, he asks about the young warrior standing beside her. Since it's their first meeting, Soryang introduces himself. Zhuge and the old man quietly observe that his name is Wei, not Tang. Huayun clarifies that he is her fiancé. The men in Zhuge's group react with surprise and disbelief. One exclaims that one of Murim's 3 great beauties actually has a fiancé, while another insists it doesn't make sense. Zhuge quickly regains composure and asks her to guide them inside, and she thinks to herself that if they linger any longer, some of these fools might even challenge our protagonist to a duel. As they prepare to enter, a few men spot a golden king bee buzzing nearby. Immediately on edge, they wonder why such a dangerous and venomous creature is roaming freely within the estate. They draw their swords, warning each other to stay alert and protect Huayun. Soryang calmly tells them to put their weapons away and asks one of Zhuge's guards if they were briefed on the new rules. The guards ignore him, shouting at our protagonist to stand back, insisting that the golden king bee is deadly and could kill a person in seconds. After a tense moment, our boy raises his voice and tells them to relax. The bee is his pet. The golden king bee settles on his head, playfully tugging at his hair, and he gently greets it, warning it not to sting any guests. One of Zhuge's guards exclaims in disbelief that he is treating the deadly creature like a household pet, and the tension dissipates. Huayun and her fiancé lead the guests further into the estate. As they walk, Zhuge reflects on the enigmatic youth from Hainan, now revealed as Soryang, fiancé to the Tang family's poison master. Even if not related by blood, he is practically a son-in-law. Zhuge glances at his own men, who are still grumbling about venomous scorpions and snakes, and turns to our protagonist, asking why all these warriors are fussing over poisonous creatures. Soryang casually explains that the warriors are serving what's called companion venom punishment. Zhuge tries to understand, asking if this means the warriors committed a crime. He confirms, saying that's about right. He recalls an incident from a few days ago while training with Huayun. She instructed him to channel his internal energy, but he struggled with her technique. At that moment, Pei arrived with 2 other warriors. She immediately asked what was wrong. Pei reported that over half the baby SEO venomous rats, intended as food for the tiger venom bees, were dead. Our protagonist replied that it couldn't be helped. Baby SEOs are so sensitive that sometimes if startled, their mothers will eat them along with their alcohol. Pei clarified that this time it wasn't the mother rats, the other rats ate them. Soryang demanded an explanation, and Pei admitted that eating live baby snakes or rats dipped in sauce is a nostalgic delicacy for some of the venom caretakers from Hainan. Before they realized it, they'd eaten most of the baby rats. Huayun scolded him for not stopping them, while Soryang insisted the baby venomous rats were supposed to feed the bees, not the caretakers. Wanting to teach them respect for the creatures under their care, our boy imposed the companion venom punishment, assigning each warrior a venomous creature to look after as penance. Zhuge finally understands the reason behind everyone's poisonous companions. A few minutes later, Soryang leads Zhuge into the grandfather's chamber. The elder confirms to Tang that, as he suspected, the mysterious young warrior the clan met in Hainan was Soryang himself. The old man asks Zhuge's opinion of Huai, saying he is a priceless gem to their clan, and that simply calling him mysterious falls short, especially given how effortlessly he handled the golden king bee. Zhuge quickly shifts the conversation to the alliance's urgent concerns. They haven't found any leads on the blood cult and can't afford to let its influence spread unchecked. The grandfather turns to his grandson-in-law, instructing him to bring out the item. Soryang complies, and the old man activates a chi barrier to ensure their conversation remains private. Our protagonist produces a small bottle, setting it on the table, and announces that this is what they've been keeping secret. Shuga examines the bottle, asking what it contains that warrants so much secrecy. Tang explains it's poison extracted from veteran venomous snakes. Shuga asks what makes this poison so special. Tang poses a question: what if the poison works only on members of the blood cult? Shuga presses for confirmation, and the old man affirms it, though he admits it sounds unbelievable. Shuga acknowledges that if the claim is true, it's a groundbreaking discovery, recalling that 30 years earlier, the blood cult's use of mountain hollow poison gave them an insurmountable advantage. Martial artists would lose all their internal energy, while blood cult warriors remained unaffected. Tang nods, explaining that this new poison, according to Yun, reduces a blood cult warrior's strength to that of a normal person, and that Huayun had already used it to kill a cult elder with a single strike. Shuga remarks that if this poison works like the mountain hollow poison, then even the Alliance's elder leader can finally find peace of mind. The old man insists that Shuga should thank Huai, revealing that our boy discovered the poison and even went so far as to poison himself, allowing the cult elder to absorb his blood and leaving him hovering between life and death for 10 days. Shuga expresses admiration for Soryung's intelligence and courage, calling him a true young warrior, and promises that if he ever wants anything, he'll personally deliver the request to the Alliance leader. Instead of requesting martial arts manuals, treasures, or gold, our protagonist simply asks for information about venomous creatures. Surprised, Shuga wasn't expecting such a request. The old man says he might have something of interest and asks if Soryung has ever heard of the mysterious stone lizard. Shuga begins to recount for Soryung the story of how he discovered the stone lizard. He remembers setting out on a journey with a companion, trekking for days until they finally reach the edge of a lake. The man traveling with him turns and remarks that it looks like they've made it. He adds that, just as the ancestors described, the waterfall and Turtle Rock have revealed themselves, and the distant Sichuan Peak is visible beyond the mist. Shuga agrees, noting that the water cascading from the inner snows is bitterly cold. He instructs everyone to hold their position and signals for his companion to follow closely. The man agrees without hesitation. Together, they begin to hop from rock to rock, carefully making their way across the terrain. After covering some ground, Shuga points out that once they pass Turtle Rock and scale the cliff behind the waterfall, they'll find the cave entrance next to a boulder shaped like a fist. His companion confirms this, matches the ancient texts, and Shuga assures him he'll take the lead, again asking him to keep close. The man promises he will, and the two head into the cave together. After walking for a while in the dim light, Shuga announces that they've finally arrived. Our protagonist is stunned by the sight before them, unable to believe such a surreal and magical landscape exists inside a cave. Shuga explains that it's precisely this environment where the spirit herb thrives. As they venture deeper, he suddenly gestures at a plant and tells our boy that he's found it, the century snow herb. He explains that this herb is infused with bone-chilling cold energy. Now, all they need to do is trade it for the black Ryango from the Namgung family. With this exchange, Shuga confirms the Namgung clan's daughter's condition will improve, and they'll receive the 200-year-old black Ryango in return. Just as Shuga reaches out to pick a herb growing near a rock, something bursts forth from the stone. Instinctively, he swings his sword, blocking the sudden attack. A barrage of objects comes flying at them, forcing him to shout a warning, telling Soryung to stay alert because this creature moves like lightning. Shuga handles each incoming strike with clean, precise swordplay. His companion frantically asks what kind of creature they're dealing with. Shuga warns him that it's a stone lizard, specifically a bluestone lizard. Upon hearing this, our protagonist realizes it must be the rare natural blue species his grandfather once told him about. He recalls the old man explaining that the stone lizard isn't venomous, so technically they aren't in mortal danger. However, he also remembers that while the lizard isn't poisonous, its gaze carries a toxic effect. Shuga admits he doesn't fully understand what our boy means, but gets the general idea. To show appreciation, he promises that if he ever comes across any other poisonous creatures, he'll make sure to inform Soryung first. Our protagonist thanks him for the promise, calling him a truly badass warrior. The following day, Elder Cheolson returns to the estate. He ignores everyone around him, including his own daughter, and heads straight to his son-in-law with worried eyes, checking him over and asking if he's alright. Our boy calmly reassures him that he's fine and tells him not to worry. He mentions waking up after 10 days with a scar on his arm, but says at least he's alive. Dang's face contorts with anger at the Blood Clan for what they put his family through. After checking his son-in-law, Elder Cheolson finally turns to Huiyun and asks if she's okay. She assures him she's fine thanks to Soryung, who saved her and the entire family. Her grandfather agrees, praising our protagonist for defeating the Elder and declaring that the Blood Clan is their enemy. Soryang tries to brush off the praise, insisting it was just a well-timed strategy. The old man insists that only because of him did they discover the Blood Clan's weakness. Dang now turns to Zhuge, commenting on how he's risen through the ranks but rarely keeps in touch, and moments like these are rare opportunities to see his face. Zhuge apologizes for his past aloofness. Huiyun leans over to her fiancé, mentioning that the two have been friends since childhood. Zhuge invites Elder Cheolson to sit down, saying they need to discuss the Blood Clan situation. Dang agrees and tells his daughter and son-in-law to take a seat, as this is something they all need to hear. Our protagonist sits down. Elder Cheolson immediately asks what happened with the spy. Soryang wonders if the spy is some sort of secret agent or mole. Elder Cheolson then asks if the Blood Clan infiltrated them to steal the secret techniques of the Blood Poison cult, suggesting that the clan held those techniques in high regard. He questions how the cult even discovered their family possessed such techniques. Suddenly, Elder Cheolson stands up, alarmed, declaring that if the Blood Clan knew, it must mean someone from their own ranks, either a warrior or elder, leaked the information. Everyone falls silent for a moment, and then the room erupts in laughter at the idea. Juge looks at him and tells Elder Cheolson he needs to teach his son-in-law a thing or two because, as the new member of the family, he's coming up with some wild theories. Huiyun explains that spies are impossible within their family. Curious, our protagonist asks why that is. She explains that even for minor disputes, the family investigates every fighter's bloodline and cousins extensively. Elder Cheolson adds that only if someone passes every background check are they allowed into the direct family. Now he questions how anyone with wives and children living under the same roof could imagine being a spy. So Ryan is astonished at the extent of the Tang family's vetting process and now wants to know who the real spy is. Juge explains that only 3 people in the alliance knew about the secret, so the leader has likely already detained the suspects. While the family deals with these mounting tensions, an unexpected guest arrives at the Sichuan clan. The guards bow respectfully and ask if he has just arrived. The man tells them that sprinting from Hebei to the Tang clan without using his internal energy was quite the entertainment. He orders the guards to notify the Tang family's head immediately, instructing them to tell the clan leader that Muan, head of the Pang family, has arrived. Lady Weian and Soryang catch the sharp whistle of a signal arrow slicing through the air, a clear sign that someone is waiting at the palace gates. Without missing a beat, they sprint toward the main entrance. As they run, he checks with her if it's all right for them to slip out for a bit. She assures him the others are deep in serious conversation anyway and points out that as the Sichuan family's son-in-law, he should show some backbone. Our protagonist smiles, understanding exactly what she means. He pushes open the heavy gates, expecting perhaps a visitor from another sect, but the moment he swings the doors wide, he's faced with Lord Muan and his entire clan, nerves immediately prickling through him. The Pang Lord laughs loudly, squinting to make out if it's truly Lady Weian before him. She introduces herself confidently as Lady Weian of the Sichuan Tang family and bows in greeting. Muan chuckles, remarking that it's been ages since he last saw her as a little girl, barely recognizing her now. She agrees, saying it must have been 5 years ago, definitely a long time. Muan's gaze slides to our boy, curiosity evident as he asks who this young man is. Soryang steps forward, introducing himself as the Sichuan Tang family's son-in-law. Muan glances back at Weian, confirming if he's really her fiancé, and she answers without hesitation. Suddenly, the Pang Lord grabs our protagonist by the groin, bursting into raucous laughter. He jokes that he was unsure if our boy was too young, but judging by this, he's definitely a grown man. Still laughing, he tells Weian that her fiancé will be a remarkable man in a few years. She quickly whispers to him that the Pang family doesn't bother with stiff traditions or polite pretenses. This is probably just some bizarre test. Their host grins, saying a real man recognizes another real man. Soryang thanks him for the compliment, addressing him as Lord Pang. The older man laughs again, declaring this kid is nothing like the pampered brats from other noble families, and formally introduces himself as the head of the Pang family. Weian takes the chance to ask him a question, wanting to know if he really traveled all the way from Hebei just to help her family and how he made the journey so quickly. The Pang Lord asks if something happened to the Sichuan Pang family, his curiosity sincere. She presses him again for the real reason behind his visit, but he simply tosses the question back, genuinely wondering if something has happened. Later that evening, Muan sits at the dinner table with the Sichuan family and Zhuge, his mood turning grim as he hears about the blood cult's return. He curses himself for not arriving sooner, believing the cult should have been wiped out ages ago. Elder Keelson interrupts, asking why he's here if not for the cult. Muin, sheepish, admits he got so angry thinking about the cult that he nearly forgot his original purpose. He's come to ask the Sichuan Pang family for help. Elder Keelson raises an eyebrow, curious about what kind of help the Pang Lord needs. There's a pause, then Muin calls out to his soldiers waiting outside the dining hall, instructing them to bring her in so she can greet the elders. The door creaks open and a middle-aged man steps inside. Wayne notes that his voice doesn't sound like a child's, and he looks oddly out of place. The man approaches the table, announcing that it's time to come greet the elders. From behind him, a tiny head peeks out, and a sleepy little girl mumbles that she's still tired. The small child, barely 5 or 6, slides down from the man's back, munching on candy, and waves hello, introducing herself as Pang Yong of the Pang family. Her father laughs, calling her his daughter, and jokes that people always react with surprise because she's a mini version of himself. He reveals that his daughter's illness is the real reason for his visit. Wayne, gentle, asks what's wrong with her. Later that night, our protagonist lies in bed, mind racing as he replays her symptoms in his head, unable to figure out the cause. He recalls how, at dinner, the Pang Lord described Yong's struggles. Sometimes she can't breathe, red blotches bloom across her skin, and in the worst moments, she faints. After a period of rest, the girl always recovers, but no one can explain why these episodes keep happening. Muon says he's traveled everywhere, sought out disciples of the healing sect, but every healer claimed Yong was perfectly healthy. One even said something so foolish that the Pang Lord almost punched him then and there. Dang asks what exactly the healer said. Their guest replies that the healer suspected poisoning, but he refuses to believe anyone in his family could ever do something so cruel. Elder Kyosin suggests that if it is poison, it might be the work of an insider. Muon adamantly rejects the idea, unable to accept betrayal from within his clan, and insists they drop the subject. He can't stand to doubt his people. Juga reminds him that poison doesn't always mean malice or foul play. Elder Kyosin suggests they prepare a room in the 4 harmonious pavilions so Muon can stay, keep an eye on Yong, and figure out if her condition is due to poison or something else. The Pang Lord bows deeply, grateful for the family's hospitality, turning it all over in his mind. Soryang notes that the girl's symptoms sound suspiciously like childhood diabetes, especially since she's always eating sweets and every episode is triggered after candy. He wonders if diabetes can cause red blotches, thinking if the symptoms fit, the answer should be close at hand. Suddenly, a frantic knock rattles his door. He asks what's wrong, and a young maid bursts in, announcing that the Pang family's young lady has collapsed. He rushes to the hall, finding Huayin already present and Muon cradling his unconscious daughter. Their guest explains she was sitting peacefully in the pavilion when she suddenly started coughing and fainted. Elder Kyosin points out that since she's collapsed here too, the issue can't be internal betrayal. In a burst of emotion, the Pang Lord punches himself hard enough to knock out a tooth, declaring that even the thought of doubting his people is unforgivable. He adds that if Yong collapsed here as well, something else must be at play. His men follow suit, punching themselves and chanting about their failure to protect the young lady. Elder Kyosin orders them to get a grip. Huayin, desperate, turns to our boy and asks what they should do now. He tells everyone that there's still a way forward, but first, everyone needs to calm down. He insists they have to find the source of Yong's illness to clear everyone's name. Muon asks what exactly he has in mind. Our protagonist answers that they need to start by removing Lady Yong's clothes, a suggestion that instantly sends her father into a furious rage. Muon demands to know what that bastard just said, his temper flaring. So Ryong, keeping his composure, calmly informs him that the man was basically instructing them to strip Lady Yong naked. Instantly, Muon grabs our protagonist by the collar, roaring in his face, while he tries to clarify himself, hastily explaining that's not what he meant at all. Amidst this chaos, So Ryong spots centipedes crawling out from under his shirt and realizes at once how dangerous that could be for the furious father. Without hesitation, he orders the creatures to crawl back inside and not lash out. Deng intervenes, shouting that the Lord's son-in-law must have a damn good reason for saying something so outrageous, urging Muon to cool it for a second. He suggests they should at least hear our protagonist out before beating him half to death. Muon glares at So Ryong, spits out a threat about his creepy eyes daring to talk about stripping his own daughter, who isn't even close to his age, and warns that he better have a reason worth hearing. After that warning, he finally releases his collar. Our boy pleads for Muon to just listen through to the end, insisting that when he said to strip her clothes, he simply meant to take off everything she is wearing and put on something else. That's all he meant. He continues, explaining that there's no way something from her Pang family clothes or belongings didn't cause her to collapse like that. But before he can finish, Muon suddenly punches him in the face again, expressing his doubt in the explanation. So Ryong quickly stops him from landing another blow, assuring him there's really no need to keep smashing his face in and that he understands the worried father is simply out of his mind after seeing his daughter collapse. Impressed by our protagonist's forgiving nature, Muon sarcastically thanks him for tolerating being punched twice. So Ryong tells him that from now on, they will take care of the young lady within the Tang Manor, and for the time being, all paying family members are banned from contacting her. Muon asks if that ban includes himself, and our boy replies that if her symptoms show up again while they are the ones looking after her, they will know it's not her family causing it. He then explains the method of elimination and addition, a process commonly used by breeders with insects, snakes, and amphibians, where switching out objects or changing the environment helps trace what makes the creature sick. For Lady Yang, they will use the addition method, swapping out every single environmental factor, then reintroducing them one by one to figure out what's triggering her collapse. He insists they can't just keep letting her pass out while they guess blindly. Dang agrees, telling Muon that although it might take some time, this method will definitely uncover the cause, and he praises his son-in-law for having such a good idea. Finally, Muon understands our protagonist's intentions and asks him to take good care of his daughter, so Ryong assures him to leave everything to him, promising to handle it all. In his mind, our protagonist reflects that he's raised countless creatures before, so taking care of a child should be easy. However, reality quickly proves otherwise, as Yang wakes up and immediately starts bawling non-stop, with Lady Huiying and his mother-in-law out gathering supplies needed for Yang's care. So Ryong finds himself alone and begins to worry that she might suddenly run off somewhere. He gently asks if she is hungry or wants to nap, but the little girl, tears streaming down her face, insists that something is gone. He assumes she is talking about her father and reassures her that her dad only left to get medicine for her illness and will return soon. But Yang cries even harder, sobbing that her candy is gone, realizing she's upset about sweets, not her father. So Ryong recalls the hidden pockets in her clothes used for stashing them. He tries to calm her down, explaining softly that since she just collapsed and woke up, candies are off limits for now. She needs to eat porridge and rice first, and then her brother will make candies for her. Surprised, she looks at him with wide, teary eyes, asking if he really will make candies for her. He promises that if she eats her porridge and listens well, he'll make sweets just for her. Yang demands a promise, and when she agrees to behave, so Ryong swears it on the spot. She warns that if he breaks his promise, she'll punch him in the face. He can only wonder what kind of stuff the Pang family is teaching their child for her to say things like that. The next day, when Lady Huiying takes Yang for a stroll in the garden, so Ryong notices Muon hiding behind some bushes, peeking at his daughter from a distance. The sight makes the father tear up, but the ban on Pang family members prevents him from going near her. Our protagonist approaches quietly and asks what he's doing there, only to be grabbed by the collar and dragged into the bushes. Muon urgently asks how his daughter is doing, to which he responds that she is eating properly and behaving decently. The father is surprised to hear that, so Ryong elaborates, mentioning that Yang ate loads of fried pork yesterday. Muon, amazed, admits that even he couldn't get her to do that, but our boy explains that she ate it herself without any fuss. At that moment, Lady Huiying spots them crouching in the bushes and greets Muon warmly. He thanks her sincerely for looking after his daughter, and she mentions that Yang has been asking where her brother went. Muon is stunned to hear that she's calling Ryong her brother and turns to Wei, incredulous that he's become so close to his daughter in such a short time. Ryong explains that as long as Yang plays with the Golden King bees moderately and listens well, she's content. Everyone knows those bees seem to like her a lot, and when he arrived at the playground, she was already playing with one. Even when he told her to leave, she kept playing with them, thanks to the bees. Ryong bonds quickly with Yang. The creatures probably like her because she often spills sugar water on herself while snacking on candies. He briefly wonders if they ever see her as food, but quickly brushes the thought away. Either way, Yang knows they like her and demands to see them daily, so Ryong decides that letting her play with them moderately keeps her obedient, which works for him too. He tells her that the queen bee is busy today, so she can't play with her right now. He muses that if he had a little sister, it would probably feel like this, and now that Yang is used to him, he finds looking after her manageable. He warns her to be cautious, as other bees might sting her if she's careless. Unfortunately, a small one actually stings her, so Ryong rushes over, concerned, and tells her to be more careful, suggesting they go to the medical hall immediately. Yang insists it's not that bad, but he urges her to put medicine on it just in case. explaining that bee venom can sometimes make people seriously ill. She agrees to go. On their way to the medical hall, Yang suddenly collapses again. So Ryong remembers her father describing symptoms: rapid breathing, red blotches on her skin, and in severe cases, loss of consciousness. At last, everything clicks for him. He finally understands that the reason Lady Yang keeps collapsing is because she is experiencing anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is essentially the immune system losing control and overreacting to something harmless. Normally, when a toxic substance or foreign invader enters the body, the immune system responds appropriately by releasing inflammation. Histamine floods the system, blood vessels loosen, and with those widened pathways, white blood cells and antibodies rush in to eliminate the threat. The problem arises when the body reacts far too dramatically to certain stimuli, forcing blood vessels to open up even more. If the chemicals that dilate blood vessels are released in excess, blood vessels everywhere expand, causing blood pressure to plummet. During this, breathing becomes difficult, the throat swells, itching intensifies, and in the worst cases, it can be fatal. So Ryong knows he has no time to waste. He urges Yang to hold on just a little longer and dashes straight to the hospital within the palace. Bursting in, he shouts to his father-in-law that Lady Yang has collapsed. Lord Muon races to his daughter's side, but Elder Cheol-sin quickly steps in to keep him calm. Our boy reports that she seems to be struggling to breathe. Her father takes one look and immediately understands the gravity of the situation. He places his hands on her, channeling energy into her body, and within moments, Yang is breathing normally again. Muon stares at our protagonist, realizing he truly is something else. Meanwhile, our protagonist mentally reviews the basics of treating anaphylaxis: stabilize blood pressure, and ensure the airway remains open. In modern medicine, this involves epinephrine, steroids, antihistamines, and in severe cases, intubation to keep air flowing. Here, though, they handle it all with QI, which he finds genuinely impressive. Lord Elder Cheol-sin observes that her symptoms are identical to last time. He notes that the medic was present and must have seen it happen. Muon turns to his son-in-law, asking if he has figured out the cause of her collapse. So Ryong states plainly that he saw it himself. Ms. Yang was stung by a bee. Elder Cheol-sin sighs, commenting that while it's rare, bee stings can indeed cause such reactions, but that can't be what caused her previous collapse. Muon points out that if she'd been stung back then, she wouldn't have even made it to the hospital alive, so the real cause remains unclear. Elder Cheol-sin starts to suggest there's no clear link when our protagonist interrupts, declaring that he's actually figured it out. His father-in-law asks if that's true, and the medic explains that it was only because Lady Pang was stung by a bee that he managed to solve the mystery. Muon demands a thorough explanation, but before So Ryong can provide one, he insists they remove Lady Yang's clothes. Lady Huen supports him, saying her fiancé is correct. It's difficult to see clearly because of all the rashes, but there are a couple of old marks and a fresh one on her back. Muon starts to respond, but Yoon's mother interrupts, telling everyone to be quiet since Yang still hasn't regained consciousness. The room falls silent. Our protagonist confirms that there is indeed a mark different from the usual rash spots, but he still doesn't understand why she continues to collapse like this. Looking at Muon, he explains that it's due to bee venom poisoning. Yang's father points out that, according to Dang, it wasn't bee venom, and if it were a bee sting, someone would have noticed. He argues that the Pang family courtyard has no flowers, is paved with stone, and offers no reason for bees to be there. So how can his son-in-law be so sure it's bee venom? So Ryong agrees that if it were an actual bee, someone would have seen it, but the symptoms are unmistakable. Anaphylaxis from bee venom. What everyone needs to understand is that it isn't a bee per se, but something venomous like a bee, something that causes swelling and breathing issues with toxins containing multi-tin or peptide compounds. He considers the creatures native to China's temperate continental climate: the white-lipped pit viper, Chinese cobra, Chinese scorpion, Chinese red ant, excluding snakes and scorpions. He wonders what could possibly sting Yang so often. Then he recalls her mention of always eating candied fruit and the hidden pocket in her clothes for storing them. Suddenly, it all makes sense. He states confidently that the culprit is definitely bee venom and urges everyone to trust him. Muon insists he's never seen a bee near the Ping residence, but So Ryong explains that those from the Tang family know not all venom affects people the same way. For some, even a minuscule amount can halt their breathing, while others can endure 10 times as much with no effect. His father-in-law agrees, noting that the same venom can impact different individuals in completely different ways. The medic concludes that Yang was born with a body especially vulnerable to bee venom, and he witnessed it firsthand. Muon accepts this. Our protagonist continues, emphasizing that at the very least, They now know she is susceptible to bee venom, but since she's never been stung at home, only one possibility remains. Muon asks what he means, so Ryung explains it's a bee, but not just any bee, a very specific kind. He instructs everyone to follow him into the garden. After searching for a while, Muon questions if his son-in-law is sure the culprit is out here. He insists he is, asking his fiancée to shine the light closer. She moves in and soon they spot tiny ants gnawing on one of Yang's candied fruits, using his chopsticks. Our protagonist picks up one of the ants and announces to the others that this little creature is their culprit. Muon says that's just an ant, not a bee, but So Ryung urges him to look closer, pointing out its stinger. He explains that technically, the ant is related to bees. Both elders are baffled until he shows them the stinger at the ant's rear. Elder Kaleson expresses disbelief, asking if this is what he meant by being related to bees. The protagonist confirms, declaring that this nasty little thing is the one that brought Yang down, and its name is the Asian needle ant. The full name of the culprit is the Asian needle ant, Pachycandula chinensis. These ants possess stingers because they evolved from the same ancient lineage as wasps, which is why so many wasp-like traits persist even now. Research papers on needle ant venom confirm that people who go into anaphylaxis from these ants react in exactly the same way as those stung by wasps. The ant likely wandered over to feast on the other ants stuck in Yang's candy and ended up stinging her by accident. Asian needle ants are notorious cannibals. They devour other ants without hesitation. Since their sting marks look almost identical to ordinary rashes, it would have been nearly impossible to identify the true cause at the time. When Yang wakes up a few days later, she probably assumes it's just some odd rash and thinks nothing more of it. Turning to Lord Dang, So-ryung urgently asks if making an antidote is even possible. The older man takes a moment, then confirms there is an antidote for bee venom, but for extreme sensitivity cases like Lady Yang's, it won't be effective enough. Lord Muon, still in disbelief, mutters that at least identifying the cause is progress. Now at least they can be vigilant and prevent another incident. He admits the young warrior is right about all of this and realizing he never thanked him properly, calls him a brave soul and gives his gratitude. Our protagonist humbly replies that thanks are unnecessary. He explains to Muon that although it will be a slow process, there is a way to treat Yang. Both Elder Cheol-sun and the Lord are surprised to hear there's actually a cure and Muon leans in eager for details. So-ryung explains the process is called desensitization. It gradually removes hypersensitivity and builds up tolerance. Muon asks if his daughter will need to undress again, but So-ryung assures him it's nothing like that. The treatment involves administering tiny doses of bee venom in extremely low concentrations, slowly training her immune system to stop overreacting. He warns it will take a long time, but once it's finished, bee venom will no longer be a threat to Yang. Elder Cheol-sun agrees, remarking that the Tang clan uses a similar method, injecting small amounts of poison to develop resistance. Muon wants to know if this means his daughter will never collapse again after treatment. So-ryung confirms that while it takes patience, it should work. Grateful beyond words, Muon grabs his hand, saying he's just saved his daughter's life. Wanting to repay this enormous favor, the older man insists he cannot let it go unrewarded and asks if there's anything So-ryung wants. Anything at all, he will make it happen. Our boy quietly wonders why everyone here offers blank checks simply for helping out. He responds that Yang feels like a little sister to him now, so he could never accept a reward for caring for her. But Muon dismisses his modesty, insisting that's not how his clan does things and demanding he name something. Realizing that if he refuses, the Lord will just keep pestering him, So-ryung blurts out a request. Since he's come all this way, maybe they could go sightseeing together at a famous mountain. He names the destination, the Sa-cheon Mountains. Arriving at the mountains, they look up at the towering peaks. So-ryung tells Muon that a rare, beautiful blue lizard lives in these parts. His fiancée joins in, saying the strategist claims this very spot is significant. Our protagonist agrees, pointing out a waterfall and a turtle-shaped rock in the distance, and wonders aloud how they'll get to the waterfall. Muon asks if he's just begun learning light footwork, then guesses our protagonist doesn't know advanced techniques like dappa, stepping on waves, flying swallow, or full stop. Without further explanation, the Lord grabs him by the collar, lifts him into the air, and says that explaining is too much trouble. He should just follow his lead. With that, Muon hurls him straight toward the waterfall, then easily catches him right at the water's edge. Soon, they spot a cave entrance hidden behind the roaring cascade. Deciding to investigate, Muon suggests they head inside, convinced there's something valuable within. The three of them step inside together, immediately struck by the cave's strange atmosphere. Hwayan murmurs there's no way the strategist lied to them, The cave's interior is nothing like what they imagined. Soryung remembers that the Murim Alliance strategist described it just this way. A shaft of light cuts through the center, nameless flowers blooming across the stone floor, lending the place a mysterious, almost otherworldly air. Muon grumbles that it doesn't look like paradise to him. There's no sunlight streaming down through a hole, and no flowers bloom as described. Instead, everything is wilted and dead. He wonders if some divine beast is affecting the environment and notes that cold air seems to be pouring out from behind a rock. The young warrior agrees, stepping back as Muon cautions everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, a biting cold fills the cave, and the Lord shouts a challenge into the shadows, demanding whoever is there to reveal themselves. From the darkness, a lizard with gleaming eyes shuffles toward them. Muon immediately tells Soryung to stay behind him. As the creature waddles out, our protagonist realizes it's just a fat-tailed gecko about 1 janja long. Lady Hwayan admires the beautifully colored blue lizard, and he grins, knowing she would appreciate it. Muon raises his sword, warning there's another creature hiding deeper in the cave. Soryung thinks that if they're up here, the lizards might even breed young. He quickly urges Muon that they need to capture them alive. But as he scans for the second lizard, he senses something is wrong. Hwayan asks if something's the matter, and he explains that he thinks he saw it, but he suspects the second one isn't breathing anymore. Soryung tells Pei he's leaving the situation in his hands and asks him to update him immediately if anything happens. Pai assures him he can be relied on, promising that if the stone lizard starts acting strangely, he'll send word right away. For now, our protagonist decides to step away, knowing that they don't even understand what this creature likes or dislikes. Doing anything rash could worsen the sick lizard's condition. From a distance, Lady Hwayan calls out, inviting him to come down and eat. She's cradling 3 baby centipedes, soft and squishy, in her hands. For a moment, he finds himself imagining her as a tired housewife, holding 3 infants against her shoulders and chest, while her husband, sits at the dinner table waiting for food. Night falls, and our boy returns to camp from the cave. He reports to everyone that the lizard hasn't moved at all. Muon frowns, remembering it didn't budge when he checked either. He wonders aloud if living creatures can go this long without eating. Soryung agrees and admits he's been wondering the same thing. He notes that geckos and regular lizards can survive for days without food when stressed, especially fat-tailed geckos, which store energy in their thick tails. If the lizard hasn't eaten yet, it's likely living off its reserves. Realizing that a choice must be made, he suggests to Muon that they should at least check on the one that isn't moving. Muon asks if they mean to capture it now, but Soryung clarifies it's not about catching it yet. He just wants to see where it's been hurt and maybe feed it if it feels hungry. He asks the Lord to lure the healthier lizard over. The older man jokes about just knocking it out with one hit and catching both at once, calling himself a soldier who's spent too long behind a desk and admitting it's no wonder a puny lizard bested him. Still, he concedes that if he punches it, the creature might die, so maybe they should try knocking it out gently instead. Our protagonist agrees that's their best option. Together, they draw a map on the ground. Soryung points out that Lord Pang should lure the lively lizard to a certain spot while he and Lady Hwayan check on the sick-looking one. She adds that the poison squad can block the road to Muon approves, asking if there's anything specific he should watch for. Soryung warns him not to let the lizard run toward the cave wall, since it might climb up and come right at him. The Lord gets the idea and urges everyone to hurry, his excitement obvious. He sprints toward the cave while Hwayan worries aloud that if the lizard is really sick, there may not be much time left. They all enter the cave together, where the creature stands, guarding its nest and looking ready to fight. Soryung tells Muon to begin. The older man draws his giant sword and charges, trying to scare it off. He orders his men to follow the plan, and they move immediately. The lizard, panicked, leaps forward and attacks, but Muon shoves it away, sending it flying to the other side of the cavern. Muon jokes that with a head that tough, the lizard could pass for a top warrior of the Pang clan. It lunges again, but he knocks it aside once more and signals Soryung to move. As he and his men are blocking it from reaching its nest, Lady Hwayan urges our protagonist to hurry while they have the chance. He agrees, and they step into the nest, finding the sick lizard completely still. He notes that its shed is incomplete, and the tip of its tail shows necrosis. Its eyes are filled with pus from not shedding properly. Hwayan asks what they should do. Soryung insists they need to treat it immediately. She reminds him they don't have any medicine, but he says that's fine. He'll just peel off the dead skin himself. She teases that he seems obsessed with peeling things lately, but he knows this is the only way. He gently reassures the lizard, promising to fix it up and lifts it carefully. He explains to her that these creatures shed their skin like snakes, but wild stone lizards usually eat their own shed. making it rare to find leftover pieces. She finds the detail fascinating, but he points out that the real issue is the creature's tough skin. His bare hands aren't enough. So-young pulls out his pocket knife and begins slicing away the dead layers. She remarks that the shed looks like a jewel, and he agrees, admiring the gorgeous colors. When he peels the skin from its hand, she notes it looks like tiny gloves. Now only the head and the tail remain. He tells the creature to hold still, needing to be extra careful around its eyes. As expected, pus oozes out as he works, the poor shedding having led to nasty inflammation. Finally, he removes the last bit of dead skin. Lady Hyun notices the lizard has opened its eyes, and So-young sees it too, but remains concerned about the tail. To halt the necrosis, they may have to cut it off, but in the creature's fragile state, doing so could kill it. As they debate what to do, Lord Muon's voice suddenly echoes through the cave, shouting that the stone lizard has vanished and is charging straight at them. The roar that follows shakes the entire cavern. The charging lizard sends a jolt of fear through So-young, who mutters to his fiancée that the creature is absolutely furious. Without hesitation, Lady Hyun steps between him and the beast, warning him it's dangerous. Then, without warning, she shoves our boy aside and squares up to the lizard herself. The beast lunges with a violent, twisting strike, but she sidesteps cleanly and sends it flying. Even now, the protagonist clings to the faint hope that maybe the lizard can be reasoned with. He calls out to it, pleading for it to wait, assuring that this isn't what it looks like, and begging it to listen. The lizard pauses, staring at him with an odd intensity, as if trying to communicate. Both lizards, one glaring at So-young and the sick one cradled in his arms, lock eyes and emit snorting noises that sound like laughter. He wonders if they're having a private conversation. The stone lizard then turns its gaze on him again, growling with unmistakable hostility toward Lord Muon. So-young calls out for everyone to hold on, telling Muon and the others that it's fine and asking them to step back so he can try to talk to the lizard. Muon looks at him as if he's lost his mind, baffled that anyone would try to talk to a stone lizard. Still, So-young insists the creature seems to understand at least some words, and figures that, for now, they're safe from any real attack. He glances at his fiancée and asks her to fetch some dried grass from nearby. She hurries off, and together they fashion a soft nest for the sick lizard, laying it down with care until it falls asleep. Turning to the aggressive one, he reassures it that there's no need to panic. They mean no harm. He helps peel away the crusted skin and clears the muck from its eyes, advising it to keep licking its eyes for a while to aid healing. The aggressive lizard bends down and starts licking the sick one's eyes clean. So-young then tells Hwyun there's one problem left. She asks what it is, and he explains, eyes on the lizard, that while its eyes will heal, half the tail is already rotten. Just licking won't be enough. They'll probably have to cut off the tail. The lizard, enraged by the suggestion, lunges and slashes his face. Night falls and they're back at camp, with Hwyun tending his wound. He grumbles about the lizard's ingratitude, thinking that after saving them, this is the thanks he gets. She warns him to stay still as she carefully applies golden wound medicine, telling him that if he moves, he'll be left with a scar. Muon jokes that he finally looks like a real warrior and calls the slashes battle wound. Hwyun narrows her eyes at the remark, causing Muon to fall silent and for So-young to obediently sit still. At least our protagonist thinks the misunderstanding is over. Watching the centipedes remain calm despite their instincts, he realizes the lizard never meant harm in the first place. Suddenly Pei approaches, telling him the creature seems like it's trying to communicate something. Looking up, So-young sees the same stone lizard gazing at him intently, eager to convey a message. He asks if it's ready now and the lizard gives a single nod. So-young says, okay. But first he has a question. What does it usually eat? He explains that since they'll have to cut off its tail, it needs plenty of good nutrition to heal. Instantly, the lizard bolts away. Our boy dashes after it, yelling for it to wait, wondering where it's headed. His fiancée kneels where the lizard dug, sensing the faint but unmistakable energy. It's a seed from a spirit herb that grows in the area. So-young is stunned, asking what kind of seed it is. Muon explains that wherever spirit creatures settle, spirit herbs sprout as well, and Hwyun suggests that maybe that's why the centipedes linger. They're feeding on the herb's energy. It dawns on him that since they uprooted the spirit herb, they may have caused a major problem, and he begins frantically clawing at the dirt to replant the seed. Muon sighs, telling him it's pointless. Once a spirit herb has been handled by humans, it won't grow again. He adds that the lizard knows this too, which is why it dug up the seed to show them. Even if they try replanting, it will never grow past this stage. So-young sits in stunned silence, guilt gnawing at him, tears slipping down his cheeks. Muon asks about the name of the first herb that once grew there. Pei recalls it was called Siolsum. Muon suggests they just need to find something with a similar energy to Siolsum. Soryung wonders if such a thing even exists. Muon assures him it does, something called Ice Jade, which, like Siolsum, is loaded with cold energy. The real challenge is obtaining Ice Jade, since it's so rare that money can't always buy it. Lady Huiying suddenly announces that if it's Ice Jade they need, she actually knows someone who has it. This news lights up both Soryung and Muon with hope. He quickly asks who it is, and she answers that it's another grass head. They stare, wondering if that's truly what it's called. The memory of his father-in-law once calling him a grass head resurfaces, leaving Soryung to wonder why he ever bothered saying that in the first place. Lord Muon, curious about this other so-called grass head rumored to have the Ice Jade, presses for details. Lady Huiying reveals that it's one of Murim's top 3 beauties, Flame, King, and Pony, and specifically, Lady Namgun, daughter of the Namgun clan. She's heard that Lady Namgun possesses the Ice Jade, though apparently our protagonist Y herself has no real need for it. That news is encouraging for our boy. Just then, they notice the stone lizard trying to get their attention. Huiying wonders aloud what the creature is attempting to convey. Soryung guesses it's urging them to hurry up and help its injured friend, so he suggests they focus on treating the sick lizard first. Returning to the nest, they find the weakened beast has passed out again. Huiying notes that lizards can usually sever their own tails, but she's curious why this one hasn't done so. Our protagonist adds that not all lizards do, explaining that when a lizard loses its tail, it's called autotomy, and different species have different abilities. Some can autotomize and regrow the tail, others can only drop it without regeneration, and some simply don't do it at all. They'll need to examine the creature closely to determine which type it is. Once they know, he explains, they can locate the fracture plane and press it with a finger to trigger the tail to detach. He isn't sure if the operation will succeed, but with no better options, they have to try. Muon remarks that this is taking longer than expected. After a while, Soryung returns with Huiying at his side, carrying the treated lizard in his arms. The older lord immediately asks how the creature is doing, and Soryung reassures him that the surgery went well. As long as they care for it properly, it should recover. He gently sets the lizard down near its healthy companion. With the operation complete, they decide to stay nearby for a few days to monitor its recovery. After a couple of days, both lizards are up and moving around again. The wounded one seems to have regained its strength, and Soryung tells Huiying that it's finally time for them to move on. He explains to the creatures that they're leaving to hunt for food and will return soon. Turning to his fiancée, he says it's time for them to head back to the Tang family and track down the Ice Jade. When they return, leaving the lizards behind, they're met with a stack of new messages. The biggest news concerns the blood cult. After a spy inside the Murim alliance was exposed, they followed an all trained by Shibi, which led them straight to a cult hideout filled with followers. The military unit returning to the alliance brought poison extracted from the blood demons, which played a crucial role during the raid. Lord Eldercuson relays that the Lord himself wrote a handwritten letter of gratitude and says he's proud of his son-in-law. He then asks Soryung if he managed to bring back the mysterious stone lizard, expressing curiosity about examining it at the Venom Center. Huiying explains everything to her father, and Eldercuson quickly understands their need for the Ice Jade. She explains that she plans to travel to Anhui province with her betrothed to visit the Namgun clan. Eldercuson gives his blessing, mentioning he has something to send there as well, so the timing is perfect. He adds that things are tense with the blood cult at the moment. Suddenly, the older man recalls something and mentions that, speaking of the Namgun clan, he's recently heard some troubling rumors. Near Mount Vang, close to the Namgun residence, 2 men were traveling through the forest late one night. One asked the other if the stories about the young lady of the Namgun family were true. The second man quickly cut him off, warning him not to speak disrespectfully, but the first persisted, saying even if it were true. Their conversation is cut short when they spot a man lying face down on the ground. Rushing over, they find him bleeding from his nose and barely able to speak. They lift him up and begin carrying him back to the village. Unbeknownst to them, a girl hidden behind the trees is quietly watching everything unfold. Late at night in the forest, a girl practices her swordsmanship alone beneath a shroud of darkness. Her blade carves through the air, slicing cleanly through a flurry of leaves, sending them cascading around her feet. Yet, when she looks up, a few stubborn leaves still cling to the branches above, making her question whether her training is truly effective. Suddenly, her younger sister, Namgun, appears, warning her to stop before they get caught sneaking out at this hour. Yoon reminds her that if their father finds out about Seal's antics again, she'll end up getting scolded as well. She points out that while sword training is important, as the eldest daughter of the Namgun clan, Seal should focus more on taking care of herself. After all, she isn't just anyone, she's the Namgun clan's eldest daughter, famously known as the Flame King Flower Pony. Without warning, Seal begins to cough and then collapses to her knees. Panic flashes across Yun's face as she rushes to her sister's side, both of them fully aware of what's happening. It's Meek syndrome again. The elder sister once thought having this condition was a blessing for their family. Her body's meridians are wide open, allowing her to build internal energy rapidly, her vital force flowing freely without any blockages, chi streaming effortlessly through her veins. Yet, when the old family doctor examines her, he explains that her problem is having far too many open meridians. Her innate energy leaks out faster than her body can replenish it. Their father, desperate for a solution, asks if there's anything that can be done. The doctor, after a thoughtful pause, says that what Seal needs is yin energy. Only pure yin energy can sustain her before her innate force is completely depleted. If her condition continues, her lifespan will be dramatically shortened. As they walk home, she tries to assure Yin that she's all right. They make their way back to the palace and Seal notices the lantern her sister is carrying. She privately compares herself to the flickering oil lamp, understanding that just as the lamp will disappear when its oil runs out, so too will she vanish if her own strength fades. Determined, she tells herself that she must master the Emperor's sword form before that day arrives. Gazing up at the moon, she makes a silent vow. Before her body burns out and disappears, she will achieve her goal. The next morning, Soryang finds himself sailing down the Yangtze River with his fiancée and their guards. Suddenly, Pei points excitedly to something in the water, shouting that there's a bicaden, an endangered Yangtze River dolphin, swimming alongside them. Everyone turns to watch the rare creature glide through the water, and even though our boy is normally obsessed with insects and reptiles, witnessing the dolphin, thought to be extinct, fills him with awe. Lady Huyn notes that if they continue this journey down the river, they'll eventually reach Wuhan, the base of the Martial Alliance. Soryang recalls that his father-in-law tasked them with stopping in Wuhan to deliver the poison of the bloodthirsty woodcutter. Afterward, they are supposed to disembark in Anhui province. She agrees, adding that at their current pace, they'll arrive ahead of schedule. He then confides in his fiancée that something is bothering him. When she asks what's troubling him, our protagonist wonders aloud, if the ice jade is truly as valuable as she claims, would the Namgun clan really give it up so easily? He's suspicious, sensing something off about the arrangement. She insists he needs to trust her, explaining that ice jade isn't particularly useful for Namgun Soul. Soul would actually need to ingest it, but ice jade is not something one can simply chew up and swallow. Our protagonist reasons that since they possess what the clan desires, handing it over should secure them the ice jade in return. He questions whether the artifact is even edible, but for now, he accepts her explanation. Still, he finds himself wondering about feeding ice jade to the stone lizards, concerned that the cold-blooded creatures, who generally dislike the cold, might react badly to something that emits cold energy. He mentions how ice jade is rumored to contain yin energy and radiate cold, and asks Yin what that really means. She admits she's heard of yin and yang energy before, but acknowledges the subject's complexity. She advises him to listen carefully, noting that understanding this will also help with martial arts. Yin energy, she explains, drives yin transformation, a natural force that sinks and gathers, usually suppressing the activity of living things. Gloom, fear, darkness, and cold are all manifestations of yin energy. In essence, it's simply one side of nature's balance. Soryang asks if yin energy is inherently bad. She says not really, explaining that its opposite, yang energy, drives yang transformation. Too much yin energy, however, can overstimulate the body, accelerating aging and depleting vitality. She goes on to say that those stone lizards require the coldness of yin energy because their bodies naturally run cold. Absorbing yin makes them stronger. He likens this dynamic to charging a battery in his previous life, commenting that he always thought yin and yang energies needed to be balanced within the body, like male and female. He then asks, if the lizards are mostly yin, how does balance function for them? His question throws Yin off, prompting her to snap that maybe they should revisit the whole yin-yang balance lesson another time. She admits she misinterpreted his question, thinking he was asking about how lizards reproduce. Our protagonist quickly clarifies that mating wasn't what he meant. Suddenly Pei announces their arrival and instructs everyone to prepare for disembarkation. They dock at Wuhan's pier, where a waiting group greets them. Huayun steps forward, introducing herself as Tang Yun from the Sichuan Tang clan and declaring she has brought the item they requested. They are told a military officer has been expecting them. As they make their way toward the palace, Soryung wonders if this imposing place is the Murim alliance. Its scale leaves him awestruck. As they approach, he notices a girl yanking a boy's ear while he protests, insisting he was about to punish someone. She rebukes him, questioning if he truly intends to fight his own people. A second boy walking beside them chimes in, teasing the first for reacting so quickly after hearing a few words. Our boy scowls, defending his actions by claiming he was only standing up for his lady's honor. All three suddenly recognize Hwayun, calling her the poisonous flower. She greets them by name, Ryando, Jiambong, and Changrian, remarking that it's been a long time since they last met at the Yongbang branch and asking how they've been. Changriang expresses surprise at the coincidence, repeating that it's been ages and calling her poisonous flower again. Our boy observes that only top martial artists earn titles like Dragon, Roar, or Phoenix. Realizing these people must be elites, Jiambong says she's glad to see Hwayun because she has a burning question, having heard strange rumors about her. Hwayun, confused, asks for details. Jiambong shares the rumor that Hwayun has a lover, which she finds utterly absurd. She's taken aback, and Changrian confirms the rumor, saying that all the warriors have been whispering about it. He was about to challenge anyone spreading it to a duel to defend her honor, but the poisonous flower firmly denies it. Changrian, satisfied that the matter is settled, declares he must find the source of the rumor and teach them a lesson. Before he can act, Hwayun interrupts, determined to clarify things herself. She pulls Sirion forward, introducing him not as her lover, but as her fiancé, explaining that their marriage is arranged. The three freeze in shock. Jiambong blurts out that he looks unusually young. Hwayun apologizes for not introducing him sooner, and our protagonist politely introduces himself, asking them to look after him. At that moment, Changriang recognizes Siriong's name, immediately kneeling and bowing respectfully. The people around them fall silent in astonishment. While still kneeling, Changriang formally introduces himself, then looks up at him with fierce determination, addressing him as a young hero and challenging him to a duel. The entire room falls into stunned silence as Changriang suddenly challenges Siriong to a duel, staring him down and insisting on a fight, man to man. Lady Hwayun's expression twists in fury, clearly incredulous at his audacity. Jiambong reacts immediately, grabbing the hothead by the collar and yanking him away, snapping at him to shut up and drop this nonsense. Meanwhile, our protagonist simply stands there, quietly thinking about how this guy picked a fight with him the very second they met. Just then, Zhuge, known as the strategist, appears and demands to know the cause of all this commotion. Siriong quickly bows, introducing himself as Siriong from the Sichuan Tang clan and greeting the elder with formality. The others bow as well, acknowledging Zhuge as he approaches and gives Changriang a sharp smack on the head with his stick, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing to their guest. Zhuge looks at our boy, joking that he nearly lost his neck waiting for him to arrive, and instructs him to follow to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, where the Alliance leader is waiting. He leads Siriong and Lady Hwayun onward, with Changriang glaring at his back, seething and itching for revenge. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, Hwayun tells Siriong that she'll wait in the reception hall, leaving him to walk alongside the strategist. Suddenly, a young boy appears in front of him, looking panicked and uncertain. Our boy points down the hall, tells him to go that way, then abruptly asks if he wants some tea, only to change his mind again and suggest they should greet the Alliance leader first. In a final burst of nerves, he blurts out that the Alliance leader is waiting. Zhuge explains that our boy is new, brought in after the last servant turned out to be a spy and is still getting used to things. At the entrance, Sirion steps forward and loudly announces their arrival, stating that the strategist and the young lord of the Tang clan have arrived. From inside, the Alliance leader's voice responds, granting them permission to enter. Once inside, our protagonist bows deeply and introduces himself. The Alliance leader responds warmly, welcoming him and commenting that he must have had a hard journey. His eyes then land on the baby centipedes coiled around Siriong's wrist and waist, asking if those creatures might bite someone. He assures him they will not. He recalls hearing that the Alliance leader is one of the top 3 martial artists in Murim and is impressed by how quickly the man spotted the centipedes hidden on him. The Alliance leader invites everyone to sit at the vast table and waste no time, immediately asking if Siriong has brought the bloodthirsty woodcutter's poison. Our boy confirms that he has and explains that he prepared as much as possible before leaving, bringing 3 vials with him. The strategist mentions having witnessed the poison's extraction process in Sichuan, describing it as painfully slow and difficult, and thanks Sirion sincerely, asking him to pass along his gratitude for sending so much. The Alliance leader then brings up his new role as the Tang family's son-in-law, which he affirms. The conversation shifts as the Alliance leader asks about Siriang's parents. He replies that he is alone in the world with no one to rely on. Zhuge interjects, noting that our protagonist lost all his memories in an accident before the Tang clan took him in. He lived alone in Hainan, Iceland, catching and selling snakes to survive. The Alliance leader expresses sympathy, saying he must have endured a lonely and difficult life. Siriang downplays the hardship, saying it wasn't too lonely. With that, the Alliance leader explains the real reason he called him. Due to the great merit Siriang earned during the blood cult incident, he wants to reward him. The young Tang Lord looks surprised, explaining that he already told the strategist what he needed. Zhuge jumps in, denouncing the blood cult and emphasizing that Siriang uncovered something so significant that the cult will never dare come near the Central Plains again, insisting such a contribution deserves much more than a small reward. He maintains that he only obtained it while rescuing his people and is satisfied with what he was promised. The Alliance leader studies Siriang and asks again if he truly acquired it while saving his people. When he confirms, the elder reveals that he feels a strong bond with him and now understands why. They are similar, not in appearance, but in spirit. He shares that he, too, lost his clan and the woman he loved to the blood cult, fighting desperately to save just one family member. Through his struggle, he reached enlightenment and achieved martial mastery. He draws a parallel. Our protagonist risked everything, facing a blood cult elder even while poisoned, to save the Tang clan. The Alliance leader tells him he is just like he was 30 years ago, powerless, but willing to risk it all. He continues, explaining that Siriang must have charged ahead with desperate determination. As a reward, he offers him his secret martial art, the Iron Chest technique. He confides that he has never taken a disciple, so when he dies, the martial art will disappear with him, but he doesn't intend to make Siriang his disciple, so the Tang clan need not be concerned. The strategist objects to this decision, but the Alliance leader only laughs, telling him to trust him. That night, Siriang leaves his room, carrying a large book, the martial arts manual the Alliance leader entrusted to him. He is still in disbelief that he received such a valuable, personal gift. He recalls the strategist's warning to keep this secret from everyone except the clan elders for now, and thinks Lady Huayan will be pleased to hear the news. As he walks toward the reception hall, a voice suddenly calls out his name. He stops and turns to see Changriang, who addresses him as a young hero, and says they meet again. Still fixated on the earlier challenge, Changriang reminds him that he hasn't yet answered his duel request. Our protagonist thinks to himself that this guy is incredibly persistent. Changriang insists that Siriang must prove himself worthy of the poisonous flower, Huayun, by demonstrating his strength. He sighs and warns him that it's dangerous. Changriang scoffs, stating that there's no need to worry. He won't use sharp blades and promises to hold back. Siriang shakes his head, clarifying that's not what he meant. It's dangerous because Changriang might die. Enraged, the challenger grabs him by the collar, demanding to know what he just said. In that moment, the 3 baby centipedes suddenly shoot out from under Siriang's shirt, leaping at Changriang. He quickly catches them, telling them not to bite, and assuring them that he's fine. Changriang recoils in shock at the sight, asking what those things are. Our boy repeats that he already warned this was dangerous, and steps closer, calmly telling Changriang that he once saved his life. The realization finally dawns on Changriang. This isn't just a playful bluff. If Siriang hadn't intervened earlier, he would likely be dead right now. The truth hits hard. Our protagonist isn't just strong, he's downright terrifying. In Changriang's eyes, he now seems less like a person, and more like some otherworldly monster. Siriang, noticing his shock, casually asks if he can still breathe. Just then, Lady Huayan arrives, demanding answers, her tone sharp and impatient as she asks what's going on. She turns to Changriang, pointedly questioning if he was bothering her fiancé again. He quickly insists it's all just a silly misunderstanding. Changriang explains that he got a bit lost returning from the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, and our boy kindly offered to guide him back. They were just walking together. Huayan cuts through his story, asking if it was really just guidance. Why were the centipedes so riled up, as if ready for battle? Siriang steps in, claiming they were simply chatting about random things, and he decided to show Changriang the centipedes. For fun, he says. He asked him to release a bit of killing intent, which led to the commotion. Trying to be clever, Changriang plays along and calls it a harmless prank, but admits Siriang was genuinely startled. Our protagonist agrees with the story. Huayan eyes the two of them suspiciously, but after a long moment, she thanks Changriang for escorting her fiancé safely. Siriang jokes that he's basically saved his life the next morning. our boy stands at the docks with his fiancée and Mr. Pai, preparing to leave the city. Before boarding, they turn to Changryong, Jongbon, and Ryango, letting them know they have business to handle and must be on their way. But it was good meeting everyone. Her friends offer their blessings and say their goodbyes. Just before they depart, Jongbon stops Seryong, saying she heard everything from Changryong last night and thanks him sincerely for his kindness. Then Changryong steps forward, expressing his gratitude, admitting that after discussing it with Jongbon, he realized how foolish his behavior was. He admits that seeing how calmly our protagonist handled his rudeness made him realize Seryong is truly a worthy match for their poisonous flower. He bows slightly, entrusting Hwayin to him and calling him a young hero. Our protagonist wishes him good health, thinking there's no reason to make an enemy of Changryong since they'll probably cross paths again at the next Young Bond gathering or something similar. Late that night, they arrive at a village nestled below Mat, Wong and check into an inn. Both order dinner and Seryong notes that they've left Wuhan behind and have arrived in Yang. Pei suggests they rest here since it's already late, pointing out that Mat, Wong is a steep climb and reaching the Namgung clan will take half a day anyway. Following his advice, they decide to stay at the inn for the night. During dinner, Hwayin is stunned to hear that her fiancé inherited the secret manual of the Iron Chest technique, the exclusive martial art of the Fist Emperor. He confirms it and mentions that the alliance leaders said they were similar and wonders aloud if accepting the manual was the right choice. She assures him it was, explaining that while the Iron Chest technique is notoriously brutal to learn, once mastered, it turns the body into a weapon capable of blocking blades and even energy strikes. She says it's said to rival Shaolin's legendary diamond invincible divine art. She also explains that external techniques like this don't require much internal energy cultivation, so he shouldn't have trouble mastering it. The realization dawns on our boy that if successful, he'll essentially be stab-proof. Hwayin offers to help him train for it, adding that she's heard the Fist Emperor used to whip his own body every morning and she can take on that role. Seryong thinks to himself that if it's for training, he's willing to endure it. Their conversation is interrupted by a hotel servant who asks if they plan to stay the night. Hwayin confirms they do and asks why he's questioning them so closely. The old man introduces himself as the inn's owner and judging by their appearance, assumes they're headed to the Namgung clan. Seryong wonders if there's a problem. Hwayin frowns, recalling that her father mentioned strange rumors circulating recently and wonders aloud if this is connected. The old man explains that for months now, people climbing Met, Wong have been disappearing. Eventually, they're found alive, but completely drained of their yang energy. Hwayin asks what this has to do with the Namgung clan. The innkeeper continues, saying every single recovered victim said the same thing. The woman they spent the night with was Lady Namgung Seal from the Namgung clan. Outraged, Hwayin snaps that this is utter nonsense and a false accusation. The innkeeper says everyone reacted the same way when they first heard it, but then recounts an incident. One day, a servant girl ran to Princess Seal, saying the clan head wanted her in the main hall immediately. Seal went, wondering if she'd been caught sneaking out for late-night sword practice. When she arrived, the clan head was already waiting with several young men. As soon as he saw her, he called her forward. She had no idea what was going on. He told the young men to lift their heads and look at her. One glanced up, then quickly bowed again, begging for forgiveness. The clan head demanded he speak the truth, then turned to his daughter and asked if she'd been sneaking out to Ment, Wong at night, explaining that these men were accusing her of draining their yang energy. Seal admitted she'd been training in the valley, but insisted she'd done nothing else. The clan head told the men that if she claimed innocence, they'd better have proof. One said he was only telling what he saw. Another muttered about everyone being possessed, and then brought up a mole. The clan head asked about the mole. The men said the woman they saw had a mole on her chest, pointed out the location, and demanded Seal prove if she had one there. The clan head turned to his daughter and asked if it was true. Seal didn't answer. He called her a brat and demanded to know what she'd been doing every night. On the other side of the palace grounds, Lady Waynon storms off into the forest, her anger almost palpable. So Ryong follows, waiting until they've walked a fair distance before carefully asking if she's still upset over what the innkeeper said earlier. She insists it's not that, then suddenly bursts out, declaring that this business about Lady Namgung Seal and her supposed nightly insane yang energy is the most ridiculous thing she's ever heard. Our boy is left wondering why she's so furious if it isn't about the story itself. Waynon apologizes for losing her temper, admitting she didn't mean to snap. She explains that the entire rumor is total nonsense and offers some background. Seal can't even be around men, period. Her friend suffers from a strange illness. If she doesn't get enough yin energy, her lifespan shortens drastically and yang energy actually poisons her. Seal is so cautious that even having a random man walk near her is enough to make her break out in anxious sweats. The notion that she would be up to anything like what the rumors suggest is impossible, so Ryong finds himself thinking this is just like one of those tragic heroine setups from fantasy novels. Eventually, they reach the gates of the Namgung family palace, where the security guards immediately block their path, demanding to know their business. The Tang girl quietly advises our protagonist to just say he's here to visit Lady Namgung Seal to avoid being turned away. He follows her advice, telling the guards he's come to strike a deal. While they're explaining themselves, Princess Namgung-un appears at the gate, asking what's going on and who they are. Spotting Waynon, Un greets her warmly, remarking that it's been ages since they last met, 2 years since the 7 families gathered. In fact, she compliments Waynon on how much she's grown and asks what brings her here. Waynon explains that the Tang family urgently needs something her cousin Seal owns, called Ice Jade, and that it's absolutely essential, so she came to see if she could get it. Un suggests that if this is the case, they should head to the family headquarters to meet her father and talk things out, promising that he'll be glad to see Waynon after so long. The Tang girl grabs her fiancé's arm and tells him she's also brought an item to trade for the Ice Jade. After some quick conversation, they reach the Namgung family headquarters. Inside, one of the elders asks if it's true they've brought a spirit herb with cold energy. Soryang nods, retrieves a blue stone from under his shirt, and lays it on the table. The elder asks to inspect it, and he agrees, thinking about how valuable this spirit herb is, having kept it close to his chest all this time. The old man examines it and comments on the high purity of its cold energy, estimating it will remain potent for at least 10 years. He announces that if it's truly this rare, he'll gladly trade it for the Ice Jade. While inspecting the stone, the elder notices something dried inside and asks about it. Soryang admits he can't explain that part. The man says that if it's one of those, he won't pry further, but if he knew what it was, he could determine where it came from. Our protagonist thanks him, but inwardly admits that's not the real reason for his silence. His mind drifts back to a memory. One night, while walking with his grandfather-in-law, he saw what looked like an ice crystal stuck to the tail of the stone lizard he'd kept as a keepsake. After examining it, the old man remarked on the incredible cold energy it contained and how useful it would be for martial arts involving ice or frost. He'd guessed that fat-tailed geckos store nutrients in their tails, but never imagined one could store cold energy. Now, Soryang is certain he's not about to admit this. Herb is actually just a dried lizard tail. The elder then instructs his younger daughter to fetch her older sister so they can arrange the exchange for the Ice Jade. She runs off and he tells Soryang and Hwaeun that while they're here, they should relax and consider themselves honored guests. He notes that Hwaeun is a close friend of his daughter, Seal. She bows respectfully to the family head and he goes on to explain that Seal has been having a tough time lately, asking if Hwaeun could stay by her side for a while. Hwaeun promises she'd be happy to help. Yoon suggests they all head to the courtyard house together, and as they leave, she mentions that thanks to Hwaeun's visit, their father seems to be in a much better mood. Before this, things felt tense, as if everyone was walking on thin ice. As they walk, Hwaeun admits she wants to know exactly what happened with Seal, since the rumors she heard on the way to Mount Huang left her worried. Yoon is a bit surprised they already know, but confides that she doesn't believe her sister would ever do something like that. Unfortunately, there's been no evidence to clear Seal's name, so she's been locked away in a reclusion room, forced to prove her innocence with a Sagunsa stamp. Hwaeun recognizes the name immediately. It's a magical stamp, used as a test of purity. The process is fairly extreme. They raise a lizard in a jar, feed it cinnabar until it turns red, grind it into powder, and then stamp it onto the woman's skin. If the woman is pure, the mark won't wash off with water. Soryang, hearing this, thinks to himself that if they want to check for virginity, they'd have better luck finding a unicorn than relying on a lizard. Finally, they reach the pavilion where Seal sits, a red Sagunsa mark stamped onto her left wrist. Yoon announces that they've brought a spirit herb with cold energy, and their father wants to trade it for the Ice Jade. Seal examines the stone, commenting on the strength of its cold energy, then hands over the Ice Jade and thanks them. The couple feels a wave of relief, but when they glance at Seal, they see how crushed and defeated she looks. Hwaeun wastes no time, asking about the rumors and insisting she doesn't believe them, urging Seal to stay strong. Seal admits there were simply too many witnesses. She can't understand how these people knew about the exact location of her mole. Soryang finds the situation extremely unsettling. He asks if there's a pond or river nearby, and if Seal has ever bathed alone there at night. She looks at him, shocked, and wonders if he's suggesting she was being watched. He says yes, but she responds that she's never bathed outside. Besides, even if someone did see something, Everyone staying in the guest house was basically family from the lower village. Her sisters support her, saying the accusations are baseless. He bows an apology for the questioning. Hwayun says she's figured it out, explaining that in situations like this, there's always a clear explanation. Soryang asks what possibility she's thinking of. Lady Hwayun suddenly suggests the culprit might actually be a ghost. Both Seol and Eun freeze, and Soryang sighs inwardly, thinking, that's what you're going with. The sisters start discussing ghosts in earnest. At first, our boy is ready to dismiss the idea as pure nonsense, but then he remembers his encounter with Blue Centipede, how he met it like a spirit in a vision after its death. Maybe the ghost theory isn't as far-fetched as he thought. Quickly, he asks Seol if she's done anything unusual lately, like touching or swallowing some spiritual axilla. She pauses, considering, and says the only odd thing she's handled recently were an acorn and a tree branch. He gives her an unimpressed look, but then she suddenly recalls that while training alone at night, she felt as if someone was watching her from the shadows. She's certain she sensed a presence, even searched for the source thinking it was her sister, but found no one. Seol wonders if she was just being paranoid, but admits the whole thing feels very suspicious. Just then, a young servant girl sprints up, breathless and pale. Seol asks why she's in such a hurry, and the servant announces that another villager has disappeared. Soldiers are already searching the area. Everyone tenses, hoping the news isn't true. Seol immediately rises, declaring that this so-called ghost needs to be punished for ruining her reputation. Her little sister urgently grabs her arm, begging her not to go alone again, warning it could end in disaster, but Seol reassures her, saying there's no need to worry this time, she's not alone. Yoon asks what she means, and the older girl clasps Hwayun's hand, saying she's counting on these two for help, then turns to both our protagonist and Hwayun, asking if they'll stand with her. Both agree without hesitation. That night, the four of them trek deep into the forest. Yoon whispers to her sister that if they get caught this time, it's game over. They'll be locked up for at least 6 months. She turns to Seryong, pleading with him to stop Seol from doing something reckless. Earlier, Seol had shown them a Norwich crafted with knocks, explaining it's a central decoration designed to hold a piece of ice jade. She mentioned she didn't know why he wanted the ice jade so badly, but if he needed something to carry it, the Norwich wasn't a bad choice. She also revealed it can split in two, becoming a token to share between people, and promised she'd give it to them if they helped her clear her name. Back in the forest, our boy assures Yoon that he isn't motivated by the Norwich. He just wants to protect Seol's honor. Yoon calls him a liar, but Seol hushes her, reminding her to behave in front of their guests. The group pushes deeper into the woods until Seol stops, announcing this is the spot where she sensed a presence before. She warns that there could be clues left behind, and urges everyone to keep their eyes open. Hwayun nervously asks what they'll do if it really is a ghost. Seol grips her sword, vowing to cut it down with her blade imbued with evil-breaking magic. Suddenly, a thick fog rolls in, blinding them and muffling all sound. Seorian calls out for his fiancée and the sisters, wondering how everyone managed to scatter so quickly. He keeps shouting their names, trying to regroup, but his foot suddenly sinks into something sticky. Looking down, he realizes he's trapped in a massive spider web, thicker than anything he's ever seen. If the web is this big, he can only imagine how gigantic the spider must be. He hears a faint voice in the distance, straining to make out whether it's Yoon. Needing help, he whispers to his baby centipedes, asking them to find their mother, his fiancée. The creatures scuttle out from under his shirt and disappear into the fog. He keeps calling for the others, but only silence answers him, making him wonder if everyone is wandering deeper into the forest. He questions what's really happening and why spider webs are everywhere. He recalls that spiders generally fall into two categories: sedentary, which stay in one place, and wanderers, which roam, but none of them lay webs flat on the ground like this. This, he realizes, is not a normal spider problem. After a few tense minutes, the fog begins to thin. Our protagonist knows he must find the others quickly. He scans the area, eyes darting across the sticky webs plastered to trees, bushes, and the forest floor, everything coated in silk. Suddenly, Yoon's voice cracks through the haze, crying desperately for help. He spots her, cocooned and hanging from a tree, wrapped head to toe in spider web. But what truly unsettles him is the sight of Seol perched atop a giant spider, staring down at him with a wild, almost feral gaze. Soryang is completely thrown off by Lady Seol's new form. She's perched atop a giant spider, a species so massive and strange that he can't help but gawk. He quickly notices that unlike typical spiders, this one doesn't weave webs in the air. It spreads its silk flat across the ground. Suddenly, the pieces click together. The girl sitting atop the spider, pretending to be Lady Seal, is actually a mimic, specifically a pedipalp spider. He recalls that pedipalp refers to those odd, antenna-like legs near a spider's head, specialized sensory appendages for feeling, mating, and grabbing prey. Even scorpion pincers aren't true legs. Those, too, are technically pedipalps. As the spider exposes its shoulders in an attempt to lure him closer, our protagonist realizes this is some evolutionary trick designed to attract unsuspecting humans, especially men who aren't even supposed to be on the spider's menu. Meanwhile, Nam Gungyun desperately tries to communicate that the girl atop the spider is not her real sister, but she's quickly losing hope that he'll figure it out. Suddenly, our boy acts. He lunges forward, wrapping his arms around the fake Lady Seal. As the spider mimic prepares to strike, one of his baby centipedes darts out and, on his command, sinks its fangs into the creature's shoulder before scurrying back. The reaction is disturbingly realistic, almost too human. Moments later, the spider collapses, dragging the mimic girl down with it. So Ryong figures the centipede venom, a powerful neurotoxin, should paralyze her, but not kill, given her size. He edges closer, thinking that blue-spotted centipedes pack a strong punch, but this creature should survive. He actually feels a bit protective, not wanting the rare spider to be killed by vengeful villagers. With a hint of admiration, he wraps his arms around the fuzzy creature, muttering to himself about its bright red body, the 4 big spots on its back, and that soft, velvet-like fur. He admits it's adorable and finds himself curious about its real face. Will it be tarantula-like, with huge fangs and all? He grabs the mimic girl's body, trying to lift her head for a closer look. Before he can satisfy his curiosity, Lady Huiyun comes flying in and delivers a devastating kick, sending him sprawling away from the spider. She screams that this thing is a monster and orders him to breathe slowly and circulate his chi. Then, realizing she might have overdone it, she checks on him as he briefly blacks out from the sheer force of her kick. When our protagonist regains consciousness, Huiyun confesses she genuinely thought the spider had bewitched him. He insists he was just examining the creature's physical traits, asking her to look. Doesn't she think it's fluffy and cute? Exasperated, she tells him to do whatever he wants, but finally asks if he feels normal now. He wonders what's up with that question. She explains that the swirling fog in the forest is definitely spider-made, and if he breathed any in, his heart would start racing, a natural insect aphrodisiac. She admits she inhaled some herself, got freaked out, and ran off to recover before coming back. He shrugs, claiming it didn't affect him at all, but quietly realizes the villagers who seemed possessed were actually just under the influence of this spider fog, a pheromone messing with their minds. He asks his fiancée to analyze the spider's size and fog-producing traits, hoping she can identify what exactly it is. She admits she doesn't know. Something about it is familiar, but she can't quite place it. Annoyed, she shouts that she doesn't have a mental encyclopedia of every poisonous beast in the world, and he wonders why she seems so rattled. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes around them, drawing both their attention. Soryang quickly realizes it isn't coming from the spider. His mind sparks. He totally forgot about Nam Gungyun. Rushing over, they lower her limp body from the web. He checks her breathing and confirms she's only paralyzed, not harmed. With the immediate danger over, our protagonist decides to restrain the spider, wrapping it up tightly in its own silk. He plans to take the creature back to the clan and get it properly identified. As he drags the spider along, the real Lady Seal suddenly drops from a tree, wielding her sword. She takes one look at her unconscious sister and erupts in rage, shouting that after humiliating her, the spider even dared to attack her sibling. Consumed by fury, Seal charges, blade raised to cleave the unconscious spider in two. Soryang throws himself in front of her, blocking the blow. She screams at him to get out of the way and let her kill the beast, but he stands his ground, insisting that he caught it fair and square. It's his now. Both girls stare at him in absolute shock. Seal looks ready to explode at his insane declaration. Soryang positions himself protectively between Lady Seal and the hulking spider, determined to shield her from harm. Seal glares at him, her tone sharp and taunting, as she demands to know exactly what he just said to her. Our protagonist finds himself thinking that killing this tiny creature seems like overkill. After all, she has already dispatched a gecko with her poisonous chant, and now she's targeting a spider. Before matters escalate, Lady Wayan steps in and tells Seal to wait. She calmly informs her that her sister isn't dead, just paralyzed. As this news sinks in, Seal realizes her sister is still alive, and Wayan reaffirms it, urging her to keep herself together. She adds in a gentle voice that she understands why Seal is angry, but warns her that if she kills the host now and the mimicry shatters, the creature will simply morph into something else, leaving no way to clear Lady Namgung's name. Wayan encourages her to think about the consequences. The older girl also points out that bringing this creature back and presenting it to her family could finally put an end to all the false rumors surrounding them. Not only that, but it was Soryang who managed to capture the host, discover the elixir intended for Seal, and save her sister's life. Wayan reminds her that it was her own fiancé who helped set things right for Yoon, then pointedly asks whether Seal plans to strike at him now. Chastened, Seal bows her head in apology, calling our boy her warrior and admitting she hadn't considered his kindness before acting so rashly. He accepts her apology without hesitation, assuring her that it's all fine. He glances at his fiancée, quietly impressed by her ability to keep a clear head through such chaos. Wayan then turns to him and asks what he plans to do with the spider. Pressing for a decision, Soryang admits he is considering sparing the creature's life and bringing it to the Tang clan for the time being. As he says this, he adds that it's cute, and almost on cue, the spider shifts its form to mimic Seal's appearance. She blinks at him in confusion, wondering if he's forgotten that he's already engaged. Wayan quickly interjects so there's no misunderstanding, explaining that he simply finds the spider itself cute. Its reddish hue, soft fur, and quirky abilities are what he's referring to, not its current guise. Seal is left stunned as our protagonist gently wraps his arms around the spider, embracing it tenderly. Watching the girls whisper to each other, he asks what they're talking about. They both smile and dismiss his question, saying it's nothing. The next morning, the spider and Seal, more specifically her replica, are safely transported to the Namgung household. There, an elder bellows in fury, outraged that the creature dared to steal his daughter's face and disgrace her reputation. Soryang tries to calm him down, promising that now the truth will finally come out and all the damaging rumors will be crushed. Hearing this, the elder nods and expresses his deep gratitude, saying that Soryang has saved both his daughters' lives and their honor. He solemnly promises that the Namgung family will never forget this debt and offers to grant any wish he asks. Feeling pleased, our protagonist requests to take the host back home with him, but the elder hesitates, revealing that something still troubles him. When Soryang asks what's on his mind, the elder gestures toward the spider, pointing out that it's still in his daughter's form. If the creature could take her appearance once, what's to stop it from doing so again or shifting into another form altogether? The elder wants reassurance that he won't have to keep questioning his daughter's identity forever. Relief washes over our protagonist that his rights to the creature are secure, but the issue of its appearance remains unresolved. Suddenly, chaos breaks out nearby and people begin to panic. He rushes toward the commotion, finding Commander Pei and asking what's happening. Pei explains that the crowd is growing unruly. One person shouts that the creature copied the young lady's face, while another demands to know why it hasn't been killed yet. Pei bellows at them to be quiet, reminding everyone that the host now belongs to their clan and questioning whether they intend to insult clan property. The crowd recoils, bowing their heads in apology to the elders. Turning to Pei, Soryang says the misunderstanding has been cleared up and most of the people who needed to see the truth have seen it. He's concerned that if the commotion continues, the creature might get hurt. Pei orders the guards to close the entrance and tells the crowd to disperse and return home. Unexpectedly, an ancient old man appears and politely asks the guards to wait, requesting a chance to see the spider. One guard bows an apology, explaining that the orders are strict, but the old man persists. Hearing the elder plead from afar, our boy instructs the guards to let him through, surmising that he must have come a long way despite his frail health. The old man beams as he shuffles over to the spider. After a careful inspection, he exhales deeply and confirms that what he's heard is true. He looks at Soryang and asks what will become of the creature, whether they intend to kill it. Our protagonist reassures him that they have no such plans. In fact, he considers it valuable and intends to bring it to Sichuan and raise it within the Tang clan. He explains that while its diet may be unusual, the creature is a harmless host, and since its nature was determined by heaven, it is not to blame for what happened. The old man gives a sad chuckle, admitting he's never met anyone who speaks with such kindness, and says that if it's Soryang taking her in, he believes he can trust him. Suddenly, the elder begins untying the spider. Alarmed, Soryang shouts at him to be careful, warning that the creature could be dangerous, but the old man simply sits beside it and gently strokes its head, prompting the spider to nuzzle him affectionately. The protagonist feels a strange, familiar warmth from the scene, realizing that this elder is a fellow kindred spirit. The old man reveals the spider's name, Yova. Years ago, after losing his entire family to a plague, he found Yova, then only the size of a fist, and began living with her. That was over 2 decades ago, when he still had the strength to feed her his yang ti and raise her. As he weakened and could no longer provide his yang qi, Yova ended up causing harm to the Namgung clan's young lady. The old man blames himself for everything that happened, and Soryang is stunned by his confession. The elder confides that he's been panicking for days, unsure what to do, but now that a kind young man like Soryang has agreed to take Yova in, he finally feels at peace. He begs him to take good care of his beloved companion. Our protagonist promises earnestly that he'll raise Yova well, and reassures the old man that he need not worry. The elder turns to Yova, telling her that her father has grown too old to care for her and asking her to follow Soryang, wishing her a long and happy life. Both the spider and seal's replica begin to cry, hugging the old man tightly. Watching this, he reflects that for a pet to understand human words and respond with such emotion, they must have shared an extraordinary amount of time together. It's clear the elder cherished Yova as if she were his own daughter. Soryang asks if he would like to accompany them to Sichuan, suggesting it might be better than saying farewell. The old man declines with gratitude, explaining that he is too old for such a journey and that his family graves are here. He could never leave. Soryang accepts this and asks if the elder can share his experience raising Yova, as he has never cared for a creature like her before. The old man smiles and promises to share everything he knows. Our protagonist expresses particular curiosity about Yangqi and how to provide it. The elder demonstrates by sliding his finger into Yova's mouth, and she immediately starts sucking on it. He explains that it's simple. One just inserts a finger like this, and even sleeping next to her transmits Yangqi. When she receives it, Yova transforms into whatever she believes her owner finds most beautiful. After finishing with the old man's finger, Yova suddenly transforms into the form of a stunning woman. Soryang's eyes widen in surprise, and he wonders who she is. The old man explains quietly that this is his late wife's face from her youth. He'd wanted to see her one last time before his own death, and now he feels he can go peacefully. The elder then turns to Soryang and asks if he'd like to try. Our boy nods, sliding his finger into Yova's mouth, but as her form shifts into another woman's shape, everyone around them stands in silent shock. Soryang rushes over to Lady Huayun, urgently asking if he can hold her just once. She softly explains that she never meant to hide anything from him, that she simply wasn't certain about the situation herself. As he stands there in bewilderment, Huayun reveals that Yova, the spider, is one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains, news that leaves our boy reeling in shock. She tells him she wanted to be sure before saying anything because of the promise they had made to each other, and at that moment, he finally understands why she kept the truth from him. Huayun embraces him, and as she does, Lady Namgungan wakes up, asking if she should give them some privacy. He lets Huayun know that her sister is already awake, but the younger girl shrugs off their concern and tells them not to mind her presence. 2 days pass, and the entire Tang clan boards their ship, preparing to return to their homeland. As they set off, Lady Seol and Yun both express their heartfelt gratitude to Soryang and Huayun for everything they've done. Seol, in particular, silently vows that she will never forget this favor. With their goodbyes said, the incident with the Namgang clan comes to a close, and the two groups part ways. After draining our protagonist's yang qi, Yova now appears in Huayun's form, which leads him to think that, at the very least, they won't have to endure any more suspicious glares from Commander Pei and the soldiers. He glances at the spider, checking in and reassuring her to hold on a little longer. He promises they'll let her out as soon as they arrive. Commander Pei approaches, inquiring about the plan for their next route. Originally, after acquiring the ice jade, Soryang intended to head straight to Mount Ganga to hunt the elusive fat-tailed geckos. But now, with Yova in tow, he hesitates. He considers stopping by Tangland first, unsure whether she can withstand a prolonged journey. As he discusses his thoughts with the crew, he notices Yova looking at him, her smile gentle, almost as if she's worried about him. Quietly, he thanks her and promises to get them to their destination as quickly as possible. After weighing their options, Soryang informs Pei that they'll stick to the original plan and head directly to Mount Ganga, intending to capture the fat-tailed geckos before returning to the Tang clan together with Yova. Pei accepts his master's decision without question. While our boy stands on the deck, he overhears two sailors chatting by the railing. One remarks that the Alliance leader has personally led the Blue Dragon unit on their recent mission. The other mentions the prisoners captured during the Blood Curse base raid, revealing that those prisoners disclosed the location of another cult stronghold. Both men express amazement that not a single person died in the battle, calling it almost unbelievable. They continue their gossip, discussing a rumor about a special poison mist that was engineered to target only blood cult members. Soryang listens, knowing full well that he was the one who devised that very poison. The sailors speculate on the identity of the mysterious genius who accomplished such a feat, agreeing that the Alliance must be keeping it secret to protect the individual from cult retaliation. Neither realizes that the man they're praising is standing right beside them. The two agree that whoever did it deserves respect and admiration, and they resolve to honor that person's reputation from now on, even if they never learn his true identity. As he is lost in thought, mulling over these overheard compliments, the ship finally arrives near Mount Ganga. Once there, our protagonist admits to himself that he probably wouldn't be able to cross the mountain alone. He asks Hwayun and Pei to go fetch the kids, by which he means, of course, the fat-tailed lizards. Pei expresses concern, worried that without their master, the lizards might not follow them. Hwayun suggests that perhaps Soryang himself should go, or maybe she could try using a wild kudzu vine to bridge the gap. Before he can answer, a young servant shouts for his attention, urging him to look at Yova. Without a word, the giant spider has started climbing the mountain on her own. He calls after her, telling her to come down immediately, and to his shock, Yova actually listens. She leaps straight to the ground. Watching her, he wonders if this is an example of ballooning. Perhaps she's trying to show him that she can fly simply because she's a spider. Most people don't realize that, even without wings, spiders are capable of traveling great distances through a phenomenon called ballooning. A spider surrenders itself to the wind and can drift for tens or even hundreds of kilometers this way. Sometimes, people walking down a street feel a strand of web brush against their face, unaware it's the remains of a spider's airborne journey. Now, it appears that Yova can balloon as well. Inspired by this, Soryang has an idea. He climbs onto her back, and the enormous spider carries him effortlessly to the mountain's peak. As he hugs her in gratitude, he marvels at her strength and intelligence. However, his fiancée's voice cuts through the awe, sounding annoyed as she complains that watching him hug a spider makes her feel like she's the one being crawled all over. Realizing her discomfort, he apologizes immediately, telling everyone to wait for him for a moment. He needs to take care of something first. He announces that he'll go and bring the geckos out of the cave himself. Inside the cave, he finds both lizards already waiting for him, their eyes bright with excitement. As soon as they spot him, they leap forward, clearly overjoyed to see him again. He asks if they've been well, noting how much more affectionate they've become during his absence, and expresses his happiness at finding them healthy. He presents the ice jade he brought just for them, promising to take good care of them from now on. Then he asks if they'd like to come with him, and both respond with clear signs of agreement. Pleased, he names one Snow and the other Ice. Gathering the two lizards in his arms, Soryang makes his way back, content as Snow and Ice officially become part of their small, growing family. Deep into the night, Soryang and his crew finally return to the Sichuan Tang clan. The guards at the front gates freeze, stunned by the sight of not one, but two lady Wyans standing side by side. As the group moves closer, they spot a massive spider lurking beneath one of the Wyans, and immediately demand an explanation. Why does that spider look exactly like their young lady's twin? Our protagonist tells them straight out that they should feel free to announce it proudly. Their precious official son-in-law has just brought back one of the 10 legendary venomous beasts. The guards, shocked as if they've been slapped, bolt inside to alert the elders. Within moments, word spreads, and Tang and Elder Kaesan race toward the main gates. Elder Kaesan sharply orders the others to notify every clan elder at once, and soon the entire elder council converges on the entrance. Grandfather Tang grumbles that Soryang left to hunt food for the geckos, and returns swaggering with a spider wearing a human face. Elder Kaesan turns to his son-in-law, demanding to know where exactly he's been, and what he's been up to, especially since the spider is an exact copy of his daughter. Even his wife notes the uncanny resemblance. Our boy calmly explains that he stumbled upon the spider while visiting the Namgung clan. Elder Kaesan gives him a disbelieving look, finding it hard to accept that someone could simply stumble upon one of the 10 venomous beasts, as if picking daisies. He insists on hearing the full story of how Soryang managed to catch the infamous human-faced spider. Tang shakes his head, saying the kid never fails to keep them on their toes. One of the elders nudges the others and jokes that this is precisely the kind of madness they should expect from Tang's own son-in-law. Elder Kaesan suddenly bursts out laughing, declaring that our boy is officially family now. His wife admits that, yes, the promise between them is finally fulfilled. The protagonist can't help but wonder how everyone knows about that promise, but his father-in-law brushes away his concerns, telling him none of that matters anymore. What's important is that he's truly one of them now. Grandfather Tang claps him on the back, telling him that starting tomorrow, he had better head to the river and catch a live wild goose. Soryang is confused by this sudden assignment, Tang explains that it's traditional for the groom himself to prepare the goose for the wedding ceremony, but reassures him that while he might be too young for a wedding, an engagement ceremony is entirely within reach. The mention of an engagement ceremony catches our boy off guard, making him tense, but Elder Kaesan clarifies that once the engagement is official, even if Hwa-yin changes her mind, she can't back out so easily. The entire family wholeheartedly supports the idea. He calls for everyone's attention, declaring that as the Sichuan Tang clan's son-in-law, he'll be counting on their support from now on. Once they settle back into the clan grounds, his first priority is making sure all the kids, Yova, Snow, and Ice, have comfortable places to sleep. Yova claims a massive tree near the village well as her own territory. The geckos, being as clingy as puppies, clearly shouldn't be separated, so he lets them stay in his own room for now instead of sending them to the venomous creature garden or beast hall. With everyone settled, our protagonist turns his attention to learning how to communicate with his new companions, the stone lizards and the giant spider. One quiet afternoon, with the whole family lounging together, he looks at the spider and the lizards, asking if they're enjoying their new home. He tells Yova she's welcome to swing by if she gets hungry, reassuring her there's always food to be found here. To his surprise, Yova gestures at her legs, leaving him momentarily baffled. It takes him a moment, but he realizes she's pointing out that she spun a web trap, ready to snare any would-be intruder. The message is clear. If anyone tries sneaking in and hits that string, she'll spring into action immediately, charging in like a freight train. At the same time, the stone lizards start wriggling around as if trying to communicate something of their own. Hwa-yin guesses they're saying not to worry, they'll help guard the place too. With everyone's living situation in order, the engagement ceremony finally arrives. All the elders gather for a simple vow exchange, but there's a minor uproar over what the ceremonial offerings should be. Hwa-yin casually suggests that the offerings should be the geckos, not some cheap ornaments, since she's had her eye on them for ages. He apologizes, explaining that it might be a bit difficult. She asks why, so the protagonist explains that offerings are supposed to symbolize an unbreakable bond. While geckos are adorable, shouldn't the offering be something eternal, like ice jade? He reminds her that even geese, with their symbolism of 100 years of marriage and the letters of oath, have deep meanings. Besides, once they're engaged, everything he owns will be hers anyway. Hwa-yin concedes, saying she understands now. She then tells him to call her simply Yun from now on, dropping the lady, since it's far too formal for fiancé. Sur-young picks up on this quickly. Soon after, they're summoned to the Patriarch Hall, where the entire family is present. Lord Elder Chilson greets them and asks if they slept well the previous night. He wonders why they've been called here, suspecting it's to receive the Patriarch's blessings. But after a brief pause, Lord Elder Chilson brings up a more serious topic, his grand art. He asks what that means, and Yun explains that it involves learning the clan's inner key cultivation technique and absorbing poisons. The protagonist recalls the 10 poisons she mentioned before and asks if that's what she means. Grandfather Tang confirms, noting that catching a human-faced spider counts as a stroke of luck, since its poison is the weakest among the 10 venomous beasts and therefore the easiest to manage first. Sur-young asks if they're starting right away, but his father-in-law tells him to be patient, although he once said he'd absorb all 10 poisons himself. Elder Chilson now has another idea. Seeing all the creatures his son-in-law is raising reminds him of a sacred clan tradition that's been forgotten over time. Elder Chilson asks if he knows the true meaning behind the 5 venoms. Our boy replies that it must relate to the 5 venoms returning technique he studied previously. Elder Chilson confirms, explaining that centipede, gecko, scorpion, snake, and toad are the core of that art, and then, with a gleam in his eye, suggests Sur-young should go even further and train in the 5 venoms returning divine art. His father-in-law begins by explaining that within the Tang clan, poisonous creatures are divided into 2 broad categories, common beasts and spiritual beasts. He further breaks it down, stating that common beasts are the ordinary venomous animals found everywhere, while spiritual beasts are those with mystical powers, sharper intelligence, or even an inner core. Hearing this, Sur-young thinks about the golden-haired king bee brought along, the fat-tailed geckos, Snow, and Ice, the blue-spotted centipedes, and the human-faced spider, wondering if all of them count as spiritual beasts. That's exactly the case, his father-in-law confirms, and that's why he has another suggestion. Tang explains that the 5 venomous returning technique reaches its ceiling by only dealing with poisons from ordinary venomous creatures. The true upgrade, the 5 venomous true returning technique, is on a whole different level. as it can absorb the toxins of spiritual beasts. Right now, our protagonist already has two spiritual beasts ready, the blue-spotted centipedes and the fat-tailed geckos. If he can gather poison from a spiritual snake, scorpion, and toad as well, he'll meet all the conditions needed to master the 5 venomous returning divine art. That's the path Tang recommends. Suddenly, our protagonist wonders if fat-tailed geckos even possess venom. His father-in-law tells him that, yes, their venom causes an intense freezing state. The icy breath they exhale is actually their poison. This is brand new information for So Young. Tang then says his son-in-law is at a crossroads. One option is to take in the poisons from the blue-spotted centipede and the fat-tailed gecko to master the 5 venomous returning divine art. The other is to absorb the human-faced spider's venom, one of the 10 great venomous creatures, and begin collecting the 10 poisons required for the dual-core 10 poisonous body. Our boy asks if it's possible to use the 10 great venomous creatures to complete the 5 poisons body instead, but Tang clarifies that the fat-tailed gecko isn't one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Our boy realizes that if he absorbs poisons from mid-tier creatures like the blue-spotted centipedes and the geckos, he can't fully build the 10 poisons body just from the 10 great venomous creatures anymore. It's like choosing a skill tree in an RPG. Does he go down the spiritual beast 5 poisons body path or collect the 10 great venomous creatures for the 10 poisons body route? Even in his past life as a gamer, he knew that picking the right skill tree could either make him a legend or leave him useless. Tang urges him to think carefully because the 5 venomous returning divine art is already incredibly powerful, and relying on fate to find all 10 great venomous creatures is risky at best. So Young weighs whether to take the quicker, easier path of the 5 poisons body or the brutal elite route of the 10 poisons body. He has no answer yet, and the dilemma traps him in a spiral of indecision. Walking back to his room with his fiancée, she encourages him not to let the promise force his hand into pursuing the 10 poisons body. She assures him that the 5 venomous returning divine art is a monster of a martial art in its own right, and that he shouldn't rush his choice out of anxiety. She reminds him that, as the patriarch said, the preparation process is the same for both, only the last poison differs, so he can afford to take his time deciding. He agrees to move slowly and think it over properly. Even 2 days later, as preparations for the grand technique continue, our protagonist is no closer to a decision. He plays with the geckos, voicing his indecision and asking them what they think, because he's genuinely torn. While he's chatting with his lizard friends, Lady Hyun enters and mentions that the blue centipedes look ready to molt again. Surprised, he goes to check with her and sees she's right. Their second molting is about to begin. He comments that they're growing too fast, not expecting such quick development at all. She asks if their appearance will change after this molt. He says this time, they'll start showing blue spots and wonders if they're turning into their mother. The thought excites him, and she says she can't wait to see the results, to which he replies that they're going to get even cuter. But then it hits him that this isn't cause for celebration. If the centipedes can't finish drying out before the grand technique starts, it'll be a problem. Even regular centipedes take a whole day to dry after molting, and last time it took even longer. The fat-tailed gecko's venom is also unique, and he needs to prepare properly before extracting it. He's been torn between using the blue-spotted centipede's venom or Yova's for his first dose, but with the centipedes about to molt, he can't use their venom, and forcing it now would be reckless. He realizes he can't just wait around for their bodies to harden either. He wonders what he's been agonizing over these past few days. 2 days later, in the Tang clan's Hall of 10,000 Poisons, the preparations for the grand technique are finally complete. He briefly considers delaying the process for the centipede's sake, but the setup is so complex that postponing isn't an option. Hundreds of decoction cauldrons boil various herbs, each releasing its essence. All the extracts are cooled and combined into a single massive jar, just the first step. Next, precise proportions of poisons and spiritual beast blood are added to the jar. Managing the hundreds of herbs, poisons, and beast blood, each volatile in its own way, and blending them perfectly, is a nightmare task. Even the slightest delay will ruin the concoction, meaning everything must be thrown out. Waiting is simply not an option. Soryang resolves to use Yova's poison, one of the 10 great venomous creatures. The poison's color is an ominous pitch black. The old man overseeing the ritual announces it's time, instructing our boy to strip and step into the jar. As he lowers himself into the enormous vat of poisonous herbal liquid, nostalgia washes over him, reminding him of the herbal baths he once endured. Grandfather Tang announces they'll add a single drop of Yova's poison to trigger the reaction, then toss in the prepared medical compounds so our protagonist's body can absorb the mixture properly. He mentions that usually this would be agonizing, but thanks to Yova's paralytic venom, the pain should be blunted. His father-in-law tells him to wait while they fetch the final ingredients, and everyone leaves. Suddenly, Lady Huayan enters the hall, bringing the giant spider with her. Yova and the geckos are right behind. She tells him the blue-spotted centipedes have woken up. He remarks that they look even cuter now, surprised that they haven't changed as much as he expected. They resemble giant plush body pillows. One scuttles toward him, probably confused to see its dad soaking in a giant jar. Our protagonist warns it that the area is dangerous and tells it to return to its mother. Huayan calls them over, and all 3 centipedes scurry to her side. But suddenly, one centipede's antenna brushes against the medicinal liquid. He shouts for his fiancée to rinse it off immediately. She quickly scoops up the baby, but in her hurry, a single drop of centipede venom falls into the jar. Both of them watch as the venom disperses through the liquid. Without warning, a wave of excruciating pain tears through Soryang's body. He lets out a scream so raw and primal it sounds as if his very soul is being torn apart. His fiancée, voice tight with worry, begs him to hold on. The centipede's poison is ravaging him from the inside, making it feel as though someone is peeling his skin away while setting his flesh ablaze. He remembers the warning. If he moves even a muscle during the grand technique, it could be catastrophic. Every nerve in his body is screaming for him to leap from the jar and flee, but our boy clings to consciousness by sheer force of will, pushed far past his previous limits. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Lady Huayan's father and grandfather rush in, both freezing in shock at the chaotic scene. The old man demands to know why the grand technique has gone haywire. Huayan quickly explains that the centipede accidentally released a bit of venom. Both elders rush to their son-in-law's side, and as they approach, our protagonist, voice ragged, begs them to save him. The elder grips his head, instructing him to sharpen his focus, steady his mind, and slow his breathing. Whatever happens, he must not lose consciousness. Soryang tries desperately, but within seconds, his vision blurs and darkness closes in around him. For a moment, there is nothing but blackness. It feels as if he is sinking into a bottomless ocean, plunging deeper and deeper into the void. In that darkness, he catches sight of Noah, his baby centipede, drifting in the empty space. Suddenly, Huayan's voice pierces the void, shouting to her grandfather that Soryang seems to be waking up. He blinks his eyes open, finding the old man and his fiancée leaning anxiously over him. She instantly asks if he's okay. Grandfather explains that our protagonist managed to channel his chi directly through his core, which pulled him through the worst of the ordeal. He adds that the grand technique was completed safely with no fatal mishaps. Although it wasn't Yova's poison as intended, our protagonist ended up absorbing the centipede's venom instead. A weary smile crosses his face as he realizes Noah must have truly wanted her dad to master the 5 poisons body. Immediately, he asks about Noah, concerned for the little centipede after her antenna touched the potent mixture. His fiancée reassures him that she rinsed Noah off right away, though she confesses she had no idea if he himself would survive. Now, looking back, he realizes that right after their engagement ceremony, he should have checked on her first, but his instincts drove him straight to the centipedes. No wonder Huayan is upset. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabs through his head, and he clutches it, gasping that it hurts. She wonders if the agony is returning. He looks at her with sudden clarity and asks again if Noah is really all right. Huayan stares at him before shouting that he clearly hasn't fully recovered yet. The old man immediately orders someone to call the physician. Soryang manages a shaky smile. 2 days pass before every last drop of medicine in the jar has dried up, and the grand technique finally concludes. Grandfather looks at him, asking if he is truly all right or if they should perform a deeper examination. He assures him he's fine. The elder nods, saying that whether he likes it or not, our protagonist has now set foot on the 5 venomous returning divine arts path. It's time to hand over the martial arts manual that accompanies it. Soryang wonders what secrets this manual might hold. The elder explains that there are 5 main techniques. First, centipede's poison fawn claw. Second, venomous snake's life-grabbing hand. Third, scorpion tail rapid leg. Fourth, toad's explosive bomb. Fifth, lizard wall climbing body step. Each is part of a style: claw, hand, leg, step, body, and palm techniques. This martial art allows him to reach a realm where he and poison are one, true unity with venom. Excitement stirs in Soryang at the prospect. Grandfather laughs, saying his face makes it obvious he's interested. He admits he's surprised. He thought these would be simple poison or assassination techniques. The old man approves of his sharp perception and reveals that this martial art didn't originate from the Tang clan. Our boy reacts in shock. The elder continues, explaining that the 5 venoms returning divine art and its associated techniques come from the now extinct 5 poison sect. 200 years ago, a genius second son of the Tang family and the daughter of the southern barbarian Beast Palace's lord fell in love, and despite fierce opposition, ran away together to found the sect. They combined Tang clan's poison arts with the Beast Palace's Beast Fist techniques, but since both arts were never meant to leave their clans, both families hunted them relentlessly. A century ago, the two clans finally cornered and wiped out the 5 poison sect in the Yunnan jungles, each reclaiming their martial techniques. What was recovered included the 5 venomous returning divine art and the 5 poison techniques. Fierce arguments followed, but since mastering the art required a willingness to accept poison into oneself, it was ultimately entrusted to the Tang clan. The elder tells Soryang that the sect master back then was strong enough to fend off both clans, proving the art's greatness. He's always thought it suited someone like this youth who has such a natural affinity for poisons. Overjoyed, he bows in gratitude and promises to devote himself to practice. The elder smiles, confident that Soryang's dedication will lead him to greatness. So on that day, our protagonist officially took his first step toward mastery of the 5 venomous returning divine art. After his training, he finally steps outside, feeling truly alive for the first time in ages. As he leaves the training room, Noah, his centipede baby, scuttles over to him. He recognizes her immediately and asks if she's been waiting for him. He reassures her not to feel guilty. None of what happened was her fault. He wants to show her that he's alive and well. Suddenly, Noah jumps up and dives under his shirt, then wriggles out again and scurries onto his hand. Confused, Soryang shakes his head, dismissing the moment as a random quirk. He remembers that people say odd moments like these sometimes happen when you spend enough time with a pet. He laughs softly to himself. There's no way Noah, a simple weapon, just a venomous creature, could truly understand him. But the moment he entertains that thought, she glares up at him, almost as if offended. He wonders if she really gets what he's thinking. Testing the idea, he tells her to climb onto his head and instantly, she hops right onto his hair. Amused and curious, Soryang decides to consult the secret record of the world's venomous creatures, to see if he can make sense of this deepening bond. Somewhere else, Huiying is out here losing her mind, calling for Cho because the centipede has straight up vanished. She runs into a few other centipedes and tries to get some info, but out of nowhere, Soryang comes sprinting toward her with Cho chilling on his shoulders, but the guy looks absolutely cooked, like he just ran a marathon in record time. She immediately goes into mom mode, asking if he's dying while simultaneously scolding Cho for wandering off after she specifically told the bug to stay put. Our boy finally catches his breath and drops a massive bomb that Cho can literally understand human speech now. She freezes, trying to argue that Cho was always a good listener, but he clarifies that this is some next-level telepathy stuff. Before Huiying can even process the shock, Soryang is already booking it toward the Grand Patriarch's hall because he needs answers immediately. Once they get inside the hall and lay out the whole story, Huiying wonders if this thought-reading glitch is connected to the Great Rite. The old man shuts that down instantly, pointing out that in the entire history of people huffing spirit creature venom, nobody has ever unlocked the telepathic bug. He concludes that this is definitely the work of the 5 venoms returning divine art. Since Soryang is the only one who actually survived absorbing spirit poison, he's basically been influenced by the Southern Palace Beast's secret methods, where beasts are treated like an extra limb of the user. The old man warns them that this is a low-key dangerous situation because the palace guards their secrets like a vault. If they find out the Tang clan has mastered a martial art that smells like their influence, things could get messy fast. Huiyun is stressed out, asking if there's a delete button for this problem, but the old man says the only way out is if the palace somehow owes the clan a massive favor, which isn't happening anytime soon. Soryang leaves the hall feeling pretty down, reminiscing about his old dream of making a bug version of the Bremen Town musicians, until Commander Pei kills the mood with a "Hey, can you help me with something?" Pei is acting way too cheerful, which immediately makes our guy suspicious, but he agrees to check out an issue in the Poison Garden since he's been ghosting the place since he got back. With that, Pei also asks him to take care of someone. The little girl Yong comes charging toward him, excited to see her favorite bug expert. On their way towards the garden, Pei explains she's staying at the clan for medical treatment and refused to let go of him. Yong calls Soryang out for not visiting her, and he notices she's rocking a fresh gap in her teeth where a tooth used to be. She shows off her new best friend, a click beetle, which he recognizes instantly. He remembers raising those same little click beetles in his past life, and realizes Yong is basically a mini version of himself. She's obsessed with her jewel petal and her beetle, so Soryang decides right then and there to take her under his wing and teach her the ways of the venomous lifestyle. Yong is all in, but Pei is already sweating, wondering how on earth he's going to explain to Patriarch Pang that Soryang just recruited a toddler into the poison squad. Later that day, the squad is hanging out in the poison garden. Little Young is crouched low, her eyes wide with curiosity as she watches a turtle locked in a cage. Nearby, Soryang and Pei are deep in a shop talk session about their short-tailed mice, which are apparently getting massive. We're talking over 1,000 animals. Our boy shifts the topic to their feeding, to which Pei explains that while they are eating okay, they're basically running a deficit on crickets. They're running out of bugs to feed the rest of the zoo, which means a lot of the creatures are going hungry. Soryang keeps it 100 with him, pointing out that no matter how many crickets they breed, it'll never be enough. They need a total pivot to a new food source if they want to survive the long game. Suddenly, the peaceful vibe is wrecked when Young lets out a loud scream and starts crying her eyes out. Our MC rushes over to see what's wrong and immediately catches a funky, unfamiliar smell in the air. Through her sobs, Young points to her bag, sensing a weird odor coming from inside. Soryang takes one look at her collection and realizes she made the classic rookie mistake he actually made himself as a kid. He gently explains that her click beetle is actually an imposter. It's a brown mealworm beetle. Once these guys hit adulthood, they activate their special glands and release a nasty stink, which is exactly what's clearing out the room. They look almost identical to click beetles, but Soryang points out that the real click beetles do that signature snap with their abdomen, while these stinky ones are silent. Even though she's crying, he actually hypes Young up, telling her she did an amazing job because he's been looking for these exact beetles. Pei is standing there looking totally confused, wondering why anyone would want a bag of stinky bugs, but Soryang's eyes are literally glowing with excitement. He explains that these beetles are actually the go-to feeder insects for lizards and other bugs. If they can swap the crickets for these beetles, their food shortage is officially over. Thanks to Young's accidental find, they might have just secured the W for the entire garden. Next, they head over to the cricket breeding facility to see why the current stock is crashing. At first everything looks normal, but when Soryang pops a container open, he sees that some crickets are missing their legs because they've been chewing them off each other. Pei is shocked since they've been feeding them properly, but the boy explains that sometimes crickets just choose violence, regardless of the food supply. He saw the same thing back on Hainam Island and admits it's frustrating because he hasn't fully mastered cricket psychology yet. Just then, a random volunteer from the poison division speaks up, looking a bit awkward. He mentions that if they want the real scoop on crickets, they need to talk to the experts at the cricket fight rings. Soryang has no clue what that is, so the guy explains it's basically a gambling underground where people bet big money on bug fights. Apparently, there's a legendary woman nearby who raises these gladiator crickets and knows everything there is to know about them. By evening, the crew, Soryang, Huayan, Pei, and Wang Yan, is heading into the lively Chengdu to meet the cricket lady. They're fancying it up in a carriage instead of using their usual ninja movement techniques, mostly because they're heading to a high-end gambling house. When they arrive, Pei drops the Tang clan name to the bouncer, which definitely gets them some immediate respect. The owner is hyped to have VIPs and invites them in just in time for a big match. Soryang steps inside and is absolutely stunned as the place is packed with men yelling, buzzing with energy, and throwing down life savings on which cricket is going to catch the dub. The crickets on the table finally lock in, facing off before launching into a fierce, high-stakes clash. The crowd is absolutely losing it. With every dude they're screaming and praying the bug they bet their silver on comes out on top. Our boy is watching the whole thing with genuine amazement, having never expected to see a literal gladiator arena for bugs. Wang Yan, who's clearly a fan of the sport, leans over to explain the rules that the second a cricket turns its back, it's a wrap. Sure enough, one of the bugs takes a hit and retreats, ending the round. Wang Yan adds that winning general crickets can be auctioned off for as much as 30 coins of silver, which has Soryang's brain briefly wandering into the cricket mogul business. But before he can start a side hustle, Wang Yan cuts him off to go meet the breeder. They find the breeder working in a back area, where the owner is being a total jerk. He dismisses her as nothing special, and claims he's useless except for feeding and cleaning, barking at her to stand up and greet the VIPs. When she finally looks up, Soryang is caught off guard as she's a grown woman. He introduces the squad as members of the Sichuan Tang family, and asks for some pro tips on why his crickets are eating each other. She doesn't waste any words, dropping that they're craving meat. It turns out crickets are omnivores, and if you only feed them grass, they'll start looking at their roommates as a protein snack. The boy is stunned, realizing he totally missed the protein deficiency angle. He immediately clocks that this woman is the real deal, a high-tier cricket expert, and decides they need her on the team. He gives Wang Yan the look, and she catches the vibe instantly, asking the owner if they can buy her a contract. The owner is confused why anyone would want his useless worker, but he agrees, and shoves her forward. To everyone's surprise, the breeder flat out refuses to go. The owner starts raging, yelling about her audacity, but Soryang steps in to shut him down. Even when Wang Yan offers a sweet deal, a safe home, and a place for her family, the woman stands her ground and says, no. The owner is ready to start a fight with her, but Soryang calms things down, and asks if she's secretly working for someone else. The owner reveals she actually showed up 5 years ago and offered to work for free, which makes her refusal to leave even more of a head-scratcher. Pei, who sees a bit of his younger self in her, asks for a compromise, asking if they can just take her out for one day of fresh air. The owner doesn't care what they do, and after a bit of hesitation, the woman gives a small nod. Seeing that, the crew feels a huge sense of relief, even if it's only a temporary win. Later, they're all lounging in the Tang family's guest residence in the capital. Soryang is low-key shocked to find out the family owns a whole building there, but Pei reveals it's even deeper than that. The Tang clan basically owns the entire alley, including pharmacies, restaurants, and a trading company. Our boy sits there thinking about his grandfather, who spends all day training, and finally realizes how the family keeps the lights on. Pei tries one more time to ask the woman why she's so set on staying at that dump, but she stays silent, not even touching the food or tea. As they push a bit more, finally, the tension snaps. She drops to her knees, bowing so low her head almost hits the floor, and introduces herself as Song Naok. When she pulls her hair back, the whole room goes silent in total shock as her face is covered in severe burn scars. Soryang is fuming with silent rage at the cruelty of it, while Pei asks who did this to her. She doesn't name names yet, but with tears streaming down her face, she vows she's going to get her revenge no matter the cost, and she isn't leaving that betting house until she settles the score. The vibe in the room gets incredibly heavy as Song Naok's memory drifts back to her old life in Song Village. Back then, things were peaceful, and she was busy raising her younger sister Naeon after their parents passed away. Both sisters were famous in the village for being absolute knockouts, but Naok was the one grinding to make sure they stayed afloat. On Naeon's birthday, Naok had to head to a neighboring village for work, even though Naeon was low-key begging her to stay home because she didn't want to be lonely. Naok promised she'd never let Naeon suffer, and even gave her an expensive incense pouch she'd earned as a reward, suggesting she just chill with her crickets until she got back. Work ended up running way later than expected because the festival was packed, and Naok ended up rushing home in the dark without even a lantern. On her way, she literally crashed into a random dude who scolded her for not watching where she was going. In that split second, she caught the scent of the incense pouch coming off him, but she was in such a hurry to get back to Naeon that she brushed it off as a coincidence. When she finally got home, the silence was deafening. She pushed the door open to find a total nightmare where Naeon was on the floor, bruised and broken, and before Naok could even process the horror, the entire house started going up in flames. Naok managed to stumble out of the fire, clutching her sister's body while her own skin was literally melting away. She collapsed in front of the villagers, wishing the whole thing was just a bad dream, but the reality was that she woke up 2 weeks later wrapped head to toe in bandages. The local escort agency couldn't find the culprit, and Naok spent months in a dark place, physically and mentally, with the only sound in her life being the quiet groans she made while tending to her own burns. By the time spring rolled around, the sound of the crickets waking up triggered something deep in her brain. She could still hear Naeon's voice begging her to find the man and make him pay for the torment. That unshakable will to get revenge is what finally pulled her back from the brink. Despite the villagers trying to lock her up for her own good, she slipped out in the middle of the night with nothing but that incense pouch. She knew the monster who did this had headed for the city, so that's exactly where she went. For 2 years, she wandered the streets, her burn-scarred face causing people to dodge her like she was a glitch in the game. She didn't know the guy's face, but his voice was burned into her soul. One rainy day, she ducked into a cricket fighting pit for shelter, only for a guy to shove her back out into the rain, calling her bad for business. In that moment, her whole body went cold as she caught that same incense scent and recognized that specific voice. After years of searching, she had finally found the owner of that voice. Back in the present, Wayne is absolutely stunned, and Soryang asks what happened next. Naok explains that a beggar tipped her off that the man was a regular at the gambling house, which is why she took the low-tier job of cleaning cricket cages just to stay close. Her original plan was to just go full assassin and stab him, but she was warned he was a martial artist, which meant a direct fight was a loss for her. She even tried to poison his drinks, but the stuff she bought was fake and did absolutely nothing. Now she's stuck in a loop of trauma, with the sound of the crickets constantly reminding her of Neon's screams, and she swears she's never leaving until that man is deleted. Soryang is really feeling for Naok right now. It's a brutal cycle. She has to raise crickets just to survive, but their chirping is basically a 24/7 trigger for her trauma. Wayne points out that her grudge is the only thing keeping her battery charged, and once she gets her revenge, she'll finally find some peace. Pai chimes in by mentioning how he used to talk to himself in the rain before the Tang family helped him settle his own parents' debt. Seeing that shared spark, Soryang makes a massive offer that if they settle this for her, she's officially invited to join the clan. Naok is totally overwhelmed, swearing her loyalty to her last breath, which is when Soryang drops the big question asking, who is the target? The name she drops is Jin Daesung, the third son of the Taiwa Gate, which completely changes the energy in the room. Soryang is ready to crash out and deal with him immediately, but Wayne looks like she just saw a ghost. See, the Taiwa Gate is high-tier Orthodox royalty in Sichuan, second only to the big hitters like the Tang and Iami sects, but the real skill issue here is a historical debt. The Tang family once promised to overlook one major crime from the Taiwa Gate in exchange for a past favor. In the martial world, an oath like that is permanent. Breaking it would basically delete the Tang family's reputation and honor forever. Naok can tell things just got complicated, but Soryang plays it cool, telling her not to worry while Wayne assures her they'll handle it. The stress finally catches up to Naok, and she faints right there on the spot. They move her to the Tang residence to recover while Soryang and the crew head to the main hall for a high-level meeting. The patriarch is firm, as the head of the family. He can't officially use Tang poison or direct family members to hit Jean because of that ancient vow. Our boy is devastated until she gives him a pro-tip squeeze on the hand. According to her, since he isn't part of the direct bloodline, the patriarch can low-key give him the green light to handle it as a solo mission. Without thinking twice, he agrees, and it's a classic, I can't help you, but I'm not stopping you move. Pai pulls Soryang aside to lay out the ground rules. Don't get caught and definitely don't mention the Tang name. While Commander Pace starts tracking Jin's location, our boy goes to check on Naok. He's looking much better after some rest, honestly, kind of stunning, and he gives her some high-grade Tang ointment for her burns. He's about to ask her a follow-up question about the crickets when Pei bursts in with a surprise guest. Just then, a stern, rigid-looking dude walks in and immediately starts teasing Huiyun about looking like a poisonous flower. Huiyun realizes who it is and drops a deep bow of respect, while Soryang is just standing there looking confused. It turns out this guy is the Beggar Emperor, one of the 3 strongest people in the martial world and the boss of the entire martial alliance. Naok is dying of embarrassment because she realized this is the same random beggar she met in Chengdu. Huiyun is worried the Emperor is there to narc on them, but he clarifies he's actually there to help from the shadows. When Soryang asks how he can help without getting his hands dirty, the Emperor just taps his forehead. In this game, information is the most broken power-up there is. According to him, he was curious how the Fist Emperor's successor would handle this, so he had his people dig through the past several years ago. He describes Jean as a vile piece of work, who hides behind his family name while being linked to the deaths of at least 5 others. Soryang realizes Jean is even more of a trash-tier human than he first thought. The Emperor explains that since the Song Village incident, Jean has been playing it safe, only really popping out to visit the local gambling house. This is actually why the Emperor suggested poison to Naok in the first place, and the boy agrees that the gambling hall is the perfect place for a stealth mission. Huiyun reminds everyone that Tang-branded poisons are strictly off the table, so Soryang starts brainstorming a new build. He asks Naok how she even tracked Jin's orders in such a crowded kitchen, and she reveals that Jin is the ultimate picky eater. He always sends back specific notes demanding his meals be made without crab or shrimp. The Emperor mentions that Jin's body goes into a weird state if he even touches seafood, and Soryang's inner scientist immediately pings. It's a textbook severe seafood allergy. He wastes zero time ordering Pei to go grab those yellow dust beetles from the garden for a little project he calls Operation Savory Death. Soryang explains the meta behind the plan that seafood allergies are usually triggered by a protein called tropomyosin. In certain bugs like the beetle, this protein is almost identical to the stuff in shrimp, making it a perfect biological weapon. Pei brings the beetles, and Soryang oversees the prep with mealworms out, beetles boiled and fried. He actually convinces the squad to try a piece, and to their shock, the crazy bug actually tastes amazing. The Emperor is impressed by the flavor, but asks how a delicious snack is supposed to delete a martial artist. Soryang explains that for Jin, this snack is basically a localized nuke because of his allergy, comparing it to how some people are hypersensitive to bee stings. By grinding it into a fine powder, they can sneak it into a dish, and nobody will ever suspect foul play. Naok suggests mixing the beetle powder into a dessert called ryotigan, a sweet, syrupy rice cake covered in bean powder that would perfectly mask the nutty flavor of the ground-up bugs. Jin insists on being the one to cook it, wanting to secure her revenge with her own hands, and the Emperor totally respects that main character energy. Soryang works out a deal with the gambling house owner, trading a woman for one night of kitchen access, while the rest of the squad blends into the crowd to keep an eye on the perimeter. In Soryang's head, the plan is foolproof and ready to launch. A few days later, the target finally spawns in. Jin walks into the gambling hall acting like he owns the place, demanding wine and his usual VIP seat. The owner has to break the news that his spot is already taken by some special guests, which gets Jin tilted immediately. He storms over to the table and realizes he's looking at the famous poison flower, Huyun herself. He tries to pull some riz, introducing himself as the third son of the Taiwa Gate and acting like a total fanboy. Huyun plays it cool, acting like she barely remembers him, while Soryang sits right beside her, effortlessly charming her. Jin takes one look at Soryang and asks about him, and his companion reveals that he might be her fiancé. He can't wrap his head around why someone as high tier as Huyun would pick a weak fiancé like him. While he's busy being judgmental, his mind wanders back to that dark night in Song Village. He actually blames Naok's sister for fighting back, thinking things only went south because she wasn't compliant. He even has the audacity to wish her more beautiful older sister had been there instead. He sits down at their table with zero shame and challenges our boy to a gambling match, thinking it'll be an easy win, but he just smirks and accepts as he's already planned the ultimate L for this guy. The next 2 hours are a total disaster for Jin as Soryang is absolutely rolling him, and with Huyun cheering every win, Jin ends up losing half his bankroll. Humiliated and starving from the stress, Jin watches them walk away and decides he needs comfort food immediately. He hears people at the next table raving about the ryotigan, and the waiter hypes it up as a special batch made with extra care. Jin takes a huge bite, praising how the flavor gets richer the more he chews, but the flavor he's tasting is actually his own downfall. The vibe shifts instantly as Jin collapses, clutching his throat and gasping for air like he's being strangled by invisible hands. Our boy steps back into the frame with total main character energy, telling the crowd to stay back while he takes control. A panicked Jin grabs his clothes, begging for a save, but he just looks at him with ice in his veins. He whispers that this isn't about the food, it's karma for Song Village. Jin's brain short-circuits trying to figure out how he knows his dark secret, but he can't even speak. Goryang orders the bystanders to hold him down, and Jin's final experience on this earth is the nutty, tasty flavor of the beetle powder sealing his fate. With the trash finally taken out, her old uncle and aunt make sure Naok is properly looked after. He reassures the couple that she's officially Tang family now, and under his personal protection. They also made a quick stop at Song Village to put the matter to rest. Because Jin was the son of a prominent family, the situation could have caused a major scandal. However, his family shows little interest in investigating the use of poison, and it seems he had already been disowned by them. Standing at her sister's grave, Naok finally lets the tears flow, sobbing about how she should have come home earlier. Soryang stands by Huyun, noticing that even the crickets sound like they're crying in sympathy, helping Naok finally find a tiny bit of peace. Meanwhile, in the capital's back alleys, the beggar emperor is enjoying the aftertaste of Soryang's cooking when he senses a stealth build nearby. He calls out the hidden observer, and out steps Kang Jiho, the divine thief, and one of the other 5 emperors, along with his disciple, Yong Rian. Kang tries to act dignified, but the emperor just roasts him for being a career thief. Kang reveals he's in Sichuan because his legendary heavenly silks got torn, and he needs a silkworm expert to help him fix the sacred silk. The emperor knows exactly who to recommend, the kid who just used beetles to delete a martial artist. Back at the poison garden at dawn, our boy is catching strays for his training. Wang Jian is going ham with a whip, helping him level up his iron coffer art. The idea is that every time the whip cracks, Soryang's chi hardens his muscles, making him tankier with every hit. Huyun is watching from the sidelines with her centipedes, giving him moral support, but one of the bugs gets a bit too curious. It tries to pounce on Pei's whip, forcing Soryang to dive in and catch it. He takes a brutal lash to the back for his trouble, dropping to his knees, but he just laughs it off and tells the centipede to stay out of the splash zone. Hua-yun lets out a long sigh, noting that this centipede is basically a ball of chaotic energy who can never sit still. Every time she blinks, the little crawler is already getting into some kind of mess, like the time she chased a butterfly and wrecked the whole vibe. Seryong totally agrees. Even though they're all centipedes, they've each got their own main character traits. Hyung is the spoiled, curious troublemaker of the group, while Cho is the mature, big brother type who keeps everyone in line. Then you've got Bin, the quiet sweetheart who just wants to cuddle Seryong and nap all day. Even though they look the same to a casual observer, our boy sees them as individuals and hopes they grow up to be as boss as their mother. Just then, Pei and Naok pull up, with Naok carrying a sealed jar. Seryong is low-key impressed by how hard they have been grinding since the early morning. Naok, now rocking the official Poison Unit uniform and training in martial arts under Pei, reveals she brought exactly what Seryong asked for, a container packed with high-quality crickets. She did such a good job tending to them that there are way more than they even needed. The boy realizes that being too good at his job is a nice problem to have, especially since he's planning to expand the zoo with new venomous species that need a steady supply of live snacks. Hua-yun plays the voice of reason, suggesting they wait for the patch notes from the Martial Alliance before they start any expeditions. Leaving the base isn't easy with the blood cults still causing lag in the region, and since the Alliance leader went dark after attacking the Daywell border, everyone is feeling pretty restless. But the wait doesn't last long. A messenger comes sprinting in, shouting that the clan chief needs to see them in the main hall immediately for a massive reveal. Inside the hall, the patriarch drops the news Seryong has been waiting for. The expedition against the blood cult was a total W. The Alliance leader wiped out their base, and with the cultists on the run, the Poison Division finally has the green light to go out and capture new creatures. Seryong and Hua-yun are hyped, though Seryong has a tiny, foreshadowing moment where he realizes he probably should have prepped a bit harder for what's coming. The Patriarch recommends Yunnan, which is the ultimate destination for their first trip. Yunnan is basically a paradise for anyone obsessed with venomous beasts. It's a vast tropical jungle south of Sichuan, where the air is filled with the sounds of wild animals, and the roads are crawling with golden phoenix-class monsters. Deep in the mountains lies the Ravine of Poison, a place full of jagged rocks and hidden, final boss creatures. That night, Seryong can barely sleep, picturing Yunnan as a literal heaven on earth. He holds one of his centipedes and promises her that he's going to bring back a whole squad of new friends. A few days later, the expedition party is set. Naok gets a major promotion to vice captain of the Poison Division to hold down the fort while they're gone. But when it's time to actually leave, Seryong's pets aren't having it. The centipedes, lizards, and the great spider literally latch onto him like they're glued. He tries to talk them down, promising he's just going on a shopping trip for more friends and that Naok will keep them fed. But the centipedes are being extra stubborn. They climb right onto his face in a full-on protest, making it clear they'd rather join the party than stay behind in the garden. The elder officially puts his foot down and kills the idea of the giant spider joining the squad, arguing that Yova is way too massive and would blow their cover immediately. Hua-yun isn't having it, though. She just raises her arm, and right before their eyes, Yova's entire body goes full stealth mode, turning completely invisible. The elder is standing there, lagging, unable to process what he just saw, while Seryong actually reaches out to double-check. Even though his eyes see nothing but air, he can still feel the soft, silky fur of the spider, confirming she's still there. Realizing Yova has basically unlocked a permanent invisibility cheat, the elder finally caves and Seryong officially adds her to the expedition roster so she can keep an invisible eye on everyone during the hike. The journey eventually hits a snag near Mount Emi in Sichuan, where a massive line of travelers is backed up at a checkpoint. Pai explains that the blood cult has been causing so much drama that security is at an all-time high, and the wait times are absolutely mid. Seryong is low-key losing his mind over the time waste, until one of the guards spots the elder and immediately rolls out the red carpet. They get the VIP treatment and pass right through, which has Seryong marveling at just how much clout the Tang clan actually has in this region. Things get a little awkward, though, when the guard looks toward Hua-yun. Since Yova is still invisible, it looks like Hua-yun is literally floating in midair like she's glitching through the map. Instead of calling for backup, the guard is actually starstruck, assuming she's witnessing a legendary skyleap technique from one of the martial world's 3 flowers. Hua-yun quickly brings Yova back to reality and drags her out of there, but she's still stressed about the close call. Sirion tells her to stay chill, reminding her that she's currently incognito in men's clothes and a veil to avoid those weird Central Plain superstitions that linked twins to demons. After grinding through the miles, they finally reach the Ileo mountain in Yunnan, and the view is absolutely top tier. But as they get closer to the poison ravine, Sirion notices the vibes are completely off. The place is eerily silent. No birds, no bugs, zero signs of life. The Elder recognizes this dead zone energy from back in the day when he hunted the Sovereign of the Blue Venom, a beast so scary that every other creature either flees the server or gets eaten. He tells the group to retreat to the river where things still look normal, while he goes on a solo scouting mission to see what's lurking ahead. While they wait by the river, Sirion starts theory crafting. He realizes that for a beast to claim a territory this massive, it has to be a literal raid boss on the level of the Blue Venom Sovereign. The math isn't adding up, though. How does a creature that big find enough XP to eat in a place that's been picked clean? Pi is starting to get worried too, hoping the Elder comes back with some actual data. When the Elder finally returns with a couple of locals, the news is a total L. Even the entrance to the mountain is a wasteland, and they decide to set up camp for the night, though Sirion is determined not to go home with an empty inventory. As night falls, the crew gathers around a massive campfire. Our boy is sitting back, tending to his bugs, when Huiying brings him some food and tells the creatures to give their dad a break. He explains that he's been trying to map out the zone and is pretty sure the lair is right in the center of the dead zone. Just as they're talking, one of the centipedes suddenly goes full aggro and lunges at a dragonfly, catching it right in Sirion's hair. It startles the life out of them, and Sirion has to scold the bug for the jump scare. Huiying thinks the centipede might have actually been targeting the dragonflies swarming near the river. However, the strange thing is that there weren't any there just a little while earlier. Just then, the boy notices a group of them flying past and suddenly jumps to his feet. Something suddenly clicks in Sirion's brain, and his face goes from just chilling to code red urgency. He hits up the Elder, telling him they need to double back to the area they just scouted and count the dragonflies. The Elder is a bit lost, but Sirion breaks down the logic that ground creatures can stay hidden, but dragonflies are the snitches of the sky. If there's a threat, they bail, and once the coast is clear, they respawn in the area. This means the territory wasn't actually empty. Something had just recently done a full clear of the zone and moved on right before the squad arrived. The weight of that big brain play hits everyone, and they immediately start sprinting back. The Elder warns them that they're heading into a dense jungle and needs everyone to stay sharp for any poisonous surprises. Sirion is pushing his cardio to the limit, thinking that if he's right, he needs to snag this creature before it leaves the server entirely. The Elder even asks if he's gassed from all the running, and while Sirion claims he's fine, he secretly admits to himself that a younger version of him would have been complaining about the lag by now. Only Sirion stops dead. His ears catch a weird sound, like bamboo swaying, which is a total red flag because there shouldn't be any bamboo nearby. The Elder scouts ahead to a cliff and warns everyone that something cursed is happening at the bottom. When the boy and Pei look down, they see a massive, moving carpet of insects. The Elder wonders if they're just demonic ants, but Pei points out that these things are way too big to be standard mobs. Sirion stares them down and realizes they're army ants. The second our guy drops that name, the Elder goes stiff. He's heard of these legendary raiders from Africa and the Americas. Nomadic, hyper-aggressive swarms that move like a disciplined army, eating everything in their path. Getting close without a plan is a one-way ticket to a game-over screen. The squad tries to stay stealthy, but one of the Tang men accidentally crunches a dry branch. The sound is like a dinner bell, and in an instant, the swarm goes full aggro, surging toward them with terrifying speed. Sirion screams for everyone to bolt, and in the chaos, one poor deer gets left behind and is literally deleted by the ants in seconds. Watching the instakill, he realizes these ants track prey through ground vibrations. If they keep stomping around, they're just kiting the whole swarm onto themselves. He remembers the river and realizes water is their only safe zone, so the squad plunges into the rushing current and struggles to the other side. They watch from the safe bank as the swarm hits the water's edge and finally stops, unable to cross. Total relief washes over the group, and Sirion immediately checks on the centipede, promising to get her dry before she catches a debuff. The Elder is actually shaking, admitting that even though he's fought literal monsters, these ants gave him genuine fear vibes. Our guy puts the pieces together that these ants are the reason the whole region is a ghost town, because they eat everything without picking favorites. Once they settle down to rest, Sirion, who apparently has zero survival instinct, whispers to Pei that they should go back at midnight for a closer look. Pei thinks he's lost his mind, but Sirion isn't trying to catch the whole swarm. he just wants a few samples. The midnight abduction is peak chaos, but somehow the reckless plan actually works. Every single person makes it back to camp carrying a live ant, though Pei is visibly traumatized and swears he's never doing side quests like this again. He's shocked that the ants were wide awake and active at night, while Siriong and the Elder discuss the logistics of raising them. Siriong admits it's going to be a hard mode task as these ants have a memory span of like 2 days, and without a queen, training them or controlling the swarm is basically impossible. Pei's jaw is basically on the floor, and he's starting to wonder if this entire mission was just a massive waste of energy. But Siriong isn't having any of that negativity today. He pushes back, insisting that every creature is valuable and that there's no such thing as a waste in his book. The Elder starts looking at the map, suggesting they head toward Shishwangbana for a terrifying plan. He wants to use the ant swarm as a literal beatdown squad. Instead of fighting the ants, they're going to run alongside the edge of the swarm and catch all the panicking venomous creatures that are fleeing for their lives. Pei is over there thinking their survival rate is currently 0%, but Siriong is all smiles, confident that this strategy will let them vacuum up every rare beast the jungle has to offer. As they make their plans, Huayan is understandably stressed, remembering how close things got with the Golden Phoenix. However, Siriong reminds her that, according to it, things went well last time. She recalls that, according to her grandfather, he absorbed most of the energy from the Blue Venom Sovereign's inner core by running alongside the Phoenix swarm non-stop. Hearing this, Siriong reveals that the centipedes have already shed their skins and no longer need the core's energy. Realizing this, he sees it as the perfect opportunity to absorb that power-up for himself. The Elder even laughs at him and suggests that he should be running with them too. Hearing this, the girl gets excited, reminding him that he ran with the Golden Phoenix and still needs to integrate that energy, so this would be perfect. However, our boy is terrified, and instead suggests that grandfather should carry him while they run. It's a bit of a bruh moment for Siriong, but Huayan takes his hand and makes him promise they'll run together, giving him a bit of calm before the storm. When morning hits, the venomous creature's hunt officially kicks off. It's pure chaos. Animals are sprinting away from the ants, driving them straight into the Tang clan's trap. Siriong is tracking the hunting unit scouts of the swarm, trying to keep a safe but tight gap of about 100 meters. Every time they snag a creature, they pass it off to the side runners who stash the cages safely across the river. Siriong is in the zone, catching beasts one after another and refusing to let his stamina bar hit 0. Then Huayan spots a mini-boss, an enormous Burmese python lounging ahead. Our boy is hyped because these guys are chill and easy to raise, even if catching them is a bit of a workout. Pei is exasperated, reminding him that he said the same thing about the giant toad right before nearly getting flattened. Siriong ignores the warning and dives in for the python, but with the ants breathing down his neck, he trips on a hidden branch and eats dirt. The python slips away, and for a second it looks like a game over screen is loading as the ants swarm toward him. Just as the ants are about to delete him, Yova the spider pulls a total clutch move, snatching him up and carrying him to safety. Huayan is beyond relieved, praising Yova while simultaneously grounding Siriong for life. She's not letting him anywhere near the forbidden floor of the swarm again, but as Siriong gets dropped back on the ground, he realizes he's literally being restrained. Yova has strapped him down tight. He's pretty salty about it, ordering the spider to let him go, but it looks like the team has decided he's had enough adventure for one day. Tay comes sprinting toward the couple, gasping for air, and lets them know that by some insane stroke of luck, the ant swarm is stalled out on the other side of a nearby hill. Since the sun is setting and the vibes are getting spooky, he suggests they finally take a breather. Huayan agrees, deciding to wait right there for the rest of the main group to catch up and regroup. But the peaceful moment is cut short when Yova the spider's danger sense goes off. Out of nowhere, a sharp projectile whistles through the air and thuds into the dirt right between them. A group of tough-looking warriors with blades drawn step out of the shadows, basically telling them to freeze. They claim this land belongs to the Palace of Beasts and demand to know who these intruders are. Huayan tries to de-escalate, dropping the Tang clan name, but the warriors are super skeptical. They can't figure out how people from Sichuan made it this deep into the Yunnan jungle. While they're arguing, a wolf starts creeping towards Siriong, who is still hilariously tied up on the ground, but the lead warrior shuts down any explanation with pure fury. The guy named Hookrang explains that he was patrolling the Palace of Beasts, sacred ground for his people, when he heard the commotion. He tells Siriong in no uncertain terms that he's hit a dead end and needs to turn back, but Siriong's instincts are screaming that something is wrong. He asks Hookrang to trust him for a second and climb a nearby hill to see the big picture. When they reach the top, Hookrang's jaw drops. Stretched out below them is the massive, shifting carpet of the demonic ant army. Sirion drops the heavy truth that the swarm is heading straight for the Palace of Beasts. If the palace is tucked away in a narrow valley, it's not a fortress anymore. It's a buffet. Realizing the stakes are sky high, Hookrang decides to rush back to the palace and bring the Tang crew along to explain the situation to his boss. They move out immediately, knowing that once the sun hits the horizon tomorrow, the ants are going to start their search and destroy march again. When they finally arrive at the Palace of Beasts, even Sirion is impressed. It's a natural fortress surrounded by steep mountains, with a massive clearing for grazing wild animals. It's legendary for its beast-taming arts, but Sirion can't help but think that if the entrance gets blocked by a swarm, everyone inside is basically trapped like rats. They get called into the Grand Hall to meet the big boss, Manhwa, the Lord of the Palace. After the formal bows and introductions, Manhwa asks Sirion to explain exactly what these demonic ants are and why they're crashing the party in Yunnan. Our boy gives them the full rundown on how destructive these things are and tells them they need to evacuate immediately. But the reaction he gets is a total L. Manhwa isn't about to abandon a 300-year-old home over some bugs, and a female warrior there even mocks him, suggesting they just send 500 wolves to clean up the insects. She basically calls Sirion a drama queen from the Central Plains. The guy doesn't back down for a second. He warns her that if she sends those wolves, they won't be hunters, they'll be snacks, torn apart in seconds. This triggers her big time, and she accuses him of not understanding the bond they have with animals, even insulting his people by saying they only see animals as food. That comment is the final straw. A dark, intense energy starts swirling around Sirion like a storm. He tells everyone in the room to clear the floor and decides it's time for a show and tell session by summoning his own venomous companions to prove he's not playing games. Centipedes, the giant spider, and stone lizards all spawn into the hall, sending the palace warriors into a total panic. While everyone else is reaching for their weapons, Sirion is just standing there vibing, holding his creatures gently like they're regular house pets. When the Lord of the Palace asks what's going on, our boy calls them his companions, which actually stops the room cold. These people live for animals, but even they've never seen someone treat a centipede like a best friend. Lord Manhwa is actually low-key moved by the bond he has with his bugs. He even cracks a joke about how he originally thought Sirion was just a weirdo with a lady in a collar, referring to the invisible Yova, but now he realizes it's a partnership built on pure trust. One of the warriors even points out that a man who loves his beasts this much is someone worth listening to. Realizing the danger is legit, Manhwa officially calls for a server-wide evacuation. As the palace goes into high-gear prep, Manhwa gives Sirion a heartfelt thank you, and even Pyo, the daughter who was roasting him earlier, comes over to apologize. She admits she was wrong and even gives one of the centipedes a cheek pinch, which is a huge character development moment, but the wholesome energy is shattered by a low, rumbling sound. The demonic ant swarm is absolutely deleting a massive beast, turning a powerful creature into a skeleton in record time. Sirion realizes the lag is over, the ants are already at the gates, and the main exit is officially blocked. The palace is hit with a wave of despair, with people muttering that if a giant beast elephant couldn't survive, they're all basically cooked. Hwayun is worried about the rest of the Venom squad, but Sirion stays cool, figuring they've already retreated to the river. The real problem is the people stuck in the valley with him. Just when things look totally bleak, Yova the spider pulls another clutch move, spinning a massive, silvery web that stretches across the mountain peaks like a natural bridge. Hwayun thinks this is their get-out-of-jail-free card, but Sirion hesitates. The web can save his small squad, but it's not enough to move an entire palace and their animals. Manhwa tells him to just save himself, saying that in the wild, the weak get eaten, but Sirion isn't about that life. He respects these people too much to leave them behind. He starts big-braining every detail he knows about the ants, their pathing, their senses, and their weaknesses. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. He tells Manhwa he has a plan that could save everyone, but it's going to require some serious effort and a bit of a sacrifice to pull off. By the next morning, the demonic swarm has finished snacking on yesterday's leftover beast and starts reorganizing for a move toward the Valley of Beasts. Everyone takes their positions in total silence, forming a long line across the field while Hwayun sends up a quiet prayer that nobody gets hurt. The Lord of the Palace stands tall, hyped up and calling on his disciples to defend their home with their lives. As the thunderous sound of millions of tiny legs gets louder, Sirion is mentally counting down the seconds, waiting for that perfect window. The moment the swarm hits the designated pool of water, he gives the signal, and a flaming torch flies through the air, turning the valley into a literal ring of fire. Sirion leads the charge of the water buffalo from the front, and the bloodbath begins as the beasts start tearing into each other. The beast men try to clear a path for him so he can reach the center, as he's already got a plan in mind. Eventually, he manages to break through and reach the heart of the swarm. Once there, he starts teasing the demonic ants, provoking them into attacking him. As they get agitated and give chase, he begins running in massive, wide circles, kiting them like a pro gamer pulling mobs. But then, the terrain betrays him, his foot slips, and he goes down hard. For a heartbeat, the entire swarm lunges at him, and everyone watching from the sidelines loses their color. Buried under a writhing mass of insects, Sirion calls out to Yova. The spider pulls a clutch move, shooting a web strand and ripping him out of the pile just in time. Thanks to the iron coffer art technique he's been grinding, he walks away with just a scratch, smiling because the plan actually worked. The crowd watches in awe as the ants start spinning in endless circles, looking completely lost. Lord Meng-Ho explains the big brain logic that these ants have trash eyesight and rely entirely on chemical trails from their scouts. When Sirion's plan deleted the hunting unit, the worker ants have no GPS left. They just wander in circles, attacking each other until the whole swarm crashes, and this is called the vortex of death. The relief in the palace is massive, the leader's daughter is beaming, the animals are chilling, and everyone is feeling a deep sense of gratitude for Sirion's fast thinking. 3 days later, the ant-pocalypse is finally winding down, leaving the survivors exhausted. Meng-Ho is hesitant, but Sirion insists on a loot run to find the queen. He tells Hukrang to look for a thick ant with a massive abdomen, and eventually, they find a colossal queen sitting in a pile of corpses, but the vibe is super cursed as she's actually eating her own living workers. Sirion knows this is a total glitch in nature. While queens might eat a few eggs early on, a fully established queen devouring her own developed offspring is unheard of. Huayan spots a faint glimmer on the creature's head, a tiny golden light flickering in the mess. Sirion ignores the stay-back warnings and pulls out a long golden needle buried deep in the queen's brain. The second it's out, a dark, nasty fluid oozes out, and the queen stops breathing for good. Huayan notices that while the Tang clan uses needles, they never use ones this long. There's a weird residue on it, basically a specialized poison that drove the queen into a berserker state and caused all that unnatural behavior. It looks like this wasn't just a natural disaster. Someone actually hacked the swarm to cause this chaos. The squad doesn't even have time to catch their breath before the elder comes sprinting onto the scene. He's already heard about the ant-pocalypse from a palace warrior, and is visibly relieved to see Sirion isn't in pieces. Sirion plays it cool, giving a shout-out to his iron coffer technique for the save. Once the lord of the southern palace realizes he's talking to a high-ranking Tang elder, the whole vibe turns into a massive respect fest with everyone bowing. The elder is a little awkward about all the attention, but accepts the hospitality as they head deeper into the palace. But Sirion isn't done with the detective work. He stops the elder and pulls out that long golden needle, asking if he's seen anything like it. The old man's face goes ghost white instantly. He demands to know where it came from, and when Sirion explains it was jammed into the queen ant's brain, the dread becomes thick enough to cut with a knife. The elder reveals that this means the enemies of the Tang clan and the Beast Palace are still alive. Everyone is already shocked, but when he drops the name of the Five Venom sect, everyone's jaw hits the floor. This sect was supposed to be extinct for 100 years, and hearing they might be back is a total code red for both the Tang and the Palace of Beasts. The clan leader's daughter adds that their beast awakening arts are basically a double-edged sword. They can give a creature a massive power buff, but if you overdo it, the beast just breaks. The elder explains that the Five Venom sect used to be obsessed with using demonic creatures to make beast palaces right, and this golden needle is the smoking gun proving they're back in the game. As they're stressing out, the Tang elder pats our boy on the head, praising him. Thanks to his efforts, the demonic ants have calmed down, and they now know that the Venom sect is behind it. Seeing the threat is real, the Tang Patriarch and Lord Meng-Ho renew an ancient alliance right there on the spot. Meng-Ho is so impressed by Sorion's main character performance that he offers him any reward he wants. Following a sneaky whisper from the elder, Sorion asks about the returning divine art for his centipedes. This takes them to the Beast Palace's Lord Hall, where our boy shows them that he can control his centipede just with his thoughts. According to him, he learned a martial art left behind by the Five Venoms, and ever since then, he's been able to command the centipede mentally. Now he wants to understand why it happened, and whether he can do the same with other creatures. Hearing this, the Lord's daughter points out that it might not be that simple. According to her, their palace shares most martial arts freely, but the beast heart art is different. It's what allows them to control beasts with their minds. Still, she's stuck on one question. How does a son-in-law of the Tang clan know a technique like that? Thinking about it, Lord Manhwa gets real serious and starts asking Soryang about his bloodline and his biological parents. Our boy, totally unfazed, just admits he's an orphan with zero family ties. For some reason, this news hits the room like a bombshell. Manhwa looks at him with genuine warmth, explaining that someone who raises venomous creatures with that much pure heart is rarer than any elite warrior. Then, out of nowhere, Manhwa asks Soryang to officially become his son. He is completely blindsided by the offer, wondering if the old man is actually for real. Manhwa doesn't blink, confirming that he wants him as his adopted son and a full-patch member of the Palace of Beasts. The deal is pretty sweet. He keeps all his current martial arts but gets to download the palace's exclusive secret techniques on top of them. With the Five Venoms sect acting up again, Manhwa wants to make the alliance with the Tang family ironclad. The elder plays it cool, saying that while Soryang is still a Tang son-in-law, the choice is ultimately up to the kid. Our boy hesitates for a second because getting a surprise father and sister isn't exactly a minor life update. But then Lord's daughter drops the ultimate sweetener for the deal. After he mentions the existence of the legendary flying snake, Bisa, Soryang immediately pings his grandfather for the wiki entry on this thing. The elder explains it's the divine flying serpent of heaven, a high-tier threat ranking just below the 10 great poisons, complete with 2 horns and the ability to literally fly. Soryang can barely process that a creature that broken actually exists. The girl promises that if he joins the family as her little brother, she'll personally help him catch one. That's the final hook. The boy bows with deep respect, officially greeting his new dad and big sis. Just like that, the formal ceremony wraps up, and Soryang is officially a prince of beasts. Later, while he's trying to let the days sink in, he reflects on the irony of his situation. In his past life, he was always the one adopting animals, but now the tables have turned and he's the one being adopted. He's not mad about it, though. The people here have that same pure energy as the Tang clan. The chill vibe is ruined when his new sister and Huiyun barge into his room, with her announcing she wants a sibling sleepover. Soryang is majorly confused until Huiyun nervously explains that in the Palace of Beasts, engaged couples and family just share the same sleeping space. It's way too much for Soryang's proper mindset to handle, and he spends the entire night wide awake and flustered while they talk about bugs. When morning finally rolls around, Manhwa gathers everyone to explain the Ngong and check out Soryang's internal energy stats. He places a hand on the boy's head, and the air gets heavy as he analyzes the boy's circulation. He realizes he has been low-key masking his spiritual essence this whole time. He notes that while Soryang's current beast bonding skill is okay, it's basically a light version of the real beast heart technique. His sister jumps in to explain that the true version is a deep, living bond where the master and the beast grow together, with the animals essentially becoming a mirror of the master's soul. To show him how the pro version looks, she summons a massive pack of wolves that spawn in instantly. She tells her furry squad that Soryang is family now, and then gives a sharp command. The wolves move in a perfect, high-level formation, acting like they share a single brain. Our boy is absolutely floored watching them move in total sync. Manhwa explains that with this technique, a master can literally see through a beast's eyes and attack with their fangs. Totally sold on the power-up, Soryang drops to his knees and begs them to teach him the true way of the beast heart. Lord Manhwa is totally moved by his main character determination, so he has the young man sit down and places both hands on his back to start the transmission. He's not just passing over raw power though. He's subtly recalibrating the venom flow in Soryang's energy pathways to match his unique build. He explains the meta of the technique. Just a single drop of blood or saliva is all it takes to hardwire a spiritual link between a master and a beast. Once the ritual wraps up, our guy tests the connection with his centipede, and it's a total game changer. He can actually feel Cho's emotions, loyalty, a bit of nervousness, and a steady heartbeat, pulsing right into his own soul. To finish the party sync, Manhwa as Soryang lie back while the other 2 centipedes, Hyang and Bin, drop a bit of saliva onto him, sealing the bond in a way that feels way more mysterious than any standard martial art. Fast forward to a training session in the palace garden, and Soryang is putting his new Bluetooth connection to the test. He's got his 3 centipedes moving in a tight formation, striking targets with the kind of coordination that would make a drill sergeant jealous. Huayan and his sister are on the sidelines giving him all the hype, but Soryang is secretly feeling like a fraud. He's frustrated because trying to mix his own martial arts moves with the centipede's attack still feels clunky and awkward, like playing a game with high ping. He tries to switch up the rotation for a more fluid combo, but the centipedes look a bit sad when he corrects them. He immediately goes into best dad mode, petting them and reminding himself that leveling up this kind of harmony takes time. It's been 15 days of grinding the wild beast heart technique, and the results are actually cracked. Since the foundation is similar to the Tang Clan's 5 poisons method, the centipedes are learning at 2x speed, and the bond is getting deeper by the day. Our boy also registers everyone using his blood instead of that weird spitting method. During a chat with his sister about the legendary flying serpent, Pei comes sprinting in like he's just seen a ghost, shouting that the great patriarch is calling for Soryang. It turns out the raid boss, the flying emissary, has finally been spotted. Our boy wastes zero time and dashes to the guest hall, where his grandfather is busy mixing up some high-tier concoctions with secret Tang ingredients. The elder drops some patch notes on the flying serpent. Even though it's not quite in the top 10 global poisons, it's still an absolute menace, and can't be captured with standard gear. He then shows Soryang a little side quest find, a jar containing a money coin spider. In Soryang's past life, this would have been a 1 in a million find, and he's genuinely stoked to see the coin-like pattern on its back in person. He realizes that back in Korea, he'd never have gotten this close to a Cyclocosmia rickety without some serious luck. The squad starts brainstorming how to actually bag the flying serpent, since these things can slip through even the tiniest hitbox cracks. Soryang suggests reinforced sacks, but the elder warns that even the Tang Clan's best gear might get shredded by a beast of this level. While the boy is deep in thought trying to figure out a pro solution, the vibe suddenly shifts to pure panic as one of the clan members looks at the jar and realizes the money coin spider has completely vanished into thin air. The clan member is absolutely drowning in guilt, bowing his head and apologizing for losing the spider after looking away for, like, a single second. Soryang stays totally main character calm, and just asks for a spider thread with some chopsticks, reaches into the jar, and pulls the spider out from where it had panic-buried itself in the dirt. He explains that this species is basically the introverted gamer of the spider world. They love digging tunnels and hiding underground the second they feel a threat. Watching it work gives Soryang a big brain idea. If these spiders can build tunnels that handle that much pressure, maybe their silk can make a top-tier containment bag. He heads off to find Yova to see if she can handle the commission. Yova takes one look at a regular bag to get the specs and then gets to work. Soryang is over there geeked out on spider silk facts, remembering that the stuff is 20 times stronger than steel and even tougher than bulletproof vest fibers. And since Yova is a high-tier spiritual beast, her silk is basically admin-level gear. Pai tries to poke a hole in the finished product and realizes it's completely impenetrable. The elder is also hyped, declaring they move out at dawn since they finally have the right equipment to bag the boss. Soryang gives Yova heartfelt thanks, promising her she'll have plenty of new friends to keep her company soon. When morning hits, the squad treks out to the valley where the serpent was last seen. The elder gets a bit nostalgic on the road, mentioning he's only seen one of the 24 poison branches once in his life. He explains that just like a day is divided into 12 zodiac hours, the clan divides their cycle into 24, with a unique venomous beast ruling each one. They hit the edge of a steep cliff and finally spot the heavenly flying snake, suspended in the wind currents. It's got twin horns that glow like literal blades and glides through the ravine like it owns the sky. It's officially the ruler of the first hour of the day, the very beginning of heaven and earth, black and yellow called Cheon. In his past life, Soryang actually used to present real-life flying snakes, the Chrysophilia, to audiences who thought he was capping. He'd have to explain that they don't fly like birds. They flatten their bodies and expand their ribs to glide through the air for up to 250 meters. Even in this world, he knows that while the magic is real, physics still has a say in how things move. Seeing this divine version soaring for real still has him shook, though. Huiyun tries to keep the mood up, telling the centipedes they'll be that cool one day. But the serpent suddenly thrashes and dips into the distance. The elder decides to set up camp and send out scouts rather than chasing it blindly. Soryang is over there overcomplicating the strategy until his sister walks up and gives him a reality check. She reminds him that even a divine snake has to eat and sleep eventually. It has to touch the ground at some point, and that's when they strike. Soryang realizes he was totally overthinking the boss fight and thanks her, while she promises to put that snake right in his hands. But the wait-and-see plan goes sideways fast. At night, when they attack, warriors start dropping like flies all around the camp. Soryang looks up and finally gets why this thing is the #1 ranked venomous beast. The serpent is just hovering there, watching them with glowing eyes, looking completely unbothered and 100% in control of the situation. Huiyun rushes over to make sure Soryang hasn't been tagged yet, but the vibe just went from hunting trip to survival horror real quick. After 3 days of intensive stakeout, the squad finally had the serpent's schedule down. According to the info they gathered, it's a literal fire koi enjoyer, eating once every 3 days, and its flight time is capped at about 2 hours before it needs to recharge. But knowing the schedule doesn't make the boss fight any easier. The thing is a 6-meter-tall tank with unbreakable scales, and every time it lands, it creates a shockwave that sends rocks flying like shrapnel. Even though its venom isn't top tier, its physical power is absolutely cracked. After way too many warriors get sent to the med bay with injuries, the Elder finally calls for a tactical retreat. Their first attempt is a total L, and the mood back at camp is basically at rock bottom. While Huiyun patches herself up and the Elder stabilizes the wounded, Soryang starts big braining a new strategy. He realizes his old-school monster hunting knowledge is hit or miss here because a direct head-on fight is just suicide. He jokingly says things would be a lot easier if they could just stop that thing from flying, which prompts the Elder to drop some lore. The serpent isn't actually flapping its wings, it's using a high-level chi propulsion technique. Hearing that, our boy turns to Huiyun for answers, and she explains that it's a type of Qigong technique. According to her, the chi propulsion technique uses internal chi alone to lift the body and can't be performed without tremendous internal power. The Elder adds that the creature has that much power because of the internal elixir it possesses. This is a massive revelation because a core means the creature is essentially a living battery of concentrated energy. Pai and our boy's sister are immediately tempted to just delete the serpent and loot the core, since consuming it would give anyone a massive permanent stat boost. But Soryang isn't about that murder hobo life. He puts his foot down, insisting they capture the serpent alive without hurting it. This shocks everyone, especially his sister, who reminds him that this isn't just any elixir they're talking about. Still, our boy sticks to his stance, arguing that killing it for a one-time power-up would be a waste when they could have a living, divine ally instead. Hearing that, the Elder is impressed by his thinking and asks for the next step. Soryang then looks at his centipedes and reveals that there's actually a solid method to capture the beast without leaving a single scratch on it. He starts drafting a plan that relies more on biology than brute force, keeping the spicy details to himself for now. Soryang's new no-hit run strategy is based on the fact that snakes perceive the world through a specific UI. They've got their auditory system for vibrations, their vomeronasal organ, Jacobson's organ for tasting the air with their tongue, and specialized heat-sensing pits to track infrared radiation. Soryang realizes that if the squad can mask their scent and their body heat, they basically become invisible to the serpent's radar. To pull this off, the squad has to wear these weird, specialized outfits made from Yova silk. The Elder feels a bit silly wearing a ghillie suit instead of his usual intimidating robes, but Soryang insists it's the only way to stay off the serpent's thermal map. The plan is pure psychological warfare. They're going to follow the serpent for days, and every single time it tries to take a nap or grab a snack, they're going to chuck stones at it from the shadows. Since it can't see or smell them, it'll just be confused and stressed. Soryang knows this is going to be a grind for the group, too, but he's betting that the serpent will eventually hit zero stamina and collapse from sheer exhaustion. 6 days of pure psychological warfare later, the no-sleep strategy finally pays off. The serpent is completely gassed from the constant stone throwing every time it tries to drink or nap, and it eventually just passes out from sheer exhaustion. Our boy dubs the mission, the relentless pursuit of the heaven's net, Earth's web, and it's a total win as they bagged a god-tier beast without a single scratch on the crew or the snake. The squad gathers around the silk-wrapped prize, and the Elder confirms the loot is legendary. The serpent's inner core packs the equivalent of 120 years of cultivation. Huiyun and Soryang's sister are practically jumping, telling him he'd be crazy not to absorb it and essentially patch his physical limits forever. Soryang is caught in a bit of a dilemma, though. While jumping to admin levels of power is tempting, he's still got a soft spot for the rare creature. Just as the debate heats up, the silk sack starts glitching out and moving. Everyone thinks the boss is waking up for round 2 with how much it's moving. The warriors trying to hold it down are struggling, realizing it still has that much strength left. Seeing them struggle, the Elder realizes this doesn't look like a beast that's been starved for days, and now that it's awake, it's definitely going to resist. He explains that the younger ones are easier to raise, but this first one is different. Even if they take it to the Tang clan, they're not sure where they'd even keep it. Saying that, he turns serious and warns that if it keeps struggling, they might have to delete it and take the core by force. But when the sack falls away, the 6-meter-tall monster has shrunk into a tiny, frail version of itself. It turns out the serpent is offering its core willingly, basically surrendering its power to survive. Soryang feels a wave of regret, but since the snake is now pocket-sized, the immediate danger is gone, and the group heads back to the palace. The next morning, Lord Manhwa gets a look at the core and is floored by the energy density. However, there's a bit of a compatibility issue. The energy is heaven in nature, while Soryang's builds are all about that earthly venom energy. The elder breaks the news that the boy might only be able to absorb about half of the power because of the mismatched stats. Still, 60 years of free cultivation is a massive W, and Hwayun is already celebrating his upcoming power-up. But then, things get messy. Soryang's 3 centipedes suddenly crawl out of his clothes, acting totally aggro and unsettled. Before anyone can react, they lunge toward the core and knock it to the floor. Usually these 3 are a solid team, but now they're showing a weird hostility toward each other that's never happened before. Soryang tries to play peacemaker, holding 2 of them back, but he can't figure out why they're suddenly fighting over the loot. Then, the 3rd centipede, Cho, starts glowing with an intense, blinding light. The realization hits everyone at once that Cho just ninja-looted the core and swallowed it whole. The light coming off the little guy is so bright the whole hall has to shield their eyes. Soryang is standing there completely stunned because this scene is a literal one-to-one match for a dream he had a while back. As he's trying to process the déjà vu, his own brain starts feeling fuzzy. Hwayun notices his expression shifting and tries to reach him, but he just collapses to the floor, leaving the entire room in a total state of panic. Manhwa immediately flags a danger zone, ordering Hwayun to stay back and not touch Soryang. The light radiating from his body is perfectly synced with the glow coming from the centipede, which usually means some high-level soul merging is going down. Inside Soryang's head, it feels like a literal grenade is going off. The pulsing pain is so intense he's basically begging for a shutdown just to make it stop. But then, he feels a soft, calming hand on his head. He looks up and sees a mysterious young woman he's never met before. She leans in and gives him a gentle kiss on the forehead, and the second her lips touch him, a massive circle of light wraps them both in a warm glow before everything goes pitch black. When Soryang finally respawns back into reality, he's completely disoriented and wondering if the blue-haired girl was just a fever dream. He tries to sit up but realizes something massive is coiled around his body. Hwayun and his sister rush in to check his vitals, and Soryang, thinking he's being squeezed by a boss monster, starts panicking. They quickly calm him down, explaining that the giant creature is actually Cho. Soryang is floored that the tiny centipede he used to carry in his pocket has undergone a massive evolution into a legendary flying centipede. Hwayun breaks down the new stats that Cho can now fly, summon thick mists, and even call down deadly rain. She's officially entered the 10 Deadly Venoms tier. While Soryang is geeking out over how beautiful and imposing Cho looks now, Hwayun drops the bad news that the other 2 centipedes, Hyang and Bin, are absolutely salty. Soryang realizes he accidentally griefed them. By holding them back during the chaos, he gave Cho a free path to ninja loot the core. He spends the next while giving them a sincere apology until the roommate tension finally settles down. The next morning, the docs, Manhwa and the elder, run a full diagnostic on our boy. The elder notes that Soryang's internal poison levels have spiked significantly, likely because of his link to Cho's new power. Meanwhile, Manhwa agrees, explaining that the beast art allows both the beast and its master to grow stronger together over time. At the same time, the elder feels relieved knowing that the core is gone. However, he also points out that it's a good thing Soryang absorbed all the energy from it. With that in mind, he asks him to confirm all the details once they return to the clan. Just then, Manhwa asks if he saw any hallucinations, warning that a beast this powerful can sometimes override a human's consciousness. Soryang secretly wonders if that blue-haired girl was actually Cho's human personification, but there's no time for a deep dive into philosophy, because the elder shifts the conversation back to the main quest, tracking down the 5 Venom sect. They plan to locate their stronghold, but hearing this, our boy is a bit shocked and starts sweating. The elder reveals that the ruins where the 5 Venom sect was wiped out a century ago aren't far from here, and they've recently discovered traces of them again, so they can't just sit idle. He fears the sect might be hiding and rebuilding, and if they attack the Beast Palace, they could be next on the target list, so he suggests that instead of waiting for them to strike, they should hit first. Down at the guest hall, Pei confirms the last of the captured venomous crates are ready to be shipped back to the Tang family. Soryang asks about the serpent, and Pei admits the little guy is in rough shape. It hasn't eaten in days, and is probably depressed about losing 120 years of cultivation to a bug. Soryang goes to check on it with Cho and To, but the serpent is still acting aggro. He tries to explain that the valley is too dangerous for it now that it's shrunk, and offers it a fire koi as a peace offering. The serpent tries to act tough and refuses, but then Cho drops a massive wave of 10 great poison pressure on it. Terrified, the serpent immediately folds and swallows the fish in one go. Back inside the hall, Huiyin is hanging out with the 2 remaining centipedes when Soryang drops by with some good news that the heavenly serpent has finally started eating, so that's one less thing to stress about. He turns his attention to the 2 salty centipedes, quietly promising them that he'll ask for a bit of their cores once they've fully recovered. He figures he'll have to make this request a couple more times just to keep the peace in the family, even if it's a bit uncomfortable for the little guys. Right then, the elder shows up to announce that the mission to investigate the 5 Venom sect is officially a go. He's a little worried since Soryang just woke up from a literal collapse, but our boy isn't having any of it. He's locked in, declaring that as the adopted son of the Beast Palace and the son-in-law of the Tang family, this is his fight too. The elder loves the energy, and explains that they're heading to Mount Namna tomorrow, the last place those creatures were seen, to settle a century-old debt. A few days later, Soryang is literally flexing his new perks by flying through the sky on Cho's back. Searching for a 100-year-old crime scene is proving to be a total grind, though, because the records are super vague about where the extermination actually went down. They cross the entire mountain and find basically nothing, until Cho suddenly slams on the brakes in midair. Soryang realizes his giant centipede just got jump-scared by a massive swarm of bats. It's her first time seeing them, after all. Since the sun is dipping low, Soryang decides to call it for the day, and heads back down to the ground. When he meets up with the squad, Manhwa asks for a status report. Our boy admits he didn't find any secret portals, just a bunch of bats flying from the north. That tiny detail is actually a massive ping from Manhwa, who explains that a swarm that big usually heads for a giant cavern, which could be the exact spot where the 5 Venom sect was sealed. He tells Soryang to lead the way while the rest of the warriors follow his lead. They push through the dense jungle along the northern ridge until they hit a mountain that blends right into a massive cave system. The elder notices an ancient handprint carved into the stone, and Manhwa reads the message out loud, which says, "This is the place where the sect was sealed forever." The elder even recognizes the marks of the Crimson Dragon Palm, a legendary ancestral technique that must have been used to lock the place down. The main entrance is blocked by massive boulders that look like a nightmare to move, so Manhwa suggests finding a back door. Right on cue, more bats burst out from a hole high above them. The elder figures 100 years is plenty of time for a natural vent to form, so Soryang volunteers to scout it out. He's got Cho and Yova the spider for backup, and with Pei tagging along too, the group starts the slow, careful climb up the mountain, one cautious step at a time. When the squad finally steps into the cavern, it's basically a nightmare of bat droppings, creepy echoes, and total darkness. Luckily, our boy has the cat's dark night technique he learned from his sister at the Palace of Beasts, which is basically like having night vision goggles permanently switched on. Even with the clear sight, though, there's a massive wall of bats blocking the path. Soryang admits that even though he's a total animal lover, bats give him the major creeps for some reason. He's wondering how to get past the furry curtain when Cho decides to flex. He lets out a sharp, piercing sound that rings through the cave, and the effect is instant as every single bat just drops dead on the spot. Soryang's sister realizes Cho just unleashed pure murderous intent, a 10 deadly venom level perk, and Soryang is standing there looking at his centipede with total pride. While they're processing that power move, the sister spots something glimmering way up at the end of a tunnel. As they get closer, they realize it's an ancient gate surrounded by a literal sea of scattered skulls that the bats had been hiding. Soryang figures this has to be the site of the legendary final battle from 100 years ago. There are 5 figures carved around the lock, each shaped like a different creature, and he wonders if these are the original 5 poisons themselves. Soryang's sister reads an inscription on the door that's full of dark vibes, talking about bloodshed that needs to be repaid, and grudges that never fade. It's clear the 5 Venom sect was into some serious revenge plots. Gwen thinks there might be some ancient lore drops, or records left inside if this was their main base. Meanwhile, Sister is trying to figure out the puzzle to open the door, but our boy thinks it's probably better to wait for the elder and Manhwa since these things usually have lethal booby traps. They sit down to wait, but the awkward silence is a bit much, so our boy starts theorizing about the mechanism. He mentions that usually, you just have to press a sphere, or find the right button, kind of like an escape room game. Hearing that the girls get excited and decide to give it a shot, thinking maybe they need to push some internal energy into the lock or say a secret phrase. However, as our boy touches the sphere, an intense light flashes from his palm and the door actually starts grinding open. Everyone is floored because it looked like he was just guessing, but he actually cracked the code. A strong wind starts blowing from the dark passage ahead, showing just how deep this place goes. Win is totally fascinated by the tank-style construction and wants to keep exploring, so the group decides to push forward into the unknown. Before they disappear into the tunnel, our boy leaves a quick, "We were here" message for the Elder and Meng Ho so they don't get lost when they arrive. With this, the crew steps through the ancient gate with lanterns high, feeling like they've just started a high-stakes treasure hunt. The second they're all inside, the heavy door slams shut automatically, which definitely jump scares everyone for a moment. Gwen shakes off the trap vibes by reminding herself that the backup team knows where they entered. Our boy figures this was the same escape route the 5 Venoms sect used a century ago, and as they walk deeper, they find walls lined with tons of tiny cave openings that look like primitive bunk rooms. Just then, Sister spots some cringe graffiti on the walls, and when Gwen shines her light on it, she realizes it's a manual for some seriously messed up animal cruelty techniques. Disgusted by the edgy, ancient cult vibes, So Ryong pulls a delete move and burns the inscriptions off the stone, telling the girls they need to scrub every inch of this place to make sure no more of that dark lore remains. After spending a few hours playing underground janitor and checking every single tiny room, they gathered again to discuss an even deeper passage that they found. Most of the bigger rooms Hwin checked were totally trashed, broken furniture and burn marks everywhere, leading Sister to conclude the place was purged right after the big war. So Ryong is over there, big-braining the architecture, thinking back to his past life trip to the escape room game he played in Cu Chai tunnels in Vietnam. He remembers how clay and limestone can be carved easily when wet, but turn into a hard-mode fortress once they dry. He's weighing the risks of this infinite tunnel, knowing that pushing forward is a gamble, but the rest of the squad is looking at him to make the call. Since they've already committed to the bit, so Ryong decides they're going all the way. They walk for what feels like forever, and the tunnel just doesn't end. It's a total backrooms vibe where the destination never shows up. Sister starts venting about how their ancestors were right. The 5 Venom sect were absolutely out of their minds to build something this long. By their estimate, they've been wandering for nearly 2 full days, and everyone is hitting that 0 stamina wall. Gwen admits she's starving, and Sister is low-key spiraling, worried they might actually be stuck here for good. Gwen tries to keep the mood up by dreaming about a post-mission feast, when suddenly, a savory smell drifts through the air. The sniff test is 100% positive. It's roasted rabbit, so Ryong immediately hits combat mode because a campfire usually means 5 Venom sect cultists are nearby. But Sister is thinking with her stomach. She figures they can just clear the room and loot the snacks. She almost sprints ahead, but So Ryong holds her back, telling her to stay chill. They find a hole in the ground where the delicious aroma is rising from, and Sister is ready to dive in. However, So Ryong is getting a glitch in the matrix, feeling as the vibe coming from the hole is familiar, but totally unsettling. As they peek into the opening, So Ryong's heart drops into his stomach as he recognizes the people down there, leaving Hwin totally confused by his sudden system crash reaction. Inside the hole, the squad sees a group of people just chilling and eating roasted meat like they don't have a care in the world. It turns out this wasn't some random camping trip. These guys had been through a literal war zone a few days prior. The backstory is actually pretty intense. A specialized pursuit group had launched a raid on a blood sect base in the forest. The Alliance had used a paralyzing poison to nerf the sect members, leading to a total victory for them. But the win didn't last long. The captured enemies somehow pulled a disappearing act. The leader discovered a secret tunnel hidden inside a well and chased them across the border into a whole different kingdom named Daewoo. Exhausted from the marathon chase, the leader Chang Ryong and his crew decided to set up camp in this cave. Chang is low-key annoyed because he's been doing all the carry work, hunting, cooking, and tracking, while his teammates basically just offer moral support because they were raised as spoiled martial arts elites. The yapping stops instantly when Chang looks up and sees Cho, the absolute unit of a centipede, staring him down. Seo Ryong and his group step out of the shadows to introduce themselves, and pretty soon, both squads are vibing around the campfire. Gyu Song, the brat boy of the group, is surprisingly wholesome. Since the boy saved his sister, Ryong, in the past, he basically treats him like a little brother. He's trying to force-feed Seo Ryong some of the roasted meat, and the atmosphere is actually pretty relaxed for a second. But the chill ends when Hwayin points out a major plot hole that the Elder and Meng Ho still haven't shown up. Even though Seo Ryong left a literal GPS trail of spider silk for them, our boy checks with Yova to see if her webs detected any movement, but it's total silence. That's when the big brain realization hits him. The door they entered through wasn't just a regular lock, it was a biometric scanner for internal energy. It only opened because Seo Ryong has the specific 5 Venoms energy signature. Even though the Elder is a master, his energy isn't pure 5 Venoms energy like Seo Ryong's is. This means the main army is likely stuck outside the door, unable to follow them into the deep tunnels. With the main group stuck behind a biometric energy door, the sister has to make an executive decision on whether to head back to Mount Namna or push toward the Palace of Beasts. Since standing around doing nothing isn't ideal, our boy decides the squad should tag along with Chang's group. It's a smart play. Wandering the forest alone with blood-sect remnants lurking is a recipe for disaster, and following Chang lets them hunt for clues about the 5 Venoms while having some serious backup. Chang's group, especially Ping Yu, is totally down with the plan, giving Seo Ryong a big brother guarantee that he'll get everyone back to the Central Plains in one piece. The next morning, our guy finally gets a look at the sky after what feels like a lifetime underground. As they trek, Chang pulls Seo Ryong aside, low-key venting about how his 2 elite teammates are basically useless at survival and asking if his crew can actually hunt or find water. Seo Ryong reassures him they've got it covered. To prove the point, he sends Yova the spider on a quick grocery run, and she returns almost instantly with fresh prey. Sister jumps right in, explaining the best way to field dress and cure the meat for the road. Chang is visibly impressed. He realized that while the girl might not be a frontline brawler, her survival IQ is off the charts. Seo Ryong feels a bit proud of his new sister, but things get weird when Chang starts catching feelings. Chang is all over the place praising her beauty, and while he's gooning, he suddenly gets chest pain and clutches it hard. Seeing this, Seo Ryong is confused at first, then gets annoyed when he realizes this guy is just one of those love at first sight types. By the time they hit the official meeting point, the sister starts using sound waves to ping any nearby creatures, which absolutely blows Chang's mind. However, his crewmate Jian Bong can't help but drop a bit of sarcasm, pointing out how fast Chang forgot his sparring the moment a new girl showed up. Seo Ryong finds the whole love triangle hilarious. He pulls his sister aside to get her take on Chang's obvious crush, but she deadpans that she finds guys like him totally insufferable. In a big brain relationship analysis, the sister and Huayun both agree that Chang is actually the oblivious one, as Jian Bong has been crushing on him this whole time, and he's been completely blind to it. Seo Ryong is genuinely shocked because he didn't catch those romance subplot vibes at all. The sister doubles down, admitting her actual type is a guy with a tank-like build but a soft panda bear face, specifically naming Yu as her ideal. Our boy and Huayun are caught totally off guard by that specific preference, but there's no time to gossip further. As they push through a weirdly pink-tinted wind in the Yunnan forest, Yu announces they've finally made it. He points toward an abandoned cave perched on a hill, the official rendezvous point for the Martial Alliance. Seo Ryong gives the meeting point a serious vibe check and realizes something is off as he can't sense a single soul nearby. Seo Ryong is quick to explain that this ghost town energy is actually a tactical play to stay off the Blood Cult's radar. The sister pulls Seo Ryong aside and tells him to keep Cho the centipede on standby and out of sight. Even though the spot is supposed to be safe, she's worried about potential leaks and reminds him of a classic martial rule: never reveal your full power level unless you have to. Seo Ryong agrees, but makes sure Yova is on bodyguard duty for the girls while Cho stays glued to him for protection. Just as they're settling in, a high-level presence shows up looking for Chang. It turns out to be the vice leader of the Alliance, a guy known as the Divine Traveler. Seo Ryong is confused about the guy, so Huayan explains his lightness technique is so cracked he can basically outrun anyone in the martial world. The vice leader doesn't waste any time with small talk. He sees the Palace of Beasts and Tang Clan kids are ready and tells everyone to move out immediately. As they trek along the designated route, Chang starts asking for updates on the other scout teams. The news isn't great. The vice leader reports radio silence from the other groups, and it turns out no one has seen a single blood cult member for miles. This quiet before the storm feeling is making everyone twitchy. Seo Ryong hits a grim conclusion that the enemy isn't gone, they're just camping and waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. Right on cue, the vice leader's body shifts into a high-tier combat stance. He locks eyes on the horizon and announces that the ambush has officially begun. Suddenly, the blood cult reveals itself, completely surrounding the squad in a move that Seo Ryong didn't even see coming. Realizing they've been walked into a trap, the vice leader pulls a mentor move. He hands the girl a map detailing every hidden blood cult base, and tells her the future of the martial world is in her hands. He's planning to pull a solo stand to buy the kids time to escape. Chang catches the vibe immediately and orders a full-speed retreat, promising they'll all regroup at the main headquarters. With the vice leader preparing to go berserker to hold the line, the rest of the group heads south, pulling a pro-gamer move by running in the opposite direction the enemy would expect them to go. Just when the squad thinks they've pulled a pro-gamer flank by heading south, a figure blocks the path. It turns out the northern exit was a total bait, and they've walked right into a kill box set up by Grandmaster Gu Pengso, the heavy hitter leading the Blood Demon unit. He's standing there with a max-level ego, dropping the grim news that no one is coming to save them because the rest of the Martial Alliance groups are already rotting in prison. Before anyone can even process the terror, Pengso gives the delete order to his goons, telling them to wipe out the men and bag the women. The cult members surge forward, looking ready to end the series right then and there. Seeing them charging, So Ryung decides it's time to stop playing around. He steps forward, ignoring his friend's frantic warnings about being reckless, because he knows he's got a cheat code in his back pocket. The second he calls for Cho, the air gets heavy with an overwhelming wave of power that leaves the Blood Demon unit glitching in place. So Ryung isn't just summoning a pet, he's activating the Wild Beast Heart technique, essentially merging his own essence with Cho's to create a combined power level that shouldn't even exist. With zero hesitation, he gives Cho the green light to finish the job and go ham. Seeing that, even Pengso starts to sweat when he realizes this isn't just some oversized bug. Suddenly the weather hits a game-over state. Rain starts falling, but it's not the refreshing kind, it's a fine, corrosive mist. The screams start almost instantly as bodies hit the floor and literally dissolve upon contact. Hwayun is watching this in pure horror, wondering if poisonous rain is even a strong enough term for the nightmare unfolding. In a matter of minutes, the entire battlefield goes silent. Every single enemy has been deleted, leaving behind nothing but empty clothes and weapons on the corroding ground. So Ryung stands there in the quiet, and even though he's the one who called down the storm, a faint chill of genuine fear runs through him, seeing what a 10 deadly venom level attack actually does to people. Goose snaps everyone back to reality, pointing out that more reinforcements are probably on the way, and the group dips immediately. An hour later, the cleanup crew arrives at the site and finds absolutely nothing but a graveyard of gear. Even a legend like Pengso got taken out, which sends a clear message that things have officially spiraled out of control. The new guy on the scene is Chague, known as the Bloodwind Flying Snake, and he's visibly shaken. Pengso was one of the 8 great masters of the cult, so losing him to a bunch of kids is a massive hit to their reputation. Chague starts questioning if their promised reinforcements flaked on them, but before he can finish the thought, a mysterious presence spawns right behind him and catches him totally off guard. A woman's voice floats through the air, telling him there's zero reason to stress because she always keeps her word. This newcomer is the same lady of the 5 Venoms who caused chaos at the Daywhale Nation, and while she used to be an op, she's now loosely allied with the Blood Cult because they both share a massive grudge against the Central Plains. She also got this huge army of mutant frogs with her, and they claim to be descendants of the 5 Venom sect. She hands over an antidote Chague was waiting for, but she can't help but roast his martial arts skills, calling his techniques full of skill issues and weak points. She's already analyzed the poison used in the area as quicksand snake tear, but the real shock comes when she inspects the battlefield herself. She touches a bit of the poisonous residue to her tongue, and her eyes practically pop out of her head. She realizes instantly that this isn't just some random toxin, it's the signature poison of the first Venom Lord. Sensing a massive opportunity from the heavens, she flashes a creepy smile, summons her specialized squad of toads, and starts a high-speed pursuit to catch Soryang before he can vanish. Meanwhile, Soryang's squad is hauling it toward the Lansang River, which is the final checkpoint before they hit the safety of the Central Plains. Our boy is actually handling the cardio better than expected because Cho's evolution gave his internal energy a massive buff. Chang decides they need to floor it and cross the open flats before dawn, but the vibe shifts when Soryang feels a sudden, icy chill. A red light spawns in the sky, and Chague drops in like a final boss. Not even saying hello, he blasts Q with a brutal strike that leaves everyone shook. He admits he told the Lady of the 5 Venoms he'd bring them back alive, but he's basically decided to ignore that no-kill contract and delete them himself. Chague identifies himself as the flying snake of the Bloodwind and locks onto the group with literal murder in his eyes. As the guy goes on with his villainous speech, Chang decides he's had enough and swings at him, but the attack is easily dodged. Our guy tries to call on Cho for another poison rain miracle, but the poor centipede is completely out of mana. Her head is down, and she's totally drained from the previous fight. With their nuke on cooldown, Sister says they have no choice but to 1v1 the guy. Hwayen steps up, telling Soryang to play medic for their fallen friend Gyu, while the rest of the team jumps into a chaotic group brawl against Chague. The guy thinks their team up is a joke and slams the ground, sending invisible shockwaves through the dirt that mess with everyone's hitboxes and balance. Doing that, he thinks he's got the round one until Hwayen pulls a pro move and buries a dagger right in his chest. Standing, she drops the cold hard truth on Chague, telling him that the poison on her blade is already moving to brick his internal energy. Chague isn't having it though. He pulls the tough guy act and rips the dagger straight out of his chest like it's nothing. He mocks her, claiming he's already popped an antidote and that her top-tier poison is basically just sparkling water to him now. Hwayen gets visibly tense at the mention of a cure, and Soryang starts overthinking the situation in the background, while Chague starts yapping about how he's going to make them all beg for the end. But then, his invincibility starts lagging. He realizes his blood isn't circulating right and his internal energy is ghosting him. He's confused because he definitely took the antidote for the snake venom, but Soryang just stands up with a calm, "I told you so" vibe. He points out that Chague probably should have double-checked the patch notes on the poison he was fighting. It turns out the squad ran out of their standard venom stash ages ago during the earlier raids, so our boy had to homebrew a replacement. Gu was totally blindsided by this, but Hwayen confirmed that Soryang has been the secret chemist behind their recent wins. The boy called Yova over to deliver the secret ingredient he'd been stashing on his skin. With this, he revealed it's a dew beehive, known as the tiger-headed bee or yellow bee, and the whole group gets the ick immediately. Soryang just laughs it off, explaining the biology of the hit that bee venom is a hemotoxin, meaning it goes after your body tissues, blood vessels, and red blood cells. While it's technically not as legendary as the quicksand lake snake venom Chague prepared for, it carried similar enzymes that totally mess with the target's energy flow. Since Chague took an antidote for a completely different poison type, his body had zero defense against the wasp cocktail. Even with his stats hitting zero, the guy is still barking threats, but Chang's squad have had enough. They don't give him a second chance to monologue, as they both swing at the same time and finally put the guy down for the count. The girl is so relieved she goes in for a hug, but Chang immediately pivots to check on Gu. Soryang handles the medic duties, explaining that while the guy took a heavy hit, his organs are mostly intact. He's used some high-level acupuncture to stop the bleeding, but he warns the squad they need to move fast and get him some real treatment before the wound turns into a permanent game over. Just as the squad thinks they've caught a breather, Cho lets out a stressed-out hiss as she sensed another final boss entering the arena. Soryang looks up and sees the Lady of the Five Venom floating down from the clouds, casually riding a giant bee like it's a private jet. She takes one look at Chagui's body, and basically calls him a noob with trash-tier martial arts. Soryang and Hwayen are instantly on high alert, trying to figure out her deal while she slowly descends, weighing whether she even needs the blood cult anymore. Without breaking a sweat, she orders her massive bee to bag the whole group, and the creature lets out a sonic scream so loud it feels like your brain is melting. Hwayen screams for everyone to buff their ears with internal energy immediately, because it's the strange Cry Tiger Wasp, one of the 10 deadly venoms, a sonic attack that can literally make your blood collapse. From her high-up perch, the Lady of the Five Venoms starts hyper-focusing on Soryang. She realizes he's the big brain behind Cho's evolution, and the homebrewed poison that deleted Chagui's team. She decides right then and there that Soryang belongs to her now, treating him more like a rare loot drop than a person. Hwayen whispers a frantic warning that this woman's power level is dangerously close to Soryang's grandfather, which only makes the lady more amused. She orders the bee to restrain everyone, and our boy sends Cho in for the clutch play. The bee grabs Cho, but he's still running on an empty tank from earlier, and the giant wasp is basically a heavyweight champion. For a moment, it looks like game over, until Soryang calls in Yova. The spider clutch saves the day by web-shotting the bee's wings, forcing it to drop Cho. The lady is visibly shook that the boy has a human-faced spider in his party, too. Chang tries to pull a hero move, telling Soryang's crew to run while he and the girl hold the line. The lady treats them like annoying NPCs, though. She pulls a teleport move, vanishes from their sight, and spawns right behind Chang. The girl throws herself into the line of fire to save him, taking a brutal hit that leaves her crumpled on the ground. Chang freezes in total shock, and the lady doesn't miss the opening. She drops him from behind, coldly reminding him to never look away from an opponent. Meanwhile, from the side, Soryang is watching his teammates fall like dominoes, and the dread is starting to feel real. The lady turns her main character energy back to our boy, telling him to stop resisting and just come with her quietly. Soryang is paralyzed with fear for a second, but Hwyun and his sister step up, refusing to let anyone touch their brother. The lady is officially done with the backtalk, though. She unleashes a high-range blast that sends both girls crashing to the dirt. Hwyun is still on the ground, totally reeling from the shock as the Lady of the Five Venoms starts taunting her about her fiancé basically being snatched away. Just as the lady moves in to finish the job, the lizard duo suddenly pops up out of nowhere to block the strike, playing the ultimate bodyguard role. The lady instantly recognizes the fourth Venom Lord presence and starts looking at Soryang. She's over there listing his collection like a superfan, the first Venom Lord, a human face spider, and now the Lizard Lords. She demands to know who he actually is, and Soryang doesn't blink, proudly claiming his titles as the son of the Palace of Beasts and the Tang clan's only son-in-law. She just scoffs at the names, basically telling him he's just repeating history from a century ago, which is when it clicks for Soryang. This woman is a literal living relic of the Five Venoms sect. She decides right then that she's rescuing him for herself, which honestly just makes his blood boil with pure indignation. The two lizards don't wait for a signal and charge her at once, but then things get glitchy. They pass straight through her like she's made of thin air and slam into the dirt. Our boy realizes this isn't magic, it's the lizard step, a high-tier evasive technique from the Five Venoms manual. Feeling herself, the lady decides she's done playing games and blasts Hwyun away, dragging her across the ground before snatching Soryang by the arm. She thinks she's finally won the round, but our boy isn't going out like that. He sends both of his smaller centipedes in for a counterattack. The lady is caught off guard by the movement and has to let go to dodge, but Soryang can feel that his creatures are hesitating. Their attacks are missing that killer instinct vibe. The lady pulls back, looking genuinely confused about why these beasts are so linked to him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, calling Soryang's name from a massive blast. The Lady of the Five Venoms goes stone cold the second she hears the roar of the lion from the Palace of Beasts. The Elder and Manhwa spawn into the battle right next to each other, looking absolutely livid at Soryang's condition. Seeing them this angry, the lady realizes she's staring down the two biggest names in the martial world, and the whole vibe starts feeling like a 100-year-old historical rerun. Soryang finally feels the weight of the world lift off his shoulders as the two veterans signal for him to back up. Their combined auras start swirling together, signaling that the final boss fight of this ancient feud is finally happening for real. The lady tries to act tough, wondering aloud what happened to her toad unit that was supposed to be camping in this area. Manhwa doesn't miss a beat, telling her that the unit she's looking for has already been completely deleted. The Elder adds insult to injury, calling her elite troops nothing more than small fry. He finished earlier. The woman actually laughs, calling them both literal monsters, and admits that even she isn't main character, enough to 1v2 both of them at the same time. She calls her giant bee back over for an emergency extraction, promising that this isn't a GG, and that she'll definitely be back for a rematch. Manhwa is ready to crash the party and lunges forward to stop the escape, but the Elder holds him back because the squad is in rough shape and needs immediate medical attention. Before she dips, the lady makes sure everyone knows her name, Cheolmu. She flies off on her giant bee, shouting back that Soryang is basically her future property. Our boy just stands there, repeating her name and trying to process the absolute chaos that just went down. As she's retreating, he spots something wild, a golden needle stuck in the bee's head, and another one buried in Cheolmu's neck. It hits him like a bucket of ice water that this was his first real high-stakes encounter with her, and she definitely left a mark. Once they get everyone back to the palace, the healer takes over because the team took some serious LS. The Chang squad lady is in critical condition. Yu has a hole straight through his body, and both sister and Hwyun are dealing with internal injuries and nasty bruises. Soryang is the only one still walking, but he's laser-focused on Cho. The centipede lost 2 legs to that wasp's scream, and even though he knows she can regenerate after molting, he's not about to just sit and wait. To speed up her level up, he needs some top-tier nutrition. That's when the little divine flying snake steps up, extending its tongue to reveal its own inner core. It's a total bro move. The serpent is sacrificing its power to help Cho recover. Our boy gives it to her, and the molting process kicks off instantly. He stays glued to her side, knowing her body is super soft and fragile right after a molt, and any wrong move could permanently deform her. However, after a while, he gets tired and requests Yova to take care of Cho while he goes for a quick nap. On his way, he starts worrying about the other 2 centipedes. During the fight, he tried to channel all his killing intent through them at Cheolmu, but when they realized they couldn't even make her flinch, they basically had a mental breakdown and ran back to the elder in tears. He's still overthinking this when he enters Hwayan and sister's room. They're still a bit dizzy, but mostly worried about Cho. Soryang fills them in on the serpent's assist, and Hwayan feels a wave of relief. She gets all mama bear for a second, feeling more pain for her creature children than her own wounds, and she vamps up her determination to get stronger so this never happens again. Soryang tries to get her to chill and asks the sister how to win back the 2 crying centipedes. Sister's advice is simple: just get them some high-quality meat and they'll be fine. Suddenly a visitor pops up at the door, and it's a very pale, weakened Chang. Hwayan immediately goes on the offensive, thinking he's trying to simp on sister again by walking into her quarters without a heads up. She shuts him down fast, telling him he needs to respect her space regardless of his feelings. Poor Chang has to awkwardly clear the air, explaining that he wasn't actually there for a date. He was just looking for Soryang. Before he can even get another word out, he literally drops to his knees in front of our boy like he's pleading for his life. Soryang is visibly cringed out by the whole display and tries to get the man to stand up, especially since he's still nursing some nasty injuries. That's when the tea spills when Chang reveals that Jianbong just confessed her feelings to him, and he's so completely lost that he's basically begging for a manual on how to handle it. Soryang's sister and Hwayan just stand there in a frozen, awkward silence, collectively wondering how a high-tier warrior can be such a noob at basic romance. Meanwhile, back in the medical wing, Jianbong is absolutely fuming. She's staring at the ceiling, replaying the embarrassing scene where she basically exposed her heart to a brick wall. Chang's side of the story fills in the blanks where he rushed to her room the second she was out of the danger zone, asking why she'd tanked that hit for him. When she asked him what he thought the reason was, this genius actually suggested it was because they were good friends. That was the breaking point. She literally yeeted a wooden pillow at his head and exploded, yelling that she couldn't stand to watch the person she loved die. He had the audacity to ask if she actually meant she loved him, which earned him a one-way ticket out of the room after she called him an idiot. After hearing the full disaster report, Soryang is just speechless. Hwayan and sister are even more savage, basically saying he's lucky she only threw a pillow and not a poison dagger. Chang is spiraling because he's never had a girl confess to him before, so Soryang decides to pull a pro-gamer move to test the guy's heart. He leads Chang to Yova's room and asks her to pull a special favor, absorbing a bit of his yang energy so she can shapeshift into the woman he finds most beautiful. The second Yova processes the energy, she transforms into a one-to-one replica of Jianbong. This is the ultimate gotcha moment. Proves Chang has been catching feelings this whole time without even realizing it. Hyped up and finally seeing the light, the guy sprints out of the room screaming her name, leaving Soryang feeling like he just earned a Cupid title. With the romance drama finally sorted, Soryang pivots back to his monster trainer duties. He checks on Cho and sees her molt went perfectly, but it's the size of the shed skin that really blows him away. It's absolutely massive. He remembers sister mentioning that happy centipedes love high-quality snacks, and he realizes he's holding a gold mine of nutrients. Usually a centipede would eat its own shell for the proteins and minerals, but since Cho was power-leveled by a divine core, she's already full. This means the empty husk is the perfect premium supplement for the other 2 centipedes who are still sulking. Soryang orders the skin to be chopped up into bite-sized pieces, ready to turn a bad day into a major feast for his smaller companions. Over at the elder's crib, the 2 small centipedes are absolutely losing it. They're running wild, knocking over expensive vases and basically treating the place like a mosh pit. The elder is stressed to the max, threatening to yeet them back to Soryang's house if they don't stop the chaos. When the MC finally shows up, he can tell the old man is suffering way more than he's letting on. The elder basically begs him to take them away because he's officially out of energy. But there's a catch. The little centipedes are still salty. They hide behind the elder's legs and refuse to budge, giving Soryang the cold shoulder. He has to pull out the big guns and mentions he brought some premium snacks that are just as good as the inner cores he promised them. The mention of food immediately piques their interest, and they slowly creep forward to investigate. Our guy starts handing out the chopped up pieces of Cho's shed skin, and their little faces light up instantly. They start feasting like it's a 5-star buffet, and Soryang uses the momentum to invite them back to his room for the rest of the stash. The stubbornness evaporates and they follow him out, leaving the elder in peace. As they walk, Soryang watches them inhale the snacks and realizes that if they keep absorbing the energy from Cho's molted skin, these 2 might actually start their own evolution sooner than anyone expected. On the way back, our boy runs into the newly official couple, Chang and Jongbon. They both look genuinely happy, and the girl even thanks him for finally getting through to the idiot, referring to Chan. The guy is all emotional, vowing never to forget Soryang's help, but he just plays it cool, saying he just helped the man confirm what was already there. Chan gets curious about the jerky the centipedes are eating, and Soryang explains the whole science of the nutrient-rich shed skin. One of the centipedes gets super hyped for more, but the other one suddenly goes completely silent. Soryang gets a bad vibe, and looks back to see Bin glowing with an intense red aura. Before anyone can figure out what's happening, the little centipede just bursts into tears, catching the whole squad off guard. Soryang is standing there totally confused, but Jongbang steps in with a reality check. She calls out our boy for having zero sensitivity, explaining that from a girl's perspective, being given your older sister's leftovers feels like being forced to wear hand-me-down clothes. She relates it back to her own childhood of wearing her sister's old gear, and explains that Bin probably feels like Cho is the favorite child. While the other centipede is chill enough to just enjoy the food, Bin is taking it personally and feels like she isn't getting any of Soryang's actual attention. Our boy crouches down in front of her, trying his best to explain that the shed skin is actually high-tier loot packed with energy, but the centipede isn't hearing it. Her little face is a cloud of pure frustration. His attempts to comfort her just make things worse, and the poor centipede eventually hits her limit, bursting into tears and bolting down the hall. Our boy is left standing there totally stunned, watching his little sister disappear while he has zero clue how to fix the vibe. Hwaiyun eventually tracks her down and scoops her up, but even she's shocked by the level of drama. Seeing that Soryang is basically cancelled by Bin for the moment, Hwaiyun decides to stay and handle the comforting herself, recognizing that Soryang's presence is only making the saltiness worse. Feeling a massive wave of guilt, Soryang retreats to another room and tries a desperate, big brain move. He looks at the celestial flying snake and sheepishly asks if she happens to have another inner core hidden somewhere. The snake's reaction is instant and terrifying. He releases a wave of pressure so heavy it makes Soryang physically shake. He immediately backpedals, apologizing and taking back the question before he gets deleted. Sitting there quietly, he starts to reflect on how the serpent has had her core snatched twice now, yet she hasn't shown the same kind of resentment Bin has. He realizes she might be way more emotionally stable than she looks on the outside. Taking a much gentler approach, Soryang asks the snake if she's actually down to stay with the squad. He admits their first meeting was a total disaster, but promises to treat her like family from here on out. The snake stares him down for a long beat, takes a deep breath, and finally gives him a single, solid nod. Feeling like they've finally reached an understanding, Soryang carefully lifts her out of her container and holds her in his arms, officially welcoming her to the team. The only problem left is that she needs a proper name. Calling her the flying snake all the time is way too formal. He's trying to figure out if she's a boy or a girl, but when he lifts her tail to check, he accidentally triggers her boss mode. She whips him with her tail and sends him flying to the ground, surrounded by literal flames. A dazed Soryang concludes she's definitely a girl, and apologizes while she looks at him with pure irritation. He decides she needs an elegant name to match her emerald mane and settles on Yundu. She gives him a slow nod of approval, looking a bit shy but not rejecting it. Then, remembering that fancy names usually lead to long lives, he adds a little extra heavenly flair to finish it off, officially naming her Chain Yundu. The next day at the Palace of Beasts, Gyu officially drops his report and apologizes for dumping so many responsibilities on the palace. Since Chang's squad is basically stuck in a high-intensity recovering arc and can't leave yet, Soryang Group takes it upon themselves to pass along the intel left by the Divine Traveler. The stakes are getting pretty high since the Blood Sect and the 5 Venoms sect have officially teamed up, and the Martial Alliance needs to know about that antidote ASAP. Realizing the enemy is hitting a major power spike, the Palace of Beasts decides to formally join the alliance. Sister decides to tag along for the ride, and the group says their goodbyes before heading toward the Tang clan to start cooking up a new, upgraded poison to counter the cult. When they finally arrive, Soryang confirms they've made it to the legendary Tang clan estate. Sister is having a total tourist moment, acting like a small-town kid visiting the big city for the first time because she's so dazzled by the architecture. But the good vibes get deleted in an instant when Halion suddenly goes stiff with shock. She realizes Bin the centipede has completely vanished into thin air. She is spiraling, insisting the little one was right there a second ago, and Soryang's heart starts racing with the terrifying thought that Bin might have actually run away from home because of the hand-me-down drama from earlier. 4 hours pass, and the search party is in full panic mode, but they can't find a single trace of her. Soryang starts wondering if Bin is hitting a rebellious teen phase where her feelings are just too complex for him to read. Sister suggests using the beast heart technique to ping her location, so Soryang closes his eyes and focuses his spiritual energy. He manages to bridge the mental distance, but the news he gets makes him go pale. He tells Halion that Bin has officially declared she isn't coming home until she's grown up and become more beautiful than her big sister Cho. The whole squad is stunned by the little sister rivalry, and even Cho and the remaining ones seem to feel the weight of those heavy words. Meanwhile, way up near the summit of the Tang clan's mountain, Bina is trying to pull off a solo survival mission. She's being surprisingly clever for a tiny creature, but the loneliness eventually hits her like a truck. Memories of Soryang and Halion come flooding back, and she starts crying so hard she loses her grip on a rock. Her small body plunges down the mountainside, landing right in a pit filled with snakes. Bin is trembling and terrified, but strangely, the snakes start backing away as if she's the one they should be afraid of. Just as she's processing that, a creepy dark purple shape starts twisting in the air in front of her. Bin is too scared to even scream as the mysterious mass moves in, looking like it's about to wrap her up completely. The next morning, the squad drags themselves back to the Tang estate after pulling an all-nighter on the mountain, but they've got zero leads on where Bin went. Sister tries to be the supportive friend, reminding Soryang that even though Bin is tiny, she's actually a low-key tank and can handle herself. Just as they're catching their breath, she spots something weird in the sky. A swarm of golden bees is buzzing around. Soryang gets a major jolt of alarm when he recognizes the golden-haired queen bee. He has no clue why she's flexing her presence here. The queen bee flies straight at his face like it's trying to land a kiss, and he instinctively swats it away, totally startled by the lack of personal space. After a second to think, Soryang realizes this might be a case of trophallaxis, which is basically how social insects share food mouth to build trust and swap info. He figures the queen bee is sensing his low battery status and is trying to offer him some premium honey to help him recover. It's getting pretty awkward when our boy slides a centipede in between them to block the queen's move. Soryang knows he can't keep ghosting the queen's food offers because the colony might lose trust in him, but he's already maxed out his bond slots with 3 spiritual creatures. Taking on a 4th one is a high-risk play he just can't afford right now. Before the bee drama can even settle, the elder storms in looking absolutely furious. He's stressed to the max and demands to know why Bin's disappearance wasn't reported the second it happened, even if it was late night. He doesn't waste any time and orders the Poison Blood Squad to go into search and rescue mode. Scouring every inch of Tang Mountain, the squad hits the trails with serious discipline, and even the queen bee chips in, sending her worker bees into tiny crevices and spots that humans definitely can't fit into. Despite the massive team effort, 3 full days pass with absolutely no sign of Bin. Our boy is constantly trying to ping Bin through his Heart of Beasts ability, but he's getting a total 404 error. Sister watches him struggle and asks if there's any signal at all, but he has to admit it's just radio silence. This is where the real scary hours start, as Soryang worries a mountain predator might have gotten to her. However, Sister drops some logic, explaining that if Bin had been deleted, he would have felt a massive mental shock the moment it happened. Since there's zero feedback, she suggests she might just be in a deep sleep, which Soryang clings to because he knows Bin is a legendary heavy sleeper. The elder eventually returns and tells Soryang that while the situation sucks, the world keeps moving. He needs to stop spiraling and start prepping for the Alliance trip and the new Poison Project. Soryang lets the squad know he's already got a top-tier candidate for the new Poison Project chilling in the Poison Garden. It's one of the venomous creatures they brought back from Yunnan, and the extraction team is already on the clock. While Yellow Bee Poison is definitely a heavy hitter, but it's also way more chaotic and harder to keep in check, leaving Soryang low-key nervous about whether the process is actually going smoothly. Over in the garden, a group of Tang Clan members is huddled around a large jar, looking pretty sketched out as thick smoke starts curling out of it like it has a mind of its own. Everyone's eyes are wide as the substance starts taking a creepy face shape. The elder shows up just in time to see the show. Soryang confirms this is the beast they caught in Yunnan, and the elder locks in with a sharp gaze. Inside that jar is a mountain viper, one of the most blacklisted snakes on the planet. This thing is responsible for a massive amount of casualties across Southeast Asia because it's aggressive, unpredictable, and can lunge at you without a single warning frame. Pai walks in with the chicken blood Soryang asked for, and they prep a little science experiment. Following Soryang's lead, they add just one tiny drop of the viper's venom to the bowl, and the result is an instant system crash. The blood clots into a solid, thick lump right before their eyes. Our boy breaks down that while Lakeside Snake's poison acts as a blood thinner that wrecks the body's energy by melting vessels, the Viper does the literal opposite. It thickens the blood until everything is blocked, stopping the target's internal energy from flowing at all. Plus, since these snakes give birth to live babies instead of laying eggs, they're way easier to farm, which convinces the elder to send a teen back to Yunnan to catch as many as possible. Our boy is just starting to think about how this will wreck his enemies when Huayin comes sprinting in, looking like she's seen a ghost. She reports a total friendly fire situation where one lizard is mid-attack on the other. Soriang and Huayin sprint to the pavilion, where she explains that Binga suddenly went aggro, and started biting the other's neck. Soriang takes one look at the situation and immediately de-escalates the panic. He explains to a very confused Huayin that this isn't a death match, it's actually the lizards mating. Even though it looks rough and violent, it's just how nature handles things, and it actually means the lizards are vibing and adjusting well to their new home. Huayin gets all hyped up at the thought of becoming a grandma to a bunch of baby lizards, and Soriang is supportive at first, but then, he goes totally quiet as a big brain realization hits him. Huayin asks what's up, and Soriang hits her with the bad news that because of this sudden lizard romance, he won't be able to leave for the Alliance mission after all. Over at the Elder's place, the vibe gets pretty tense when Soriang drops the news that he's skipping the mission. The old man is low-key fuming, questioning why he is flaking on such a high-stakes task, especially since the clan warriors are already handling the search for Bin. Soriang takes a breather and lays out the facts that his lizards finally mated, and the eggs are due in about 2 weeks to a month. If they hit the road now and the lizards lay their eggs in some random ditch, the whole batch could rot. He is basically choosing lizard dad duties over the mission, and for a second, he's worried he overstepped. Surprisingly, the patriarch's anger completely evaporates and turns into total satisfaction. He's actually impressed because having the poison garden breeding spiritual creatures so quickly is a massive W for the Tang clan's prestige. Even Sister catches the hype, practically begging Soriang for one of the babies like it's a limited edition drop. But the celebration gets cut short when a whistling sound slices through the room and an arrow thuds into the table right in front of Soriang. The patriarch goes into full combat mode, but Soriang spots a letter tied to the shaft. Sister reads it out, and the mood turns ice cold as someone is officially coming to kidnap Soriang. While the Tang clan is processing that threat, the scene shifts to a mysterious girl with a bow and fiery glowing eyes, proving that some heavy hitters are definitely moving in the shadows. We jump back in time to an alley in Sichuan, where the leader of the Martial Alliance and a young project lead are staring down a total disaster. Their heavenly silkworm larvae are boycotting their food and slowly starving to death. The young lead explains that he rounded up every silk expert in the Central Plains and locked them in a temple for months just to get the eggs to hatch. He pulled off the hatching part, but the newborn larvae are refusing to eat anything they're served, leading to a total game over for the project. The young man isn't dodging the blame, but he's firm that this isn't a skill issue, it's a knowledge gap. Nobody on his team actually understands how these bugs or what they need to survive, so they need a literal specialist. The Alliance leader immediately thinks of Soriang, the undisputed goat of insect knowledge, but he hesitates. He's feeling a bit conflicted about sending a thief to snatch someone he actually respects. His younger brother catches the hesitation and starts pushing him to spill the beans, but a girl nearby suddenly pulls their focus away before they can finish the debate. When the conversation picks back up, the leader of the Martial Alliance brings up the silkworm technique and asks if his student is good at it. The young man totally agrees and admits he was a bit skeptical at first just because she was a woman, but those doubts got deleted the second he saw her in action. She's fast, flexible and has ridiculous talent, so much so that he's convinced she'll eventually surpass him. As the next in line for the Theft Emperor title, she's basically cruising through her training without breaking a sweat. With that settled, the Alliance leader officially gives him the mission to go out and recruit Soriang, the insect goat. He does voice one concern, though. If Soriang is tight with one of the 9 great sects or the 7 great families, is this actually a mission she can pull off? The young man is a bit surprised that his brother is overthinking it, but he just brushes it off as good practice for her. The leader isn't as chill about it, though, since he knows the ban hammer from those powerful groups can be absolutely brutal if you're caught stealing. Still, the young man stays 100% confident that as a student of the Theft Emperor, there's no way she's getting caught. Seeing that level of confidence, the leader finally stands up and spills the tea on who the insect specialist actually is. He's already imagining how this heist is going to go down, thinking it'll be a top-tier show to see just how capable the new goddess thief really is. Meanwhile, back at the Tang clan, the The vibe at the table is super heavy. Hyun's hand rests on the wood, holding 3 small grains as she explains the lore behind that arrow. It turns out the letter and the jujube fruits are the personal calling card of the legendary figure known as the Theft Emperor, Kang Jiho. Soryang is a bit confused by the name, thinking it just sounds like a fancy way of saying regular thief. Hyun jumps in to educate him, reminding him that he's already met the Beggar Emperor, who's one of the 3 greats and 5 emperors. Just like the Beggar Emperor, the Theft Emperor lives by his own rules but is still respected as a heroic, honorable figure. He also explains the fast travel symbolism. In the Central Plains, the jujube fruit represents speed, which is why the Theft Emperor uses it as his signature mark. Soryang still can't wrap his head around why a living legend would be targeting him of all people. Hyun breaks down that the Theft Emperor never just asks for things. He has a strict rule that everything must be taken. Whenever he wants something from a major sect, he sends a pre-patch notice promising to return something even more valuable than what he's stealing. Because of this, most families just leave the item outside to avoid a headache. Our boy just shakes his head, concluding that the Central Plains are full of weirdos, but the patriarch drops a quick reality check from the back of the room, reminding Soryang that he's not exactly normal either. Right at that moment, Hyun stands up and announces she's going to raise the guard banner. The patriarch is pretty surprised by her intensity, and the elder can't help but notice she's genuinely triggered by the Theft Emperor's move. Soryang is standing there totally lost because he has no clue what a guard banner even is, so the elder breaks it down for him. The banner, which features a dog symbol, is basically a challenge-accepted sign. Raising it means the clan is officially going to try and block the Theft Emperor from snatching his target. If they fail and get robbed anyway, they walk away with 0 compensation, but if they actually catch the legend, he has to grant them 3 wishes, literally anything they want. Our guy is shaken by the god thief's bold promise, suspecting it's just arrogance from someone who believes he can never be caught. Still, the idea unsettles him. Hyun cuts through the fear, reminding everyone that if Soryang is taken, there's no guarantee he'll ever return. When she asks him directly, the boy firmly says he doesn't want that fate. She backs him up, declaring that he belongs to her and she won't let any thief take him. When Soryang questions whether anyone has ever stopped the thief, the elder bluntly replies that if someone had, he wouldn't be a legend. To ease the tension, Hyun suggests they rely on their hidden advantage, venomous spiritual creatures that can't be fooled by trickery. The elder supports the plan, revealing a personal grudge that he once lost to the Theft Emperor and missed his chance to become the Poison Emperor. Determined to settle the score, he raises a guard banner, signaling their intent to confront the thief. Soon, the Tang clan mountain is heavily guarded. Watching from above, the disciple is surprised by their readiness. Recognizing the challenge, she accepts it as her final test. Moving swiftly through the defenses, she sets her sights on the clan, ready to begin her rise as the next Theft Emperor. The girl is feeling herself, thinking she's about to pull off the ultimate heist, when the universe serves her a massive reality check. She suddenly feels her feet snagged by something nearly invisible, and looking down, she sees thin threads wrapped tight around her ankles. It's a web. She slowly looks up and finds herself face to face with a massive centipede that's just sitting there. The shock hits her like a truck, and she's internally screaming at her master for not mentioning that the Tang clan has actual guard monsters on the payroll. In the next blink, the girl is absolutely hauling it through the forest, pushing her cardio to the absolute limit. The Tang clan members are right on her heels, and their voices echoing through the trees make it clear that letting her escape is not an option. As she's sprinting for her life, she's low-key fuming that her intel was so trash. She never got the memo about the spiritual creatures, and she realizes that if she'd hesitated for even a millisecond back there, it would have been a total game over for her. Now she finally gets why the clan was so confident when they raised that guard banner. They've got spiritual beasts stationed everywhere like a high-tech security system. Still running hard, the girl pushes deeper into the woods with the creatures right on her tail. She decides to switch up her movement and starts spamming a technique called Lightfoot Body Technique, pulling off high, unpredictable jumps that are a nightmare for anyone to track. It actually works. Some of the spiritual beasts chasing her end up glitching out and crashing into each other in the confusion. Even with the chaos and the near misses, a tiny smile creeps onto her face. Despite almost getting caught, she hasn't lost sight of the main quest, capturing Soryang. As she disappears into the night, she makes a quiet promise to herself that she's coming back to finish what she started. Over at the Golden Royal Bee's residence inside the training grounds, Soryang feels a sharp jolt hit his brain and instantly knows the mission just went sideways. The intruder successfully ghosted them. Hyun is standing there, totally shocked that their top-tier spiritual creatures lost the trail so fast. Our boy explains that based on the intel from Cho, the thief actually spotted the spider silk and used it to realize the entire area was bugged with spiritual guards. Huiyun points out that a pro like this isn't going to just rage quit. She's likely camping nearby waiting for another opening. To keep Soryang safe, she suggests he hide inside the beehive for a bit. Soryang thinks it's a solid plan, gives a polite apology to the bees for the intrusion, and steps into his new buzzing safe house. Once he's inside, Soryang reminds himself of the Theft Emperor back off once the sun comes up, so he just needs to wait out the clock. With the Tang clan and a whole army of venomous creatures watching his back, he feels pretty confident he's untouchable. The bees start huddling around him in a protective circle, and it's surprisingly cozy, so cozy in fact, that his young body starts losing the battle against sleep. Before he even realizes it, he drifts off into a deep nap, even drooling a little, while his tiny bee bodyboards stay on high alert. A while later, he jolts awake and tries to act like he wasn't just passed out. Right then, someone shows up at the entrance calling his name, and the bees go into full aggro mode. It turns out to be his sister, who says she finally tracked him down. Our guy calms the hive, explaining she's family, and asks what's up. His sister drops some massive news that the Theft Emperor has been caught. Soryang is hyped and relieved, especially when she says they're already hauling the thief to the Patriarch's HQ. The two of them start sprinting toward the action, with our boy thinking to himself that even a legend can get overwhelmed by a big enough squad. As they're running, his sister suddenly stops and points him toward a specific path. Soryang follows her lead, totally excited to see the legendary thief in person, but in the next second, the sister he trusts hits him from behind without any warning. He drops to the dirt, his brain lagging as he tries to process the betrayal. She calmly explains that she hit a pressure point to paralyze him, confirming she's the one who came to collect him. The figure standing over him drops the act and reveals the truth that it was the Theft Emperor in a disguise the whole time. Lying there unable to move a muscle, Soryang realizes he's in a major GG situation, unless some backup shows up immediately. Right as the boy is bracing for a total kidnapping, something moves inside his clothes. The Havenly Snake slides out from his gear and strikes the girl's hand before she even knows what hit her. It's a lightning-fast, precision bite that sends a sharp sting through her finger, and almost instantly, the venom starts doing its work. Her strength just drains away, her legs give out, and she ends up crashing down right on top of Soryang. He realizes she's totally out cold and figures the serpent's venom was just a mild paralytic. She's basically in a forced nap. Our boy makes a mental note that he's going to have to teach the little creature some boundaries later, but he has to admit that, in the most chaotic way possible, they actually bagged the Theft Emperor. While he's pinned there, Soryang remembers hearing about high-level martial arts that let people change their voice and face, but he never guessed she'd use it to clone his sister. He notices a soft, pleasant scent, likely some high-end perfume, and then the Havenly Snake starts tugging at a hidden cloth on the girl's face. The mask peels away, and Soryang's eyes go wide when he realizes the legendary Theft Emperor is actually a young woman. And just like that, another girl is resting on this femboy's lap for no reason at all. A little while later, they've got her resting in the guest pavilion, and Soryang is having a hard time believing this ordinary-looking girl is the master criminal everyone fears. The elder explains that the title was likely passed down to her, and the spiderweb on her wrist, a legendary relic, proves she's the real deal. Sister is understandably tilted about the whole situation. She complains that the thief hit her pressure points, knocked her out, and literally looted the clothes off her back, leaving her with replacement gear that doesn't even fit right. Huiyun is curious why the thief picked her outfit specifically, but before they can solve that mystery, Commander Pei bursts in with some news. An unexpected visitor has just spawned at the main gate, and the whole room is wondering who would show up at this hour. Our boy and Huiyun hurry to the entrance and find a very familiar face waiting for them, the beggar emperor himself. He's acting super chill, greeting them like old friends and asking how life's been. Soryang asks what brought him all this way, and the emperor explains he moved as soon as he heard the Theft Emperor's disciple got captured. Then, he looks up into the trees and calls out a lurker, asking how long they plan on staying hidden. A young man named Gal Jihong, the current Theft Emperor, drops down from the branches, looking a bit awkward as he explains he was just scouting because he felt out of place. The beggar emperor clears up the family tree, explaining that Jihong is his younger brother and had come here with his disciple to handle a task. Instead, the Tang clan ended up catching her. The emperor mentions he was already planning to reward Soryang for a past favor and brought along 3 useful gifts as a thank you. Jihong is caught off guard because he didn't know anything about a reward, but the Emperor just shrugs it off. Ji-hong is mostly worried about his student, asking if the elder was the one who caught her. He's clearly terrified she might have been seriously wrecked if the poison sovereign went all out on her. The MC quietly pieces everything together and lets everyone know it wasn't the guy who bagged the thief. Instead of just talking about it, he gives a signal and calls all his creatures forward. Ji-hong's jaw literally drops as the whole squad of spiritual beasts, the ones who actually pulled off the capture, lines up in front of them. Soryang explains in a super matter-of-fact way that these guys did all the heavy lifting, leaving both Ji-hong and the beggar emperor looking visibly shaken. A bit later, the drama shifts back to the captive. The girl is finally awake, but she's a total mess, crying and apologizing to her master for getting caught. Ji-hong is actually pretty chill about it, gently pointing out that with that many spiritual creatures camping her, even a pro like him might have been trapped. Soryang then pivots to the real issue, the starving silkworms. The beggar emperor confirms the situation is dire and says that's why he's here. If those celestial heritage silkworms die off, the entire legacy of the theft emperor is basically game over because they can't produce their signature silk anymore. Ji-hong sees Soryang's success as a debt he needs to settle, so he offers 3 big favors if he can fix the bug problem. Our boy asks how many eggs are left and he admits there are only about 3. The boy promises to do his best but drops a massive bomb that he wants to keep all the silk eggs for himself. This absolutely stuns the room. Ji-hong is immediately on the defensive, asking if Soryang is for real, while the beggar emperor just starts laughing. He's heard is obsessed with poisonous creatures, but this is a whole new level of bold. Ji-hong doesn't see the joke, explaining that without those eggs, the whole theft emperor lineage is cooked. Soryang stays dead serious and tells him he's missing a huge piece of the puzzle. He explains that the standard way of getting silk, called sericulture, is pretty brutal. When a silkworm spins its cocoon from the glands under its mouth, the only way to get that high-quality thread out is to drop the cocoon into boiling water. It's a one-and-done deal that kills the creature inside every single time. Ji-hong says he already knows the boil and stir method, but he's still confused about what he is getting at. Soryang points out the obvious math problem that with only 3 eggs left, trying to harvest silk right now is a total dead end. Even if they get the larvae to eat, they won't get enough silk to matter and the lineage will still die out. The real goal should be raising these creatures until they grow into full adult and start laying a massive batch of new eggs on their own. Our boy then asks Ji-hong if he knows what an expert is, using the Tang clan as the perfect example. Since they've spent generations becoming the absolute goats of poison and venomous beasts, Soryang argues that nobody in the Central Plains is better qualified to play nanny to these rare creatures than them. The girl thief is genuinely shaken by how much main character energy the guy is radiating right now. She admits she never expected him to be this confident, and even Ji-hong has to ask if he's actually for real about pulling this off. Soryang just hits them with the ultimate trust the process vibe, bowing respectfully and promising to take full responsibility for the situation. Over in the Patriarch's office, Ji-hong hands over a small box containing the blue silkworm eggs, and our boy is surprised to see they're way bigger than he imagined. Ji-hong makes it clear that he's putting the entire future of the theft emperor lineage in Soryang's hands, which is a pretty heavy weight to carry. Our boy doesn't stop at the eggs. He also asks for the body of a silkworm that already died so he can do a deep dive autopsy. While he's checking it out, he notices a weird structure and wonders if it's an osmeterium. In the bug world, that's a specialized organ some larvae have that pops out to release a nasty smell and scare off predators. While Soryang is nerding out over anatomy, the elder cuts in to whisper that since the theft emperor's letter caused this whole mess, the girl needs to take responsibility and help the squad get to the Martial Alliance headquarters. Ji-hong is getting a bit impatient and grumbles when Soryang says he still needs more time to study the eggs before promising a miracle. He reminds him that he's the one who got delayed from an important trip to Yunnan because of their heist plans. Once the beggar emperor hears the full story of what went down in Yunnan, he realizes the situation is serious and tells everyone they need to quit stalling and move. Ji-hong sighs but agrees to get the whole squad to Wuhan in just 3 days, though he hits a snag when Soryang mentions his sister and Huayan are coming along too. Ji-hong protests that he can't carry 2 extra people at once, especially since his disciple is still too weak to help with the heavy lifting. The argument starts heating up, with his sister making it very clear she has zero interest in being carried by the thief girl anyway. Ji-hong mentions that if they had some other way to transport people, they'd be golden, and that's when Soryang has a big brain moment. He asks the theft emperor if he knows how to fly a kite, leading to one of the wildest sights the Tang clan has ever seen. The plan is to tie sister to a rope and have Cho, the giant centipede, take her into the air like a human kite. RMC casually dubs it the giant centipede kite technique. Ji-hong just stares at the setup, realizing that somehow, against all logic, the transportation problem is solved. Hwa-yoon is worried about the creatures back home, but Soryang promises they'll be back before any eggs are laid, and the Havenly snake seems perfectly chill with the temporary long-distance relationship. The real drama before the trip isn't the mission, it's the Yova spider having a total meltdown because it doesn't want to be left behind. Soryang tries to play the cool big brother, and promises he'll be back before the spider even realizes he's gone, but the spider isn't buying it. Ji-hong watches the scene and realizes this clingy bug is going to be a major roadblock. That's when the thief girl steps in with a pro-gamer move. She takes a piece of the string used for the kite and asks Soryang and the spider to reach out. She ties the thread of fate around both their wrists, referencing the legend that two beings connected this way are never truly apart. The spider is low-key charmed by the sentiment, and finally stops resisting, letting Soryang head out. 3 days of travel later, the squad finally pulls up to the Martial Alliance. They head straight to the Senior Martial Emperor to drop the patch notes on everything that went down, handing over the letter from the Pavilion Lord. After hearing the full report, the Emperor sums up the damage that almost everyone involved is deleted, and the few survivors are going to need a 3-month cooldown just to recover. One of the guys in the room tries to take the blame for not sending higher-level fighters, but the leader shuts down the finger-pointing. He points out the silver lining that the Tang clan's new poison is a success, and the Beast Palace is back in the game. The main quest now is stopping the enemy's blood path from awakening, and he tells Soryang and Hwa-yoon to go grab some food since they're probably running on empty. Just as they're leaving the hall, someone calls out to Hwa-yoon, catching her totally off guard. It's Yuryong, one of the legendary 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes of Martial. Hwa-yoon introduces Soryang as her fiancé and a member of the Beast Palace. The guy explains he just showed up because he was worried about her team, but Hwa-yoon keeps the details on need-to-know status while reassuring him they're safe. As Yuryong walks away, our boy feels a weird lag in the vibe, like something is off with the guy, though he can't quite put his finger on what's wrong. Later, during the meal, Ji-hong is trying to get Soryang to try some 10-year-aged wine, but the vibe check is interrupted by a panicked general. The man is completely out of breath and begs Soryang for immediate help, revealing that his nephew Yuryong just collapsed out of nowhere. The news hits the room like a flashbang, and everyone is instantly on high alert. The general isn't 100% sure what happened, but he's convinced that someone just tried to poison tap him.